Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. We have a quorum present. All the members are in attendance. And we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Patty Graff.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Patty. Before we start with opening public comment, Mr. Strelo has some comments to make.
This is a housekeeping. The restrooms, if you need to use the restroom, if you've never been to the center here, you can go out the door and make a right, and they're right around the corner, or you can go out beyond the lobby and go down about halfway by the basketball courts and make a right. There's big giant bathrooms over there. And I think that's it. Oh, and when you speak on the record, please say your first name and your last name very clearly and spell your last name. Right? And there's a sheet up there. You can just write your name on there, and some of you are probably more familiar than others. So just speak clearly because it's easier for transcription. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Strelo. Opening public comment. Does anybody in the room here have opening public comment? Mike? Oh, did I say?
Volunteering.
Oh, I forgot. Public comment is 3 minutes. It'll be measured by a timer, and at 30 seconds you'll be advised, and when your 3 minutes are up, you will need to leave the podium.
My name's Linda Dingler, and the situation I'm talking about here has to do with this note you got from Steve Kaplan wanting to grandfather him in for his 50 people at his wedding event center. I have a bunch of documents for you. And what I'm saying is it's mandatory that you uphold the new code that you have approved for all VHRs in Tahoe Township, that only the people allowed on the permit are allowed at the property, and that 50 people is an assault on all of us who live near these properties. The Kaplans want to continue to run a wedding event business in my neighborhood. Them running the wedding event center has disturbed my right to peaceful enjoyment in my home since 2018. Some information on who the Kaplans are. They got a notice and order from the county because for a whole year they did not pay their VHR permit fees and ran the wedding center in their VHR. And you know, then they told them how much they made, whether they told the truth or not to pay Tot, I don't know. The next notice and order was for them to abide by the zoning code, which Douglas County is supposed to itself abide by the zoning code, which is that what they're doing is a home occupancy. In being a home occupancy, there are a bunch of regulations. It has to be within the home, it can't cause noise beyond the property. All of these things is the true zoning code for R082. And they can't have trailers or parking visible, they can't have excess parking or traffic. Those are the home occupancy notices they're supposed to do. Instead of that, Mr. Hames wrote me a letter to tell me what you guys had really decided. What you decided is that they're really not going to run a separate wedding business, that they're going to take down their advertising, and that they've had bookings on the books all the way to the end of 2023. Those bookings were made while they were running the wedding event center. Okay, and in this document, it shows that they took $1,000 fees for an event center. So they're running a business despite what they say. And so by his sharing what was decided by it's not you, by Mr. Hames sharing what the county had decided, it basically they can continue to run 50 people in their center and have these weddings that are really commercial business, not just, you know, they say the renters are doing it, but that's not truly the case.
30 seconds.
Okay, and then I have some documents about the LLCs because there's also a situation where Ernie has said that the LLCs have to be open and that everybody on the LLC must be shown. And Tom Delaire said they're not going to do that with the Kaplan's Place at 206 South Benjamin. It's okay for them to not tell who's in the LLC. So the Kaplans get special privileges from Douglas County repeatedly, and I'd like to please do not allow them to grandfather in this 50. That ruins my neighborhood.
Thank you, Linda. Additional public comment?
Morning, members of the VHR Advisory Committee. My name is Steve Teixeira. That's T-E-S-H-A-R-A, and I'm here with you this morning on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. So I appreciate the work that you're doing and the decisions that you face. I served as a member of the VHR task force, as did Chair Hempler and others, and we spent a year dealing with a lot of these issues. So we have a great deal of respect for the decisions before you and the things that you have to work through. I want to make sure that you're all aware of the data that was recently gathered by Heidi Gunter and by a fellow by the name of Bill Zeller. This is having to do with what is the real economic impact and what is the economic and community impact of VHRs. There's a lot of loose talk about banning VHRs, and there's no financial information that seems to have been gathered to indicate, okay, if we did that, what would be the financial impact? So, and I'm going to write you a letter, and I'm going to copy the county commission to make sure that I believe your recommendations to the commission ought to include a financial analysis of the impact of VHRs in Douglas County. It's really difficult, and really shouldn't be the case, that we make decisions without looking at the financial implications of those decisions. So, best of luck with all your work, and I will make sure that that correspondence reaches both you and the county commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Additional opening public comment?
My name is John Nelson. I own a small carpet cleaning and restoration company here in Douglas County. We use vacation rentals on a regular basis when people are finding themselves with a fire, flood in their home, where they're going to have to be out of their house for 2, 3 weeks up to 6 months. I know the long-term vacation rental is a rental. People say, well, they can get a rental house at that, but they don't come furnished. They don't come with Wi-Fi, heat, all the things they need, and at an open end. I mean, we don't know how long the people are going to be they're going to be homeless where they can do it. I had a house, my own personal house flooded in 2016, and I ended up being in a vacation home for 6 months, and it was amazing to be able to have my dog, my children in a home situation instead of a motel like they were going to originally do. So it was a great pleasure for me to be able to have that in my family and still continue our lives on in a normal way. It would affect me also with my business. We do a lot of cleaning, so financially, vacation homes are a big deal in our financial part of our business. And then I just think it's in our neighborhood. I have vacation rentals on my street, and over the last couple of years, it seems like they've really been well behaved and well managed. I don't know if that's through you guys or what, but it's just I haven't had any problems in years. And yeah, in the past, I had problems with vacation homes where there was parties and bachelorette parties and just craziness. So it has been nice over the last couple of years, and it seems like it's well managed and positive in our neighborhood. So that's all.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Is there any chance of getting a microphone, because it's very hard to hear?
Yeah, I mean, we could turn, they didn't have microphones there.
Would it be possible to turn the lectern facing that way so that maybe they can hear, we can hear both? Thank you.
There, if you project that
Project.
way.
I'm really loud. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of Steve and Wendy Kaplan. My name is Lindsay Congdon, and I'm the house manager at 650 Tina Court.
One second. Can you maybe cut the microphone off, I mean the speaker off, because I think that's making it worse. Thank you.
After 13 years as a manager at the Marriott, I started managing the VHR August 1st of last year. I've really enjoyed working at the property and hosting so many wonderful guests. This VHR is consistently occupied, and our guests contribute greatly to the local economy. It's my responsibility to ensure that 650 Tina Court is not only a great VHR, but also a great neighbor. We go to exceptional lengths to ensure this, including 10 noise sensors, 4 cameras, mandatory guest tours, contracts, and much more. Our 6 closest neighbors all confirmed they have no complaints, but applaud the way our property is managed. The success of our efforts provided an example of why the proposed modification in occupancy is unnecessary. Many times families will rent multiple VHRs and then gather together at one of them to celebrate special occasions. Restricting occupancy to just the nightly permitted rate will eliminate these types of stays. The VHR ordinance is doing what it's intended to do. If this clause must be modified, I feel that double the nighttime occupancy would be far more reasonable than disallowing any extra guests at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment?
My name is Kathy Oyster, Oyster. I applaud the commission, the board, advisory board, for the changes that you've made, the redlining, making the rules more enforceable, removing this sense of surge occupancy. Though you may think that it doesn't have an impact, we too have the impact of surge occupancy in our area. It badly affects the trash, the parking, the noise. And there's no way for law enforcement to enforce it. And it forces those of us that have to be the eyes and ears for the county to stay up quite late at night. Any of you have a hip replacement or shoulder surgery coming up? Would you like your osteopath to be up dealing with that at midnight? Because the only way they'll get a sense of completion is if they say, yeah, contact me after. That's unacceptable. So I applaud you for making it a more objective set of rules to comply with. I'd also like to bring up another set of rules that probably should be added. There's a whole group of people involved with VHRs that are completely protected from enforcement, and that is the property managers. They should be subject to fine and possible penalties should they be running VHRs that have issues. In other words, they are not overseeing them properly. And though many of these property managers have stood before you and said, we never have complaints, those very same property managers have exposed that they themselves have had to kick people out. Well, why did you do that if there wasn't a complaint? It's mutually exclusive. So either you had a complaint and you complied and dealt with it, or you've never had a complaint. So there's that. The noise sensors issue. There needs to be a better ruling for the noise sensors. They must be immediate and for what period of time. Right now they're analyzed over a 24-hour period of time, and it makes the noise, average noise, unacceptably low. We've had numerous conversations about that. I'd also like to remind everybody that we are in a high fire risk area, and that the fire standards should have a minimum of the International Fire Code. Therefore, if a roadway is less than 20 feet, or whatever the fire code requires, those roads and areas, neighborhoods, hoods, should have their VHRs eliminated.
Thank you, Kathy. Do I have any other public comment?
Robert Felton, Felton. I live in the Oak Point division. I live there full time. I'm a past president for 3.5 years. During that time, I've seen what were old complaints and things that people kept bringing up about VHRs being history. I've seen a great improvement in the VHR management at the facility. And I think that I walk around a lot. Sometimes the noise is being made are by children and, and relatives of the owners. And so their complaints sometimes come in, and it's not VHR people, it's the owners. You know, one guy built a fire in the gas barbecue, as an owner. So, and I also was part of preparing this letter that Bill Zeller sent to you concerning the economic impact. We took a lot of time thinking about this, and I agree with the first speaker about the fact, or second speaker, that this should be considered. The number that we came up with was that somewhere between 22,791,000 or 51,788,000 is the financial impact on the economy. So I would appreciate if you take time to make sure you review this. I just wanted you to know that the person who lives there full-time in this particular area has seen great improvement. And thank you for your rules, because that's really what helped make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other opening public comment?
Hello, good morning. My name is Janelle. This is my first time ever making public comment, let alone being involved in any sort of local government, so I'm a little bit nervous, so please bear with me. Janelle Gallucci, Gallucci. And I'm a full-time Douglas County resident. I live here in State Line. I love our amazing community. I also own and operate a small vacation rental here in State Line. We have an occupancy of about 6. And I live next door to 2 vacation rentals as well, and just wanted to first commend the work that you guys have done over the last couple of years, at least in the VHRs in our neighborhood. We haven't really had any issues at all, and I think the current ordinance is doing a pretty good job. What I wanted to come here and say today is that I believe that our full-time residents and vacation rentals can coexist here in our beautiful community. Our VHR property has been a rental for over 15 years, and we haven't had any complaints from neighbors. I personally manage it, and yeah, we haven't had any complaints. I believe vacation rentals should be highly regulated, which they are. Our county is currently capped at 600 permits, and there are limits on neighborhood density, as well as very hefty fines for vacation rentals that don't follow the rules. I believe that problem vacation rentals that continue to have complaints should be fined and ultimately have their permits revoked. However, I do not believe that my right to operate my vacation rental here in this county should be eliminated because of that. I heard that over the last year, there were 85 total complaints against VHRs, and there's 600 VHRs here in our county. So if you multiply 600 times 365 days of the year, it's about 200,000 bookable nights a year here in Douglas County. We've had 85 complaints. So that's about 0.04% of the time there is an issue. And I believe complaints should be filed, things should be addressed, fines should be submitted, but we're talking about 0.04% of the time there being an issue. This topic of this rising interest I'm hearing in trying to eliminate the program entirely, frankly, it keeps me up at night. It's why I'm here in the middle of my workday. I would not be able to afford to live in this amazing community without the income of my vacation rental. Our local cleaner crew would not be able to afford to live here, nor would the local hot tub service we utilize and the local snow removal company that we utilize. So my ask is that the VHR Advisory Board recommend to the county commissioners that this program be kept intact and that we continue to work together as both VHR owners and local residents to have harmony and live together in peace and continue to refine this ordinance in a way that works for everyone.
Less than 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more opening public comment?
Do we have to sign up early? Because I got here late. Can I speak?
Just say your name and then spell your last name.
Take this off. I'm sorry. I'm from California.
Apology accepted.
Yeah. Anyway, my name is Randy Reed. I run a vacation rental in Lake Village. I've been running it as a vacation rental since 1989 with nary a problem. I think we've had probably 3 times we've had to ask guests leave since 1989. I sat on the board for many, many years at Lake Village, and when we had to go through the conundrums of whether VHR should be allowed in the village or not, it kept coming up that the vast majority of complaints we had in the village were from full-time residents. Vast majority, the serious problems we had. So we didn't fully understand it, what the major complaints were. We set up rules for operation, and it seems to work well. So I would also like to echo the last speaker's request that this be recommended to continue. The regulations are not hard to meet. We just finished putting in our monitored smoke alarm system. The Douglas Fire is easy to work with, and meeting all the standards you guys have been setting has been quite easy and straightforward. We run ours as a nonprofit, so it is primarily there to support local nonprofits from the Bay Area. We send up disabled children to use it as it's used as a fundraiser, and I'd hate to see that come to an end. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any more opening public comment?
My name is Nancy Greenhalgh, Greenhalgh, and I am a vacation rental owner in Elks Point. And I really do believe that we have a very strong program going now, keeping everybody in line. But the point that I most would like to bring out, I also worked with Bill Zeller on tabulating all of the complaints, the 85 complaints, and all but a very, very, very tiny portion of them, tiny percentage, were actually completely unfounded. And I think the point needs to be brought out that there are a group of people, and the code enforcement people, who I do believe are wonderful, are completely aware of these chronic complainers. And they make up stuff completely. And it's stuff that we can usually absolutely prove are untrue. And the percentages, 85 is a tiny number of complaints to begin with. And then I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but the number that were actually founded in complaint was just next to nothing of that. There were several that were found as being unregistered people, which, yes, those are very valid and very important, but they should not reflect on us as owners. And I just think that our problem, it's gone up and up and up and up that they're unfounded, and that's because we have a large group of anti-VHR, and they complain when it's not justified. And I think that needs to be taken into account. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Monty Williams, and I own a VHR up at 655 Teaneck State Line there, and I've had it for about almost 20 years now. It was a condemned home. I bought it, refurbished it. The idea was to have a place to bring the family together, and it's been fantastic for that. I fortunately can't afford to just have a vacant house. I live somewhere else where we have jobs, and we can't be up here all the time. I kind of concerned about if they take away these VHRs, the people that we're punishing a lot are all the families that are coming up. And our average renter is usually a grandparents renting it to see their grandkids and inviting the kids, their sons along. And if we took that away, it would make it hard. I mean, for us, if we've gone out and tried to do a family reunion out of a hotel or something like that, it's just not the same. And when you have a house and you can bring the whole family together, it makes a big difference. I've been operating for almost 20 years now and haven't had a single complaint. We've got adequate parking. I'm all for all of the regulations that they're doing and putting in place. In fact, I used to belong to a committee called Responsible Vacation Rentals. And I agreed that the industry just got out of control for a while. Everybody was throwing up lock boxes and renting them out, some of them legal, some of them not legal, some of them not paying taxes. I pay about $35,000 a year in bed tax. So I'm all for the regulations and getting rid of the bad actors in it, but to take it away completely, I think would hurt families that come up here to visit more than anything. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, is there any other opening public comment? If not, oh, there is.
I actually did not come, oh, my name is Cindy Smith. Smith is the last name. This is my first public meeting. Did not expect to speak, but I just felt like it was important to hear my story as well. I am a new resident to Lake Village. My husband and I, Kevin, moved here about a year ago. We've owned a VHR in Lake Village for about 4 years now. We love the area so much we decided to move into our VHR, but we had a challenge that our adult children, we want to see them more and we wanted to entice them to live. We were using our VHR as a vacation home as well with our children, but now that we moved in, we didn't have enough room, so we bought a second place right next door as our primary home. So we're moving into our primary home. When our children are not here, we're renting it out, which helps us to afford to have a place for our kids to come. We also rent it out to other owners within Lake Village who wish to have additional family, in addition to marketing on Airbnb. I personally have, since I am here full-time, have been walking around Lake Village. It's a great neighborhood. I have not seen much complaints. I've talked to, when I see people out and about, it's either owners with their family members there. We are in a vacation destination place, so people do come with their family regardless if they're renting or not renting. That being said, for vacation rentals, I think it is important to have regulations. I feel when we first started renting here, and by the way, my husband and I have vacation homes also in Hawaii and Yosemite, which we also frequent very often. We have chosen to make a lifestyle of living where we vacation. So we've made good friends with our neighbors in each area to make sure that we are respecting our neighbors. Am I almost out of time?
You're good.
Okay, that being, just make a long story short, I like the regulations. I am all for coexisting, making sure we're following rules, and but this brings in a lot of income to Douglas County, so I really hope that's all taken into consideration as we move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional opening public comment?
Hi, my name is Zach Shields. Good to see you, Ernie. I'm sorry for harassing you the last 6 weeks with emails and phone calls, but I appreciate your time. I wasn't planning on speaking either, but I just wanted to add one more anecdote because I think it's probably a unique situation. We have a VHR. My wife and I moved here in 2018. My wife grew up here and she always wanted to come back, and so we decided to move here and start a family and finally settle down in one place after living all over for 10, 15 years. And when we decided to, as soon as we got here in 2018, 2 months later, my dad was diagnosed with cancer and the prospects didn't look good, so we had to go back to DC on very short notice. And without being able to, so we had to also at the same time, 2 months after we bought our house, figure out what to do with it because we didn't know how long we would have to go back to DC. And so at that time, it was a very quick process. The regulations weren't in place yet. And so we got our license, we started renting it, didn't have a problem for the whole time. We ended up having to go to DC for my dad's health. We also had a baby in DC, and then COVID happened, and so we ended up being there for about 16 months and finally came back. But without the opportunity to rent our place, which is our primary residence, we don't have another VHR. It's our primary residence that we since then have rented when we're not in town. But that scenario specifically, had we not had the opportunity to rent it, I don't think we would have been able to even come back. There was one house that we could afford when we were looking, when we did move here, and we may be living somewhere else if we didn't have that chance to rent our VHR. And even just recently, we had another scenario with my mom's health. We had to go back to DC for 2 months over the holidays last year, and we rented the house during that time because we had to rent an apartment in DC. And so I think it's just, I just wanted to share this story as a as another example of kind of a unique scenario where, you know, it really does benefit the local community and local residents and those of us that really want to live here, but we need, you know, some extra flexibility to be able to rent our places when we're not here. Thank you.
My name is Alan Miller, and we own a vacation rental in Lake Village for about 3.5 years now. I've been doing short-term rentals though since almost 20 years. Started in Yosemite with the first place, and now I have 3, 2 down there and 1 here. I've always felt that the most important thing you can do in regards to being a respected owner and operator is to respect your neighbors and communicate with your neighbors. If there's any one thing I could emphasize, it would be that. We don't do that enough. That's been a failing, especially with the people I think that have these large units. And I don't really feel like I can stand on the same side of the room with those people. If they're absentee owners, you gotta be involved in your community. And you gotta know your neighbors, communicate with your neighbors. That's a very, very, very important to making it work for everyone. Most of the troublemakers, who are they? They're like they're under 40 years old. Usually they're 20-something. I've never had anybody that I even suspect, older people, they're wonderful. They come and they thank you vociferously for the place they had to stay. I bought the place because of skiing. I came up here, we have season passes at Heavenly, and just, ski during the middle of the week and then be able to afford the place by having it rented on the weekends. And I tell you, all the time, I'm communicating with my neighbors. And that's really what's important here, I think. I thank you for the time and thank the group for everything.
Thank you. Public comment?
All right, good morning. Thank you so much. I wasn't planning on speaking either. I think I attended one of these about a year ago. My name is Anna Boatman, Boatman. It turns out I am actually not a homeowner. I am not a VHR owner, but I felt compelled to speak up and say thank you for everybody creating the guidelines for the rentals. I run a small business. Douglas County is my home county. I've lived in South Lake Tahoe for 20 years. In all that time, I have always welcomed everyone to Tahoe, whether they were visiting, whether they just moved. I'm really blessed to live here. So what I wanted to do is just speak up as a business owner and someone who relies on the financial impact that could be taken away or is in jeopardy. What I've experienced, I've followed the guidelines really closely over the last 2 years with my property managers and the other clients that I have. And I've seen a really great impact on the way that the houses are rented, the experiences people are having, and the safety and the ability for the managers to do their job with their guests. The occupancy makes sense to me. So basically, I just felt compelled to speak up and say, I really want to take into consideration the financial impact, let alone your guys' patience to hear everyone's story about moving and COVID, and I rent my place.
lovely that you do that. Thank you so much. But in reality, it's been a conversation, you know, that I've heard the whole time that I've lived here. You know, as far as I can tell, based on years past, to me, one of the bigger things that I've realized is the emptiness South Lake Tahoe used to feel. You know, there used to be a lot of vacant homes, and in my 10 years of business of being a cleaner and the 20 years that I've lived here, I really have felt and seen, you know, more of a revitalization of places. And looking at the agenda for the meeting today, it only states that you all are going to discuss changes for this VHR code. So that's pretty broad because it's split up into about 5 different sections. So I really was just going to present the question of how to nail it down and what exactly more can you change. I enjoy the way that it is now and would probably see that we could see how this goes for a while with everything that you guys have put in place. Thank you.
Any additional is there anyone left that hasn't spoken? Excuse me. Seeing no more opening public comment, we'll move on to our first agenda item. I will let you know that, you know, we're going to be let me go. For possible action, discussion on changes to the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental Ordinance, Chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code. The VHR Advisory Board will discuss possible changes to the code and may provide staff with direction about drafting proposed revisions for later consideration and action. The board may vote to make specific recommendations on proposed changes to the Board of County Commissioners. So the reminder is that we are advisory only. So all we do is take our recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners when we have them completed or when they request them. We've put off code review for many times because of time constraints, unforeseen situations. This board is tasked with hearing all the Tier 3 permit applications as well as appeals and code review. The first 2 have deadlines built into the code that have made them a priority, so code review has been set aside many times, which is why we have a lot of work to do. One of the most difficult subjects is density. It affects everybody. Each neighborhood has their own nuances, which requires a lot of study and a lot of conversation. I know I'm reading from this, but I wanted to get all my thoughts out that were really in my head. With the board's approval, I would like to start with density and spend the morning or an hour or 2 on it, discussing it. Current code reads 15% density in single family, 20% in multi-family tourist areas. So if everybody is kind of shaking their head, that's okay. Then we'll probably, I'm thinking we start on like page 40 of the packet. But before we do that, this board has been amazing to me. They don't ask anything of me. They let me run the show without giving me direction of how they want things run, which has been really appreciative to me, and I've learned a lot. But I do have a board member that's asked for something this time, and I want to give him that satisfaction, so that he would like to have each board member lay out their ideas on density, should they choose to. So it's optional. So maybe if we start with that and then go with your presentation, Ernie, if that's okay with you.
Whatever you like.
Okay. So, Michael, let's just go down the line.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. I don't want to take up too much time, but I do have some ideas. I do believe that the VHR program can work in this county, but I think we need to fine tune it. I think there needs to be balance. I'm open to reducing a single family to, say, 10%. I'm open to discussing it with the board and making recommendations. I'm also open to limiting the space between VHRs to 300 or 500 feet, whatever you might want to come up with. This would exclude Tier 1s. Tier 1s currently has 4, but there's a discussion taken to 2. So I believe that this program can work. I do believe also that with density, we currently have 600 slots for VHRs. That does not include T1s or Tier 1s. I believe Tier 1s should go into the count. I believe it's going to be a lot of Tier 1s coming on board when the convention center, event center, comes into play next year. And so I think we just need to know how many there are, and if we need to go over our limit just with the Tier 1s, then maybe we can come up with a number that way. I am concerned with maximum number of individuals in Tier 3s, and so I'd like to discuss that too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Michael. Keith, do you have any comments?
Madam Chair, Keith Byer for the record. I'm either pro-VHR or anti-VHR, and I feel if I'm equally hated by both sides, I'm doing my job. I start with the same political philosophy that I believe government should only step in when there's a need, and they should only step in to the extent that there is a need. That said, I also place primacy of property rights on the peaceful enjoyment of your property. And I believe all legislation should start with that we have to be in a position to have the peaceful enjoyment of our property, and we have to regulate to that amount, but not higher. But peaceful enjoyment of property. So when we hear economic decisions, I think that is absolutely something to consider, but it's not a reason to impinge on someone's peaceful enjoyment of their property. I understand property rights. I'm a property owner. I want property rights, but nothing is more primary than the peaceful enjoyment. I'm an accountant. I love data, but I also almost have a religious relationship with data, as I like data. I don't like data that supports a position. I like data where I can look at to draw a position. Data which is collected under a cover letter that says help us prevent the elimination of VHRs is corrupted. It just is. You can't put out an email to collect data to say help us prevent something and expect that data to sway me. I would love to see the data presented today in the supplemental about fines and penalties. I would love to see more data. I'd love to see on each one of those properties what the current occupancy was at the time that complaint happened. And I also am in search of the truth. And my concern is that when you have lies spread faster than the truth, and there is a common misunderstanding of what unfounded is. And by the way, I do intrinsically believe that there are people who complain about VHRs inappropriately. But that is not the meaning of the word unfounded. Unfounded means the police were not able to visually see what was causing that complaint, so there's no foundation for our citation. It does not mean it was a malicious filing of a complaint. That is simply not true, and I'm afraid of this lie sweeping through our community that all these complaints are unfounded. That is not what the police are saying, or the sheriff is saying, and I hope that is nipped in the bud today. An unfounded complaint may be a malicious complaint, but it may not be. And if you believe they're malicious complaints, just as we are seeking enforcement of the code, I hope we have enforcement against malicious complaints. So lastly, I would say I think there is a lot here, and I think there are some triggers we can use around density, around occupancy, around a bunch of things to make this better. I don't live next to a VHR, but the things I've heard through the Tier 3s and other people who do, I don't believe we can start with, don't believe your lying eyes, this is not a problem. And so I do believe there are additional code things we should look at to do it. And I hope that we could find out, and by the way, Madam Chair, at the end of this, I would suggest we have a conclusion. I don't like government regulation that doesn't do anything. And at the end of the day, I think we ought to take a vote. Do we think the red line we're proposing will fix these issues? And if we don't, let's have the courage to say, these are the proposals, but we don't think it will fix the underlying issue, or it will. We think it will. But I think we owe it to the Board of County Commissioners to actually create a conclusion, not just a red line. Do we think this is sufficient to correct the situations going on in our community? Thank you. That was probably much more than my minute. Sorry about that.
Lauren, a little bit more than density, but that's,
Yeah.
that's all right. It was good.
I know, I was dense. I didn't realize it was, sorry.
And let me just say this personally, is that I would not vote for a red line that does not fix the issue. And I will vociferously object to putting in a red line that I don't feel will fix that. So I think, I'll try and go back to density a little bit. And first, one of the things I want to say is, first of all, this board is not ever talked about discussing banning VHRs. If you're concerned about banning VHRs, the Board of County Commissioners meets in the valley, whichever direction it is, and that's where you need to take those thoughts and concerns. We are here to make this program work. We are working very hard to make this program work, and it is our job to look at both sides of the biases, because there's biases on both sides, and to sift through that stuff and make this a peaceful program that can work for everyone, full-time people and VHR people together. So we're working hard at that, and I think we're all on the same page, but I just want you to know we're not talking about banning. That's in the ballot. I'm not sure on this density how we got here, because I thought that this committee had a clear vision as to where we were going. So where we were going was, the ordinance in the sausage making process went through that sausage making process, and we need to fix that. There are things in this current ordinance today that make parking in common areas in HOAs illegal, and we have people parking in common areas. There are things that make other things illegal. There are things that got added that didn't make any sense. So I thought we had a clear vision that we were supposed to go do that and fix this quickly, as quickly as we could after all the tier 3s that we've had to listen to. And that's what we're trying to do. And so then we were going to take on the bigger issues, probably after we give this red line to the county that fixes the real issues that need to be fixed right now. And so I'm feeling like we're really putting the cart before the horse. The task force talked about some of these things in this density, and even the task force, who was completely immersed in everything VHR, said, you know what, this stuff takes so much time and study that we are going to say that a density discussion of different proportions, different things, is going to go to the advisory group. So I'm very concerned that we're trying to, for some reason, and I don't understand it, put together stuff that does not have backing, study, thoughtful thoughts behind it. In those things, there are a few things that I will say that I'm open to talking about anything. I do think we need feedback from different areas and different neighborhoods. I do think one of my things is residential is residential, whether you're single family or multifamily. People who moved here full-time moved here to enjoy their homes. And if your home has a shared wall with someone else, it doesn't mean that your home has shouldn't get any less protection from the county for the peaceful enjoyment of your home. So I get really concerned when I hear about, well, single families need to be protected, but multifamily neighborhoods don't. And I'm saying that to me, a residential neighborhood is a residential neighborhood. We have many people here that need to live in just, you can't afford a single family area, and they don't deserve any less protection from. So I'd like my board members here to think about that as we do talk about that going forward. And I'll just let the conversation then go on.
Thank you, Lauren. Patty?
Patty Graf for the record. When I joined the board, and I'm
like VHRs. I have one myself. I have, in other rentals and other places. Joining the board, I think I would like to go back to some of the some of the issues that we've had, refine them before we talk about density. I think it's more important to get things refined on here and less micromanaging everything else that's on here. And get those issues straightened out and then start talking about density. Because if you're talking about density, everything else gets pushed aside that we're trying to clean up in this ordinance. And I agree with, the other 3 board members and their comments, but I think we're jumping around too much and not really accomplishing cleaning up some of these things. A lot of it has been cleaned up, the task force, the past history of the VHR, advisory boards and all of that have done a lot of work. Things are getting better, there's less complaints, there's more responsibility that has been put on the homeowner and the property manager to make sure that the VHRs can be, compatible and respect the full-time residents who live around them. And I would like to see us get back to address the code issues before we start jumping around to density.
Well, it sounds like the consensus of the board is they want to move through the packet as was originally presented to us, where density comes last. So, if that,
I don't mind taking density first, but I had a complete different view of density, and it's much more simplistic than neighborhood by neighborhood. I think there's a lot of validity in neighborhood by neighborhood, but if we're going to do that, I think this committee would want to say, what's too narrow a street? When is winter begin? And there's a bunch of different stuff. And so in other words, I don't mind talking about density first, because at some point in time, we are at the behest of the county commission, and I think the county commission is focusing on this as much as anything else, if not primary. So I don't have a problem discussing it first, but I do understand, what everybody else has said. There's a lot of overlap where if you fix something else, density may be different. But I don't mind talking about density first.
Can we set a certain time so that we can get to the other
then
things?
then I misread what you were saying, so I apologize for that. What if we go till 12:30 on density? An hour and a half?
Or sooner. Yes.
Sooner.
Not longer than 10:30.
Yeah, that's what I mean, not longer than 12:30 on density. And let me just say to the audience, we are not going to take public comment after each subject matter because we have a limited amount of time in this room, and there will be closing public comment. But if we take public comment in between, it will extend the meeting too much longer. And just to remind you, any decisions we make aren't final decisions, they're decisions. What we're going to do is ask Mr. Hames is to make red line changes for us, and then they'll come back to us for an actual vote. So there'll be a consensus, and down the road there will be a vote on specifically going through the ordinance. So let's move on to density then. I think my opinion on density is the neighborhoods. I live over in Zephyr Cove, and all the neighborhoods. Did I scare everybody away? Was it something I said?
Something about the hour and a half discussion of density might have something to do with it.
Well,
nothing personal.
It would be really great if we got done in 20 minutes, but I don't see that happening. Each neighborhood has their own characteristics. Some of them are extremely old neighborhoods with very narrow streets. Some of them are newer neighborhoods with wider streets. And I think that's kind of what we were looking at when we started, you know, doing these neighborhood studies, is from sort of a safety standpoint, how do you keep everybody safe in an emergency, that kind of thing. Anyway, Ernie, or Mr. Strelo, I turn that over to you.
So this is Ernie Strelo for the record. So the density restriction starts on page 10 of the PowerPoint, right? That's what the discussion is.
Okay.
Right? You guys were kind of referring to backup data. So this is based on previous discussions that you guys have had in the past. So this overview here on page 10 is the density restrictions. This particular one is the minimum separation between VHR units.
AJ Haynes from the DA's office, you're talking about page 35 of the packet?
I'm sorry. I have a PowerPoint open.
Page 35 looks like PowerPoint, slide 10, starts with density restrictions and says for reference discussion only, and then overview code sections and past discussions related to this code are the 3 bullet points. Is that the slide that we're on?
Yeah.
Okay.
That one.
Thank
that
you.
One.
Yep.
All right. Sorry. I'll open up the packet next time. So this particular slide is a density restriction. So the 2 codes that are listed here are the reference codes, and then the blue the red on the bottom is questions that have been brought up by this board before. So these are part of your past discussions. So one of the codes is about more than one permit being held by a person prior to June 4th, 2021. Those VHR permits may be renewed annually through October 1st, 2024, subject to the conditions and terms of the renewal in effect when the VHR permit renewal application is submitted. And then the second code that is on here is the Douglas County Board of Commissioners determined that in order to preserve the residential nature of communities at the Tahoe Township, within the Tahoe Township, no community shall have more than 15% vacation home rentals in a single-family community and 20% tourist multi-family residential communities. The residential community for the purpose of this section shall be TRPA planned area statements. And there's a website on here to go look at the detail that were approved by the county in parcels. So the past discussions that this board has had is how does this get regulated until data is live? You have suggestions of 1 single unit per, there was a suggestion of 1 unit per 1,000 feet. Multi-units not affected by that type of direction. And then I just added in parentheses just to give you some guidance that Las Vegas has a 660-foot limit in effect. So if you want to use that as a guideline. The second one here is third one is Washoe County has no cap. Cities not included in the cities are not included in Washoe County. So there's Reno and Sparks, I think. 900 cap in El Dorado County, which is non-South Lake Tahoe city limits. It's the county itself. And the Tahoe Basin excluding South Lake Tahoe. And the fourth one is neighborhood density can be adjusted lower based on unique findings, and that's just kind of information that is in the backup that you guys sound like you were talking to. And that's his data. So I'll hand it off to you.
Can I make a suggestion that we have a conversation about single family, and then we have a separate conversation about short-term, about multifamily? I share some of your views. And if we could separate those and talk about them individually, I think that would be good. And speaking about this, I do want to point out some reasons we're not Las Vegas. We sleep with windows open, which I just had a meeting with the developer in Tahoe Beach Club, and he never understood that. How would you buy that kind of condo and not have an air conditioner? Well, I have an air conditioner, but I sleep with the windows open. And so that does change some things. So I think it is very good information to have. I think it's good information to have, but I'm not sure it's completely synonymous. Our lots are a little different. I'm trying to visualize where VHRs are in Vegas. I don't know if they're closer to the strip or all over Vegas or where they are. but I think they probably look a little bit different, but it's a good indication of it's good, it's something to have in our mind, but I don't think it's completely analogous. I'm in favor of something that has these things out. I am concerned about grandfathering, because I would assume we're going to grandfather existing permits. And so, because if you've got two side by side, I don't think you're ever going to decide we're going to have a coin flip at center field, at the middle of the field. We're going to, I guess in Nevada, you actually cut cards. I don't think we're going to cut cards to see who loses their permit, right? So it's going to take forever to get through, but I'm actually in very much in favor of some kind of spreading of these things out. One of my neighbors shares walls with 6 VHRs. And I've seen on the maps that there is a cul-de-sac with 3 or 4. I'm not saying that's good or bad. Maybe it's good to have them all together, but I can see where I think you're in favor of having this, and I would be supportive of that.
Thank you, Keith. Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Sam Taylor for the record from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. One of the things that I was involved in the process of creating original density provisions for the existing code. And one of the things that was, I think, essential whenever you're making these sorts of discussions and conducting these evaluations was to have the GIS map showing Lake Tahoe, where the existing units are located, the different neighborhoods, zoning, stuff like that is extremely important when you're talking about density, to also be looking at the map to try to figure out how the parts and pieces fit together. If you start talking about a 1,000-foot separation, how does that work from a practical standpoint relative to adjacent units? If you're talking about multifamily and single family, are you talking about limiting single family to a certain percentage, but yet something which might be just directly adjacent or within even the same neighborhood, such as Glenbrook, where you have single family and multifamily in the same neighborhood, same subdivision. So it's, I think, maybe something for the future to consider if you are going to discuss density, to have some sort of map that's like an interactive map that you can look at that while you're discussing it. It's just a suggestion.
Yes, thank you. Because the map that we use combines certain areas, like Zephyr Heights, Zephyr Knolls is combined, I think, in one map.
I can bring it up.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure. He's shaking his head, so I know I'm right. Some of the little neighborhood areas near Lakeville, or near Andy, hi buddy, Lake Ridge, are considered Lake Ridge, but they're not part of the GID there. So, and to me, I do agree with you, Keith. We're not Las Vegas. We're not Henderson, where they have 1,000 feet separation. Those are huge urban areas, and we need to look at this on a piece-by-piece basis. And I like your idea of looking at multifamily separately from single family, because there are certain areas that are specifically multifamily. There's very few areas where you have multifamily thrown in with single family. Lauren?
And this is, I'm watching the clock because I really do feel that we've got important things we've got to get through, and I feel like we're all on the same page with the fact that we've got important things to discuss. The task force looked at this whole thing, and basically we're getting exactly where we are right now. It is going to take time, study, and us discussing with the people who live here, because there is no one right answer. If you make it 1,000 feet, I have to admit, in my neighborhood, we've got 4 VHRs, they're all right next to one another. So when the fire alarm went off and the renters found another hotel room, and the fire alarm went off all night, the only people it disturbed were other renters. So in my neighborhood, I'm very happy that they're all in one place. So we really have to go through and figure out where the issues are, and whether our 1,000 feet, because it sounds really great, but it can also lead to other problems. So it's going to take more time and more study, and I'm ready to move on.
Keith?
Madam Chair, this is Keith Byer for the record. So let me read the code. In 2622 is the code 010 B number 7. The intent of the Lake Tahoe Vacation Rental Ordinance is to make the transitory lodging activity permitted by this chapter resemble the existing residential uses made by resident owners and leases. If you were to fly a satellite over here, you would not have to put a map up for me to tell where VHRs are. I could point to them. On the first floor of my building are 2 occupants, 1 occupant, 3 until I can get my son out of my house, 2, 1, 2, 6. There is some compromise here to say, if you have a VHR within 1,000 feet, it is absolutely, we're going to continue your grandfathering. But until we can get that right, let's lower the occupancy to 1 per bedroom plus 2. I believe if you were to do a census, the residential uses made by resident owners and leasees is currently less than that. And so we blend the amount, we blend this distance with occupancy within. Now, I know we're talking about density, not occupancy, but there is some kind of solution to say, until we can get density right, until we can get density right with exclusions, let's say within 1,000 feet, you have to lower your occupancy to coordinate that. I know it's a weird idea, so please.
And no, it's not a weird idea, and what I want to say, I want to point to that idea as to why this discussion needs to happen in January after we fix the ordinance. Because there are good solutions out there, and let me say this. If you have 4 VHRs that are well managed, it doesn't matter how close they're going to be, they're fine. If you have 4 VHRs that are crappily managed, it's going to be really bad. So the point comes down to enforcement of Douglas County to hold those bad apples accountable so that we can all peacefully coexist. It doesn't matter where they are. However, I'm open to that discussion, but in January.
That would mean changing the ordinance 2 more times. And that is, I think, if you do 1 to fix the immediate issues that you're talking about, and then another ordinance change with density, is that what you're suggesting?
Are you expecting to never have any other ordinance changes?
No,
at
I
all?
just wouldn't expect them that quickly.
No, it's not going to be
Because
that
I don't
quick.
think it would be fair to the permit holders or the county staff, for that matter.
There is no clear vision as to how to fix this density issue right now, and we have got issues that have got to be fixed, and I thought that's the direction where we were. And I don't expect this density thing to pop up until probably a year from now for us to have a solution.
Okay. Patty?
I don't want to make many changes.
I agree with Lauren. I think we need to get through some of these things before we jump to say how many people in this neighborhood. Because right now, why not just leave it existing and get more on this and get code enforcement and focus on getting the bad apples out of there and not penalize the people who are doing the job and following all of this. I think if we can, get these refined first and get code enforcement, get all the complaints, get all that done, start getting those bad apples, then we can address this, because my VHR is in Glenbrook. So I have a townhome. Right across the street from me is single family. So
Mr. Taylor?
it's like you can't be like 1,000 feet. And then,
Right.
the townhomes are right next there, and we have all kinds of things on it. But I think we need to get these codes refined, get the bad apples out of there, and then go back and look at the different neighborhoods, the multifamilies, single families, and address the density issue.
Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, Sam Taylor again for the record, Douglas County District Attorney's Office. One thing I'll note for the record, the code does not require this board to have a single set of recommendations at a given time, which includes everything. This board can conceivably and ostensibly address what was called, I think originally, low-hanging fruit to eliminate existing problems that this board saw with the existing code as it was currently written. And then this board could also address density at a later time if it chose to do so. Or conversely, this board could choose to take density along with low-hanging fruit and present it all in one package. But what I'm trying to point out is that there is no restrictions in the code relative to how you approach this.
I hear what you're saying. And let me give you a perspective different than I think the intent was in our pact. Some people said, oh my God, look at the number of unfounded. complaints without understanding what unfounded meant. They look at the number of invalid complaints. What I saw is look at the number of people who complained in good faith and nothing happened because the sheriff didn't show up in time. Right? Now, I do understand that we have changed enforcement, but, and by the way, Lauren, if I believe we could make enforcement work through a discussion today, I'd be all in favor of it. I think enforcement is going to be more complex than density. And I think it's going to take us a year trying to work with the sheriff. We know on Saturday nights and Friday nights when the biggest complaints are happening that I want you in the casino corridors because I want to keep my kids safe, right? I want you in the casino corridors breaking up fights and arresting drunks. I don't want you up monitoring things. But realize that creates, that situation creates unfounded complaints in these. And if I thought we could fix enforcement today, I'm all for it. But now what we're saying, and it comes back to my statement about a red line. If you tell me we can't touch density for, I understand a year or something, right? You don't want to change it all the time. But if we want to delay density, and I believe we'll have, I don't believe enforcement will be fixed in a conversation before 6 o'clock, then I'm to the point where I've got a red line and I don't think we're going to do anything to solve the situation. So that's where I'm getting back to. If I take density off the table, and I believe enforcement will naturally fall off the table because I don't think we're going to fix it, then I'm not sure we're doing anything. I'm sorry,
Michael, did you have a comment, or did you just raise your pen at me?
I mean, we were given an agenda, and we were given topics in the agenda, and I think part of the primary topics were density and permits, I believe, was 1 and 2 or 2 and 1. And so, that's what I've been prepared to talk about. So if you don't want to talk about it, then that's fine, but you may not have a lot to say about other things. So that's my comment.
So, Madam Chair, if you could just synthesize all that and make a recommendation, we're ready to go to the next topic.
Thank you, Keith. I'll have one of my attorneys. Let's touch on the multifamily and the single family. Let's talk about that. The multifamily has a completely different situation than single family. Where do most of the complaints come from? I don't know that without looking at the list that we were given. Is it multifamily? Is it single family? Because I live in a single family, I hear it about single family. You hear it about multifamily, which makes this board so great because we're hearing different things, and we're hearing things that are helpful for non-permit holders like myself to say, oh, yes, that's important for a permit holder to have this or that. So, for me, in a single family, I would like to see some neighborhoods, not even talking about my own because that's not important. It's the little neighborhoods that are affected the most with density numbers that are at their top or a little bit higher because the density came in after those numbers were already over. For instance, Lincoln Park. Okay, I don't know if any of you have ever been down there, but it's one little road that parallels the highway. It's, 10 feet wide maybe? Maybe 10 feet wide. They have roughly 16 to 18% VHRs in there. It's a small community. How do we help these people, yet how do we preserve the property rights of the permit holders that are already there and using their homes for what they choose to use them for?
They have 7.
What? They're at Lincoln Park.
7 or 44.
Did I say the wrong one? Oh, okay, 15.9, okay. So they have 7 in there and 44 homes. So, that's why I was kind of interested in looking at density on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, because as one of the advisory board members, me and myself and Michael, we both live in single family residences I think Michael has the pulse of Kingsbury. I have the pulse of Round Hill to Glenbrook, single family, because those are, the people I live with. And so I would like to see us at least have the discussion of how you help some of these neighborhoods who don't have an HOA or a GID or any such thing to assist them, which I know a GID can't do anything. But how do we help everybody and stay in the middle lane? Because that's where I want to be. I want to be in the middle lane because we've invested so much time and so much money into this project. We need to make it work, but it needs to work for everybody. I'm going to get off my soapbox because I think Lauren can answer the multifamily question.
I have to, so I'm gonna, I did say when I turned 60 that the filter was gonna go, so, and I'm past 60, so I find it, let me just say that, I hear a lot of people, and I do understand people in single families who feel that single family, for some reason or other, should be protected more than multifamily. I find it very elitist. People are living in residential neighborhoods. They're residential neighborhoods for a reason. They might be different types, but those people don't have a different expectation of the peaceful enjoyment of their homes. And I do find it very disturbing when people somehow pull out single family as something more special than multifamilies, and I feel that we need to protect all residential neighborhoods. It's not going to be exactly the same. I mean, fairness is not equal, but it's at the same time, I just feel that, like in this thing right now where it says tourist/multifamily. Well, when I've got a next door neighbor who's a nurse. She's got a 7-year-old and a college kid, and she has to share a wall with a party house. When single family people complain about it, you just go, oh my gosh, come over here and try this place with the party going on, or they're banging on the wall and you're trying to sleep. So I do think we need to be a little bit more understanding of the fact that a residential area is a residential area, and I'm all for looking at tourist corridors. I do believe we have some a neighborhood that could be designated as tourist. But I also want to sit down with these people. I want to ask them to come in and talk with us about it, because I don't want my preconceived notions to be erroneous about that place. And so I just feel, Mickey, the best way that we can help those people, and I'm all for opening up, looking at Lincoln Park or places like that where they actually do need help because of the way that they are, but that's going to take time. And I'm with you.
And I don't disagree with you at all. And I'm hopeful that I'm not in that category of elitist.
No, you're not.
Because,
you're not.
I'm kidding, you are.
That's funny.
But that's why I'm saying we need to look at it separately.
Yes.
Because single family has one problem, multifamily has another. And there are regular people living in both areas.
Yeah.
Keith.
I'm going to try to find, I'm just looking for solutions, right? And I agree with you, especially we're going to go neighborhood by neighborhood. This is not going to be today. And so it's not going to be in October, and it's not going to be in this vote. We could stick a clause in there and have them, I don't know what they would do this, but we could have a stipulation that density will be by neighborhood as determined by the VHR advisory board. So in other words, we're almost, it's like the Department of Health, right? Department of Health, okay, I got a bunch of attorneys looking at each other, so why not proceed? Couldn't we put in a red line that the VHR advisory board, because these things are so complicated, and the board delegates its authority to set the neighborhood density to this board. We get that passed in October, November, and then we can talk about it. And by the way, we could do it neighborhood by neighborhood as we did it. But yes, and by the way, I appreciate your elitist, but I live by 40 millionaires, right? in my multifamily location, right? Every one of our units is worth more than $1 million. I guess back out debt. I retract that statement. I forgot about mortgages. So I retract that statement. But not only, so if we are going to blend this over to multifamily, what I would like to do here is to change the density of multifamily to recommend that change today. I would like to get there. But I would also like to think about this. I have a neighbor surrounded by 6, right? These are different. And I agree with you, there are different reasons. That could be income level. It could be simply, I need someone to do maintenance because I'm older. It could be I need someone to do maintenance because I don't want to do it. There's a bunch of different reasons. But again, it comes back to this, to resemble the existing residential uses made by resident owners and lessees, and no one bought a multifamily unit or rents an apartment thinking there's going to be 8, 6, 10 people above them. And let me go a little further. The county commissioners did not, I think, fully appreciate the effort the task force had went through in determining its suggestions. And they almost and sometimes started with scratch. And it was easy to make the statement, tourist areas and multifamily is the same thing. You had no expectation of right. And I agree with you, I think you do have that expectation at multifamily. But let me get a little bit there. We decided that party houses needed to be a tier 3. Now you're talking about a unit surrounded by 3 or 4 others. I think that there's no reason for it to be higher, except that you consider it a tourist area, which I think this committee believes is not. I think you ought to consider, should it be lower? Because you are sharing, if you're a unit, you share 8 walls. And so I would recommend 10% for multifamily. Now again, I'm not saying we don't grandfather people. So by the time our grandkids are here, they'll be happy, right? But I'm not saying we don't grandfather people, but I think 10% in multifamily, because again, we sleep with our windows open. And you have a greater, a tier 3, my 100-foot rule is 100 yards away. This is 0 yards away. And it's not just walls. What we're finding in our neighborhood is balconies, because my windows are open and they're on their patio at 10 o'clock being vacationers. That's what we do. So
Keith, you're suggesting 10% for multifamily. What about the areas that are high density already, of like the Stagecoach ski resort?
Sorry, and by the way, it does get complicated because I do see that as a tourist area. And so I think what we've got is residential and tourist. Mm-hmm. We don't have multifamily, single family. We don't have single family, multifamily tourist. We have residential, which is single family and multifamily, and we have tourist. Because, by the way, Lauren, I think you said this, and I think I understand it. I think I absolutely, adamantly agree with it. My looking at data, I don't walk into this with preconceived notions. I try to just show up here and be educated. We've never had a complaint about that area. All the tier 3, one of the tier 3s shared a wall, and their neighbor could care less. There's a high density of timeshares, not just VHRs, timeshares. Every data point I've seen supports that area is tourist, and I think we ought to treat it as tourist. I don't know if it ought to have, and should they even have a cap? And I don't even care about, density determined by the fire department. Is it safe or not? Let's let the good times roll. This is the New Orleans and South Lake of state line, right? Let the good times roll. But before I say that, I want to hear, I'd like those people to know we're considering it. Because if someone's coming in and saying, how dare you, then I want to hear that. And I've asked for data. Data's really hard in this place, right? I'd love to know the number of units, the number of timeshares, and back that out and look at it. But let's say that everyone agrees with me that's a tourist area. I would say we remove the cap of 20% and make it as many as they want. I would say remove occupancy, and it's due to the fire department determines occupancy safety, and call that a tourist area. But what I'm saying is, let's loop residential from tourist, not this artificial multifamily and tourist together. And again, with multifamily, because of the density, I think it ought to be lower than that, not more, not even equal, but definitely not more.
So Keith, you have to stop talking because I'm going to forget what I want to say. My
wife takes notes.
I did take notes. Because, you know, once in a while I get an aha moment with you when you, during your,
Tirades.
well, I wasn't gonna say that.
Unsubstantiated tirades.
Yes. But I like the idea of density being determined by the advisory board on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis. And I think with everyone doing this, that actually could be something that we could come to consensus on and move on. And I also like the idea of residential versus tourist, because then it's fair. Then there's no elitism going on. Those are my 2 cents, but I do like that sentence of density being determined. And Michael, I need to ask you what's on your mind.
Okay, well, this is what's on my mind. If you go to page 43 of our supplement.
Give us a second to get there. First one to
Your
that.
supplement or the packet?
The packet. The packet, yep. Okay, page 18 of your PowerPoint. I know that Ernie's been working very hard on just throwing out some ideas. And so if you were to go to 10% on all multifamily and single family, then that would leave 40% in Tahoe Village with 385 potential VHRs up there.
Oh, that's
So
not
that's what
updated.
really we're talking about. Am I correct or not correct on that?
I think there was an updated
It's in the supplement.
version.
The updated version is in the supplement, that particular page.
Okay. Is it close to that number or is it not?
It's a little different.
Okay, so whatever, let me just go with my point of view.
It is.
So if you're saying that we are more inclined to keep multifamily and single family the same, maybe it's not 20, maybe it's not 15, maybe it's 10, then you're saying that Tahoe Village, the potential of making it what we consider a tourist destination area would be in that 40% bracket. So that'd be a lot of the VHRs right there.
Right.
Right? And that would put us right at about, I don't have the count exactly in front of me, at the 600.
So Ernie Strelo, for the record, to interpret this, so the way I calculated the available, the reduction in the total overhead, the total amount of VHRs, is I excluded the Tahoe Village area in the calculation. It's to make it an apples and apples comparison, right? Because the 600 is an arbitrary number from the county, right? The county says 600, but it really doesn't, there's no math that goes to that, right? So if you, in the current code, if you were just to fill up all the neighborhoods, 100, 15% or whatever the percent is, and you totaled it up, it's over 800, right? So the 600 is the cap for the county, that's the number they give. So what I was doing is I was doing a comparison with, suppose there was no cap, suppose there's no cap going forward on the future, and don't include Tahoe Village. If you change the percentage density of the neighborhoods, what percentage does it drop or go up, right? And so that was the calculation I did, right? So what it does is it drops it by 20 to 40% on the neighborhood side, including multifamily neighborhoods, not including Tahoe Village. Tahoe Village is a different animal because it's regulated at 20% right now.
Madam Chair, can I correct something you said? You said it was arbitrary, 600. It was not arbitrary, just in case we're ever sued again. It was an amount, we knew we had issues, and it was an amount larger than we currently had. And we knew that 600, while 600, there might not have been a scientific data point study like I would like to say 600 is the right number, it shouldn't be 601 or 599. We knew it was more than the current permits, and that there was a belief that there was a problem, so having more than 600 was gonna be a problem. And 600 was better than 700, was better than 800, but it was better than 900. So I just like to come back, I don't believe it was arbitrary. There was not a lot of data to support an exact number, but there was a lot of evidence to support that number as a kind of a range. Sorry.
Mr.
Yeah.
Taylor.
I'd also like to follow up on that. Mark Gardner, the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, is the person who came up with that number, and he made it very clear during the board meeting about how it was not arbitrary, and he explained how he came up with that number. And there's, I forget the board meeting, but it was sometime, I think in April or May, where he was discussing how he came up with the number of 600. So there was some basis and facts behind that, but I don't think it's something we need to necessarily get hung up on, quite frankly. If this board wants to recommend a different number to the Board of County Commissioners to accommodate whatever density sort of calculations you come up with, I think that would be something that would be well within the purview of this board. So, sorry, Sam Taylor for the record.
Oh, thank you, Stan. Where do we go from here? Patty?
Patty Graf for the record. I like the idea of having the tourist area separate, having multifamily along with residential. I think to have that definition and then look at the individual little neighborhoods and density themselves. And previously, when I had, you know, my own personal experience buying a rental in different other areas, especially something that had HOAs on a new neighborhood, whether it was single family or multi-family units, a lot of these places put in a 10% cap of rentals so that it preserved the neighborhood. It didn't turn into an apartment complex or kind of like the timeshare feel in the neighborhoods. And maybe some of these areas that have like 15%, or like the neighborhood that you were talking about, going ahead and letting those current permit holders be able to renew subject to the sale of the property. And then once it is, then try and drop that number down to 10% or whatever that we kind of, you know, recommend as the density for the VHRs to protect the neighbors and the people who live there permanently, and make it more of a safety issue and try and get it down to do something like that.
Thank you, Patty. I don't think the intention is to take anybody's permit away. The intention is at least that's my understanding, is that by attrition in some of these neighborhoods, as a home sells or, you know, changes ownership, then there wouldn't be another permit put in place. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding, because you have to be fair to the permit holders.
Right.
So I don't think we can take away anything without causing some kind of a legal action, which is not what we're looking for here. We're looking to find peace and harmony and everybody play in the sandbox together. Keith?
Keith Barr for the record. And I'm with you. I agree with that. I don't want to take people's permits away, because I do know that the vast majority are responsible permit holders who don't have complaints, right? And I think we owe them a duty, right? So I don't want to take permits away either. I am always, and again, it's my anti-government bias, there's always unintended consequences. And I am concerned that we are going to, as we get these things and there's flux, and, you know, maybe we do all these rules, and while the cap of 600 doesn't change, all of a sudden we got them down to 400 VHRs. Every VHR that's allowed is going to be rented more often. And that's what is concerning me, is that we're going to start shifting market dynamics. And so all of a sudden I used to have a person dancing on my ceiling twice a month. Now it's going to be 4 times a month because there's fewer places to rent. And so I would like to see a combination of, let's not take anybody's permit. And I don't know what the right number is, but as we work through these permits, let's go to the code and let's ask them to make the resemble the existing residential uses made by the resident owners and leases. And we can even do that we could even do that neighborhood by neighborhood. But like I said, I guarantee you, the average occupancy in our, and so I know I'm talking about occupancy and this is density, but I think you can blend the two together. I'm all for not taking permits, but I'm for, while we spend the next 15 years working out people getting tired and selling their units and et cetera, lowering the, if you have a permit that would not be allowed in the long term, lower the occupancy. Maybe it's only 10%, maybe it's by 2 people, maybe it's, I honestly believe that if you look at the snapshot of Tahoe, we have less density than 1 per bedroom plus 2. I would even say, 2 per bedroom minus 2, but then it gets you in the small ones that isn't workable. But I just think that we need to make them, in the meantime, while we're working this out, is there a way where we can reduce occupancy to resemble the existing residential uses made by the resident owners and lessees? Because 2 per bedroom plus 2 is not that. That conflicts with 7, and it's in the preamble because it is conceptual and it is what they're trying to accomplish. Sorry.
Lauren?
As the official timekeeper of the advisory board, I will say we are 8 minutes over the allotted time we were going to have for dinner. 12:30?
So I'd like to talk for another.
An hour and a half?
I'd like to speak another hour and a half. And my
Sorry.
I know. I can fix this for you and bring it back.
That's why people got up and left.
You said an hour and a half, and I thought, oh, you didn't hear, it was a half an hour.
I reduced it, I was gonna say 2 hours.
Sorry, we're not, there's no way we're gonna fix this.
There's no, yeah,
Is it time to say, can we reach a consensus? Or is it time to, to Lauren's point, is it time now that we've all heard me talking and a few other people say a few words, I'm sorry. Is it time to reach a consensus, whether we think there is something we can reach consensus on an action today, or that we need to propose an adjustment to think about this later and give us authority?
Yes, I think we should propose, and this is your sentence, that density will be determined by the VHR advisory board through a neighborhood by neighborhood study. That is my opinion of what I'm hearing from everybody. And we could probably end the density discussion at that and move on, because occupancy and all those things are also in the body of our information we're working with. Does that?
So moved.
Yeah, no, Chair. The other thing that I would like to add to that is that the tourist area be its own entity, multifamily and single family be a specific, loop together.
I believe we need
neighborhood by neighborhood.
Okay, but I believe we need a little tag, and I think that's where Lauren's hand is up on that tourist area. Is we need to make sure that tourist area is happy with being called a tourist area.
And I'm not putting any, I'm sorry, Lauren Romaine for the record. I am not saying any tourist area specific, but what we're saying is conceptually, we agree that residential areas are residential areas and that we need to designate tourist areas within Summit Village, which will have different rules.
Within Summit Village?
I'm sorry, did I say Summit?
Oh,
Oh, no, Tahoe Village, Tahoe Village, or wherever we designate for tourist areas. I'm trying to thought. So I understand what you're saying is that, Mickey, is this just kind of a thought of, this is where we're going? We are recommending that your first statement, that we will determine density by a study of neighborhoods, that residential means residential, and that there's residential rules. And when I'm saying this, I want to make sure that the same does not mean equal, and I don't know where I stand on this, but I just feel as though, I'm not proposing any amount of certain numbers or anything else, because I feel we need to talk about that and discuss it. So it's just this conceptual thought that residential areas are residential areas, and we can designate tourist areas But those residential areas, it doesn't have to be the same, but it just has to be consistent and reasonable and whatever.
And is this a motion?
I'm kind of adding it
Okay.
together for
So-
one.
Start over.
So if I'm understanding,
all right.
the motion would be that density will be determined by the VHR Advisory Board
Yep.
by a neighborhood study. Residential will include multifamily and single-family residences, and a tourist area
Or areas.
could be determined by the advisory board as well.
Correct.
Is that
Yep.
the body of the motion? Is that clear to whoever wants?
Just, AJ Haynes from the DA's office, Madam Chair, is that a motion to direct staff to prepare such an amendment to the code?
I believe we're
Yes.
trying to reach consensus today. Instead of a motion and a vote, I believe we're reaching a consensus for a red line to vote later, would be my suggestion.
So as I understand it then, Madam Chair, the direction would be for staff to come back with a red line that this board could then vote on, but the concepts are those that you've just enumerated.
Yes.
Okay.
And you don't believe we need to vote on that then?
No, you do.
I mean, we have a motion. I mean, that's why you were.
I was just clarifying the motion.
Madam Chair, you know, I think we're discussing and consensus reaching on each of these topics.
Right.
And then we would have a motion to adopt the consensus we've reached, one time, one vote.
Okay.
Is that, I mean,
I am
Oh, wait, okay.
being whispered in the ear that we want a motion
okay,
to direct staff to make the changes, or to make the red line changes for us to vote, final vote in the future.
okay.
And that we need a second right now to
Second.
your motion that I said that you're seconding. Okay, Lauren, discussion.
So, quite a question on that, is that if you change the concept of multifamily, single.
If I may, you can have a discussion on the motion, but you need a second first, to discuss the motion.
He did.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
he raised his hand.
Yep.
Okay, I didn't see that.
I was
Sorry.
silent, that was exactly.
So my concern is, we're supposed to get an ordinance changes to the BOCC at a certain time or whatever. We've talked about how this density is gonna take more time. Mr. Ames, so if we change the conceptual part of what we feel neighbors are, you can change that within the code, but that's not gonna fix the other parts to this. So I'm kind of thinking this is a conceptual thing that we're talking about for after we send the initial ordinance, because we're gonna have to spend more time and study. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mr. Taylor, your finger was up.
AJ Haynes from the DA's office for the record. My understanding was that what this board had sort of arrived at a consensus on was that in the future, density would be determined on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis after reviewing information, community input, et cetera, a study on the neighborhoods. And I think the proposal was that be put into a red line and added to the code as that the VHR Advisory Board will do that. Not that the actual density numbers would be added to the code. And so
how do you deal with number 2? That residential areas are residential areas and that tourist areas can be designated. Is that something you can put in there, and then the rest of the code doesn't reflect that, but you're seeing putting that in?
Well, Sam might have I have a thought, but I'll let Sam go.
Yeah, if I may, Sam Taylor again for the record. Let's focus, if we may, just on this particular motion. What you're doing is you've made a motion to have AJ make a red line for presentation to this board, which will subsequently be voted upon and then presented to the Board of County Commissioners. If the Board of County Commissioners subsequently approves the proposed motion made today, you would then be granted the authority by the Board of County Commissioners to examine neighborhoods on a case-by-case basis, including 1, treating single-family, multifamily the same, and 2, designating, this board, designating certain areas as tourist in nature, which would be exempt potentially from the density rules relating to multifamily and single-family.
I'm ready to make a motion. I'm ready to make a vote. Yes, go.
Is that exactly what the board intended?
Yes. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
in other words, you don't have to decide today on,
Right.
on that.
Okay, gotcha.
You're presenting that to the board, who will
Yep.
then subsequently grant you that
Gotcha,
authority.
got it.
Okay. Okay.
Boy.
We have a motion, we have a second. We've had discussion, unless someone has discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. So we have a unanimous decision for you, Mr. Hames, to start your,
Madam Chair, do we think we would take like a 10-minute break?
Sure.
Take it for 45 minutes, we're at 45 minutes or?
Like 5 or 10 minutes, what do you
10
need?
minutes.
10 minutes, okay. 10-minute break. And then it'll be before noon, we'll be back here.
How long?
Well, that's not our big break.
It came out great in the end, but part of the problem with the whole equation is.
I thought to have, we were talking to you about English, English language.
Single family.
I appreciate
What you're talking about there is zoning, right, as opposed to
Member missing at the moment, but I'm sure he'll come up. What I'd like to do now is start from the beginning of our packet. I have to find it, so I'm... Oh, here it is, okay. Oh, he's back, so I'll mumble for a little while. Okay, so for the board members here and for the public, if you're keeping track of packet, we are going to start with packet page, I have to get through the ordinance. Maybe I do need those paper copies. Okay, page 22.
What's the top of it say?
It says guest occupancy.
I think those ones you've already approved.
What?
You guys already talked about those ones.
These were the red lines that they directed us to.
Okay, so these are already, so we don't need to
You haven't
discuss.
voted to adopt them.
Okay.
This is AJ Ames for the record. Regarding page 22 of the packet, previously this board had voted and asked staff to create red line revisions to the code on certain topics. On page 22, that is page 22 and 23 address one of those topics, which is guest occupancy. So those two pages are the red lines that staff have prepared, and this board can now vote to adopt those and make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners, or could reserve that vote, I guess, for a later date. But these are the red lines that the board had moved staff to prepare.
And is it the pleasure of the board to want to vote on these red lines or move on forward and put more into the red lines and look at all the red lines at once?
Move on page by page, I would say.
So you want to look at page 22?
Sure.
Okay. So, it's,
If I may, Madam Chair?
yes.
Sam Taylor for the record, just helpful sort of housekeeping methodology to deal with these sorts of issues. One of the things that I found to be helpful through my time dealing with boards is if you have consensus on all the items, say for example, all the red lines that you directed staff to do, you could vote on them as one package. And those things which is not consensus on, you could vote on them individually, which would speed up the process considerably. So you can take a look at all the red lines, go through the red lines saying any objection, and then you can get to the point where you vote on all the ones there's no objection to, and those where you have objections, deal with those individually on it.
Okay.
If that makes
So
sense.
you're suggesting we go through the red lines we have now and
The red-
approve them or not
Right,
approve
well,
them?
go through them
Okay.
all in totality to see if there's any objections. The ones you have objections to, you set
Got it.
those aside and vote on them later.
Okay.
In the same way that we did with the master plan, it
I-
worked quite well.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. So, page 22 talks about occupancy and removing the 50-person occupancy from the ordinance. I believe that we all were in consensus on that. I believe, Lauren, was there a note you had on the red line? Page 22, regarding the 50-person occupancy during the daytime, not for overnight hours, obviously. So number 10 was stricken.
So, I mean, I can make a motion to accept the red lines on 22 and 23.
You can, okay. Well, I didn't know if you had, I thought you had an exception on that 50 thing that you wanted to put in there.
I need to,
Okay.
I'm not ready to
Okay.
ask the question.
Okay. If, going down the line, is every one of the members okay then with page 22 and 23 as redlined? Okay, so who, you want, so do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, that keep fire for the record, I move that we approve the red line on pages 22 and 23 of the packet.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Do you have any of these papers?
Michael, was that?
I just want to make sure that it also means that there's no off-site parking as well. I mean, there was no red lines on that, so that didn't change at all.
AJ Haynes for the record. These two pages are specific to the guest occupancy.
Right.
And so just the 50-person
Just
limit.
the people, not having anything to do with the
Other red lines that this board had advised staff to draft are presented further down in the packet.
Okay, great.
Okay, so I have a motion with occupancy. You want to second it, Michael? Okay. Any further discussion?
Patty Graff for the record.
Meaning, 22 and 23?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I know you're here.
Is that a victory if we get 2 pages?
Okay, I just had a comment as far as like, removing like the 50 people, is that where we're at discussing right now?
Yes.
I'm just kind of against removing it and putting the maximum occupancy has to be what the overnight occupancy is. Because I'm wondering if like some of these people get together and they rent VHRs for family reunions. And I remember you saying that you rented one where, Lauren, where you were having everybody over for breakfast at one of the homes, which would be in violation of this. And I'm wondering if there's anything as far as where the numbers might be adjusted per the fire department with the occupancy
We had
of what's allowed, because like in public buildings, fire department says, okay, you can only have so many people in the room for safety.
The fire department, when they do their health safety reports on each home, do make allowances in a tier 3 when they're doing those for 50 persons, because the 50 person is only in the tier 3. Is that correct? I mean, that's where it's specifically spelled out?
That's where it specifically says.
Is in the tier 3. I have a motion and I have a second. You know, Patty, you're welcome to vote however you feel, but I'd like to go forward with a vote, unless there's any other discussion.
I just want to say that Lauren Romaine for the record, and in the Airbnb that I was planning on doing that, the occupancy was exceeded, and so therefore I found a different place to go, and it all worked out fine.
Okay, so all those in favor of approving page 22 and 23, which is about occupancy, and the agreement to not allow 50 people at a tier 3 or at a unit at any one time. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 1, so it's 4-1. Thank you. Moving to page 24, noise and noise monitors.
I'll make a motion to accept the paragraph F in the red line version. All of paragraph F.
What page, please?
24.
AJ Haynes, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
AJ Haynes for the record from the DA's office. There's no changes to the remaining portions on page 24. Those are just included there so that the board could have sort of the full range of noise statutes presented all at once. So all of the code provisions on page 24 address noise. The only actual amendment would be to that first part there, which is the red line, which is to paragraph F, subparagraph 9.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear enough. I'm making a motion to accept the red line under paragraph F9.
No, and I understood I just wanted to make sure that everyone else understood and knew why those other provisions were even on the page.
Okay.
I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion regarding noise and noise monitors?
Who's the motion?
I made the motion.
Keith made the second.
I'm sorry.
Okay, all those in favor of accepting page 24, which would be F9? All those
Aye.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that is unanimous. Going on to page 25,
I have a couple of questions.
that would be trash. That's somebody's favorite.
Trash jar.
Lauren?
For Mr. Hames, I have a question for you. So the issue that, did I say Lauren remain for the record? Because I feel like I say it 15 times a day. The issue we have is that when contractors of an owner illegally dump trash, the owner can say, I told them to do X and not do that. Do we, in order to stop that from happening, do we need to specifically say in this paragraph that the owner will be responsible for any employee and where they dump their trash? And that's in a non-legalese term, but I'm concerned that we're gonna leave that loophole.
AJ Haynes from the DA's office for the record. I think that loophole is addressed, well, I don't know that it is a loophole, but I think that issue is addressed below. So these are divided up. We're trying to stick with the way that the code is currently formed. So in section 030 of the code, that describes specifically the permit process. So the types of documents that you need to submit in order to obtain a permit. And so in subsection N there, you'll see that a signed declaration is now required, showing that they have to agree to be responsible and that they have to contract with the waste management company. Then later in the code, under operational requirements, that is where we specifically impose upon the owner a requirement that they ensure that trash be removed and not illegally deposited in any private trash receptacle or otherwise illegally dumped off-site.
So that was another point of my question, and I'm sorry if you need to jump in, but Lauren remain for the record, is that there were kind of two separate paragraphs addressing the same thing, and they weren't the exact wording. It was a little different, which I understand. One is saying what you have to do in order to make a permit. The other one is, this is what this contract will say. And I liked the second paragraph better, but the specific question is the owner at a minimum shall, vacation home rental by the, so shall ensure that trash removed from the vacation home rental by the owner, agent, or local contact. Well, I'm afraid that's too narrow because you didn't say cleaners. And cleaners are usually the people that take out the trash. It's not the local contact person, it's not the agent, it's the cleaners that we've had issues with. So is there a way to word it so that it encompasses anyone who is removing trash or something along those lines so that we don't,
sorry, go ahead.
So we don't eliminate, it's too narrow of a discussion of people.
Wouldn't the agent be responsible for the cleaners? Anyways, go ahead, Keith.
I'm sorry, we're using agent two different ways, and I think of agent and agency. And remember, this code is about a couple things. We can all agree with our attorneys what it would be, but this code ought to also be understandable for the permit holders. And I would prefer to say that, the owner is responsible, and any of their employees who acts inappropriately, and they are responsible for any of their employees' actions to make, employees and contractors.
Subcontractors.
Yeah, because that way they make it clear that if their employees illegally dump trash, they are responsible. And I would also like us to consider enforcement, because rules without enforcement, we've seen the frustration. There's nothing which can frustrate the public more than having a clear rule but no way to enforce it. And so I would also want to think about, is to say, how will we determine that someone has violated this and it's a violation? Does Safeway have to file a claim for illegal theft of services about someone dumping there, or how do we enforce it if we could think through that? That's my comments, about creating a clearer agency, not an agent, but the rental agent, but an agency between them and anyone the owner and anyone who does work for them.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Sam Taylor for the record. In light of what Mr. Byer just said, as well as Lauren, I would note that you could add something to the end of the sentence, first sentence in number 10, and just say, regardless of who actually disposes of the trash. Meaning, basically, the owner is responsible for lawful and proper removal and disposal of the trash, irrespective of who actually disposes of it. So that would cover that, I think.
So can we bring this back at another time?
Or can we approve this as two?
We can bring it back at another time, or we can vote to change it today if you want to.
Change it today and then approve it?
Let's get it,
rock and roll.
yeah.
I'm sure, but Lauren, you're trash czar. I hereby appoint you.
Thank you.
I'd like to know how we find out, so in other words, we got this really clear regulation. Is this enforceable? You've had situations personally where this has been a case. Is this something where you can snap a picture of it and that is going to create a violation? Or does it have to be a video? I guess what I'm saying is, looking at what's happened, maybe this will improve because people now see that they're responsible, but is there a way to make this more, is there some words that you would suggest that would make this more enforceable about how we would detect this?
Lauren Romaine for the record. If I had some word that I felt would help our situation, then I would propose it. I think there are, I mean, I feel bad for those people who have dumpsters that aren't under cameras. We've had to put ours under cameras, and we do have that, and I have taken that stuff to the sheriff's office for theft of service. But it's not an easy thing to get someone on, and that's why I feel that the wording needs to be clear and concise and explain that there's no loopholes or people or whatever. And as long as that's the case, hopefully when they read it, they'll realize that they should properly dispose of their trash. So, and the other thing too, is interesting, is in one of our cases, we had a VHR owner write in an email to drive the basically half a mile to dump in dumpsters. So that is actually a renter who was illegally dumping but didn't know it. So I'm kind of concerned in a way to put, because, I mean, you can go, and actually the community manager actually saw the email where it actually gave directions as to how to get there, and it wasn't easy to get there. And so it really should be anyone, any VHR trash by anyone is the responsibility of the owner, because in that case, it was a renter.
Why would this not be different? Why would this be different than any other code violation where you would call code enforcement, and if you have backup of either a picture or a video, then it becomes a violation? So I don't really understand why we're having this discussion over enforcement, because if somebody is caught doing that, then it needed to be called in or reported. And I don't know that the sheriff's department probably has time to work on trash. I don't know, but I would assume it's a code enforcement issue. Would it not be?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not the sheriff's
Well, for us,
department.
it's theft of service, and until we have a clear path as to where you go to, we went to the sheriff.
Okay.
But that was before we had Mr. Strelo and the movement that we had. But I guess I just want to be clear that all VHR, whatever the wording we need, is all VHR trash is the responsibility of the owner and must be deposited legally. Or whatever other wording you need to put in there. But, and then I'm sorry. And then I'm sorry, I'm good.
Well, Madam Chair, keep by for the record. I guess my statement is, so your dumpsters are under camera surveillance. Is that camera surveillance sufficient to write a violation of this ordinance? And if it's not, I'd like to think about it, about what more we could do. But if Lauren comes up and says, here's a person, you can clearly see their face. Now, I looked at the I don't know how she's gonna, how we're gonna trace that to
You'd be surprised.
Okay, but let's say you can, right? And you can see that that cleaner is employed by that person.
Oh, I see.
Based on that, would code enforcement write a violation or have a unfounded complaint?
Ernie Strelo for the record. Yeah, I mean, if you have a video that outlines somebody illegally dumping and you can see them, and if you give us that information, it seems to me that we should be able to enforce that.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Right?
Okay.
Patty Crow, for the record. There has to be some sort of evidence to present to either a code violation, misdemeanor, or whatever. So in that case where the tenant was instructed by an email, that email is evidence to present where code enforcement or law enforcement could do it. And it's like if pictures or anything of like the person walking outside, dumping it, and then walking back into the vacation home, any type of, physical evidence, or even like if they have their name, you go through the trash and it's like there's an envelope that's addressed to them. It's like, it wasn't the renter, but there's gotta be some evidence to base a violation on that you have to present.
Keep part for the record, and that's my concern, right? It was kind of my statement to Lauren earlier. I do believe enforcement is the key here. I just think enforcement's gonna be longer. Because you see it, and you see it, and you see it. And from those sides, I don't want to be found guilty of something I didn't do, right? So there's a certain standard of evidence. And when you get this, evidential requirement, what's happening, and the frustration in the community of it happens and it happens and it happens, there's just not sufficient evidence. It happens and it happens and it happens, but there's just not sufficient evidence. That may take longer than neighborhood studies. And I think maybe it's a series of things, but I really would love for enforcement to work because it solves all the problems. If we just got all the enforcement to work, but every single thing we've got to look at, and I just worry if this is enforceable. I don't have video evidence. I got a dumpster, and I go out, and my dumpster was empty yesterday, and none of my neighbors are home, but my dumpster's full. Well, perhaps someone came from Minnesota and dumped their stuff in my trash. But chances are it was someone who didn't want to go to South Lake Tahoe Refuge, right? And so there's this common sense, there's a difference between a preponderance of information, a preponderance of evidence, and common sense. But Lauren, like I said, you're my designated trash vote. If you believe this is good the way it is, I'm ready to vote.
So we either need to move on and come back to trash another time?
I'd like to, or if I can make a recommendation that since we're not exactly sure of the wording, that I'm sure you get the gist of what we're getting at, if you can bring it back the next time and we'll move on.
AJ Haynes, if I may, Madam Chair, in the DA's office. One thing that I might propose based on what everyone's hearing would be to move to approve this red line with the following change in paragraph 10, where it currently states, shall ensure that trash removed from the vacation home rental, and then it says by the owner, agent, or local contact, instead of the owner, agent, or local contact, that would be stricken, and instead in its place, the words, let's see, what did we say before? By any individual
Contract.
be inserted. So that it would read, removed from the vacation home rental by any individual is not illegally deposited into any private trash receptacle, etc.
Sorry, I understand that, but would it be easier just to remove instead of add and just say, ensure trash removed from the vacation home rental is not illegally deposited?
I think that could also work.
By any person.
Okay. Or robot.
There's
This code will.
So we're using the person?
So the that would be something I would recommend if we wanted to move this forward, would be to vote to approve this with that change, with by any person in place of by the owner, agent, or local contact.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a, what do you want? Oh, I thought you. I have a motion, I have a second to add the verbiage by any person to paragraph 10, D10. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. I wanted to add
Oh,
more.
he wanted discussion, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you know, I can't see him.
It's all right.
from
sorry.
here.
No, I'm good. It passed. It's a minor.
So 4-1.
4-1,
I
okay.
think we should have just kept owner, agent, local contact, and or any other person. You know, why not add, keep the owner and the agents in there? You know,
So moved.
well, we already just
I
passed.
think we
Well,
can amend.
we can amend.
Whoever first.
I don't think you have to amend
Mr.
before the
Taylor?
motion is passed.
Would it be a?
No, you don't amend.
Do you need a motion to?
You need another motion to,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, you need a motion to reconsider.
I need, make a motion, Lauren Romaine for the record, I make a motion to reconsider the previous vote.
Keith Barber, second that amendment.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, okay.
So that motion doesn't exist anymore, it's gone.
Okay.
Now you start your new motion.
So I make a motion that we add, that paragraph 10, and let me just clarify, Mr. Ames, you're okay with the fact that there's different wording between paragraph F, E, 5N, and 10, but, because that's just a permit thing, and this is the one that's really the meat of the thing, then we're going to say, from the vacation rental by the owner, agent, local contact, or any person is not illegally deposited.
I'll second that.
Oh,
I was gonna.
that's okay.
Who seconded?
Michael.
Michael, okay, I have a motion and a second.
Did you want to comment, Patty? I'm sorry.
Oh.
I was just gonna add a little comment, or any other person associated with this VHR.
I think it says, from the vacation home, okay, shall ensure that trash removed from the vacation home rental by the owner, agent, or local, or any person, it's pointing where it's coming from. Okay.
Okay.
Have a motion and a second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of making the changes?
Aye.
5-0, thank you. Okay.
Got the changes, JJ?
Yeah, I got it.
All right. So now we're down to working file, page 27, or 30, how did it go to 31?
You know, permit process 1 of 6.
Permit process 1, okay, go back one more. Okay, my fingers don't work. Okay. Permit process. Page 28
Of the packet.
of the packet.
Yeah, you don't want to go off the mic.
Okay, so we have 030E4. The director is authorized to specify the form and process for obtaining and issuing VHR permit. Who is the director, or is it director or designee, which would be Ernie or Ernie's equivalent, should Ernie not be Ernie anymore?
Wow.
Oh, it's good.
Forgot to tell me something?
No, you know what I mean? This is supposed to be a long-term document.
Off with the head.
Just tell me you don't get a second.
Well, nobody's specific names are in here, which is what I'm getting at. It's the director or his designee would be my suggestion, but I'm not allowed to speak anymore.
Ernie,
so,
for the record, it would seem to me that it would be director or designee.
Yes.
I see a head shaking, so that's a good sign.
Okay, so the rest of this discussion, does dwelling unit, that's
This is
below.
random.
Random. Okay, so let's just vote on the 030E4, director or his designee. Does anybody want to make a motion on that, to change that verbiage?
Lauren Romaine for the record, I make a motion to accept that change.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Lauren Romaine, a second by Patty Graff to change the verbiage to the director or his or designee. All those in favor signify by saying aye. What?
Madam Chair, if I just may ask a question, is that motion specific to 622030 subsection E4?
Well, I think it's, to me, it would be specific to any time the director's name is said. But it has to be 040, 04E4, 030E4.
Okay. So,
Okay.
and technically, what has been presented is not a red line, it's a proposed change. The board can still accept it and approve it today. There's no need to direct staff to create a red line, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware.
Is everybody going?
Lauren Romaine, for the record, if I could ask you a quick question. You know, the consistent wording in an ordinance is very important. When you name a person with a title, do you always say or designee, or is or designee always
Presumed.
Presumed, thank you.
It would not be presumed.
It would not?
It would, if a specific section says director or his designee, and another section says director only, then the presumption is actually that there's a distinction.
And so
I would
how?
if I may, Madam Chair, I tend to agree with what my esteemed colleague said, except he made it very clear that it said director only. I would tend to agree with that if it says director only, it literally means director only. However, in the absence of the term only, it is presumed that the director can designate somebody to act in his stead. Because, and here's why, Title 20 specifically authorizes the director to take action under all of Title 20, including designees, which basically would include this particular chapter. So this chapter is included in the overall Title 20 director or designee language.
And Lauren Romaine, then for the record, is that we didn't have a director when this was first written, correct?
Well,
We didn't have a director of
yes,
VHR.
we always had Tom.
Oh, well.
Tom is the director for the
Was he
purposes
the
of
director?
this.
Was the title made
Tom-
as director?
yeah, Tom was the
Oh,
director.
gosh, now I'm, okay, sorry, Tom.
Ernie is not the director, he's the VHR manager.
Okay, so what I would say if you guys are okay with the way it's worded, I would say the director because it's assumed that it's also a designee, and the less wordy we get, the better. That's.
You okay with that?
Is it good to have an assumption though?
My concern is we could be creating an ambiguity if in specific areas we're stating expressly director or his designee.
Yep.
And then in other areas we're only saying director, but we assume that the director can designate. It draws a question, well, why distinguish early on director or his designee?
By the way, I have a method to solve this problem. Literally go through and at the very beginning or here in a particular section, say director means director or designee for the purposes of this chapter. And it would apply to all
Make sure
sections.
it just says it's director.
That would solve the problem.
Yeah, good.
But that wouldn't be a change, sorry, AJ Hanks.
But you could just vote on it and do it now and it would effectuate this change as well.
That could be, I don't know if that would be included specifically in subsection E4 of 030. I don't know if that would be the best place. I would have to.
No, you just insert it at the very beginning.
In the definitions.
In definitions?
In definitions.
Okay, so the motion would then have to be revised to add a definition of director.
Right, and that was my intent, is to have the motion revised, to basically make it so that it applies to the entire chapter.
Did I?
Yeah.
I can't remember. I'd like to revise, Madam Chair, I'd like to revise my motion. Okay.
Subject to the approval of the second.
Yes, do I have to, who's the second?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
you have approval.
Okay, all right. So I would like to direct the staff to add a definition that director means director or designee in the code, and to search and make sure that we just say director through the ordinance.
As I understand that motion, that would be, you're moving for a red line and a subsequent approval of the change.
Yes.
Yes, direct
Okay.
staff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do the change.
Yeah, second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second to make that change. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, 5-0. January. Okay, so I'm seeing on page 28,
There's more discussion.
there's some discussion at the bottom. Does a dwelling unit imply one group of people living in a VHR at a time? These are probably discussion items that each one of us have individually given to Mr. Shalo at some point in time. And, yeah. So, discussion on does a dwelling unit imply only one group of people living in the VHR at a time?
I have a question. What's the definition of a group? Does that mean people from different cities, like family coming in? Or is it just specifically one rental contract? Does that, how is group defined?
I would say one rental contract.
Madam Chair, I don't know the answer to that, but I think what we're trying to do is preventing an 8-bedroom from renting 4 and 4 to 2 different groups under 2 different contracts. And I think you're right, Patty. I think the word group there is strange. I think that each rental should only have one contracting party, one contract with one contracting party. I think that's the solution. That way, if you want to have 15 different people come in, that's still a group. There's clearly going to be your immediate family if you wanted to.
But no subletting from that
No
one
subletting, exactly.
No subletting from that one contract.
Madam Chair.
Michael?
Okay, so, yeah, that is fine with me, but I think what we're also trying to get into there is, are we going to allow owners to stay in the house? That is a separate conversation, correctly?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
In other words, that's another discussion.
Right, that's the
Okay.
second discussion item,
Okay.
but it's part of the whole discussion.
Yeah. I'm willing to start that discussion if you want.
I would love that.
Well, I might be having some daggers thrown at me here, but I have changed my mind. I now believe that as long as the occupancy doesn't go over the permit and the car parking stays where it's supposed to be, that I'm okay with having an owner stay in the same house as long as the fire department deems that that's the number that can stay in the house. And I think we would have less potential problems, potentially, with the owner in the house. So that's where I'm coming from, and I do have wording that I can read at a later time after discussion.
Keith?
Madam Chair, I feel strongly both ways. I absolutely agree with you, and I absolutely disagree with you. So I do believe that noise complaints would diminish if the owner was, you're almost making a tier 1, a tier 2 concept, and I generally like that. However, a couple of problems. First of all, nobody is going to do that unless it's a lock-off. And I don't like the ideas of lock-offs, probably because I spend over 100 nights in hotels. And let me tell you, when I walk up to the door in Beijing at 2 o'clock in the morning and I can't remember to turn right or left, there's a little sign that says turn right or left. But that's a hotel, that's not a house. And I would hate for someone who's a little bit drunk at 2 o'clock in the morning with the fire trying to figure out if this door leads out or this door is a lock-off. So I am worried about lock-offs, but maybe the noise reduction would be worth the fire risk, so it's there. The second is, I don't know how you advertise it for 8, but maybe 7, or I'm gonna advertise it for 8, and if you only need 6, then I'm gonna stay there. I'm worried about it. So I can also see a situation where we don't prevent it, but we mandate consistency, that if it's owner occupied level, tier 2 or 3, it's always, you don't have to occupy it, but you can't rent it. So in other words, if I got a 6-bedroom but I'm gonna owner occupy and so I'm gonna rent 5, I think you always ought to keep your lock-off locked and always rent 5. And then we gotta make sure the fire department thinks about beyond, is there enough glass in this bedroom? Is this layout confusing? Ernie, a couple of meetings ago, said, this thing is a maze. And like, wow, mazes don't work well in fires, right? This was a maze, and that scares me, right? Mazes scare me at 2 o'clock in the morning, a little drunk in a fire. So I'm okay with owner occupied, but I want to hear Lauren because they were on a committee that talked about this a long time, right? And so I always have an opinion until Lauren speaks and I change it, so I want to hear that. So, but in general, I'm not opposed to it. I think it could help noise reduction. I just don't think it can be, I flip a switch, I do it, I flip a switch, I don't do it. I'm worried about multiple addresses and people having heart attacks and those type of things. So I strongly agree with you, but I have a feeling I'm about to strongly agree with Lauren too, so.
Okay, Lauren Romaine for the record. First of all, and I know it may not seem it, but I really feel that simplicity is the best thing in the code. We do argue with people about property rights, my property rights to rent my place. We're granting your property rights to rent your place. Oh, now we want to occupy it and rent it at the same time. It's just like a slippery slope that just keeps on going. So for simplicity's sake, I would say you rent it or you occupy it. It's one or the other. One of the issues that happens is by allowing an owner to occupy and rent at the same time, you are now talking 2 separate groups. Doesn't matter if they're all related or not, but 2 separate groups. And what happens with that is people make lock-offs. Now, in code, you can have a certain kind of lock-off and everything's fine, but what happens is you can't get in and see a place all the time. They actually create another living dwelling unit, which with a full kitchen, with a whatever it is, because that person now comes up and wants to do whatever it is. And there's a couple of problems with that. One is it puts an undue burden on HOAs, where you have people, for every dwelling unit, they pay an HOA fee. And that HOA fee covers snow removal, garbage, that kind of thing. Now you have someone who's created another living dwelling that is in the shadows that does not pay for that. And they have 2 separate groups of individuals that are putting, then one of those is putting a strain on the resources. And I think Douglas County needs to partner with their HOAs and their GIDs to see that every one of our residents pays for that, and to put into code something that fosters the creation of additional dwelling units is not really fair to those entities that are trying to create and provide services for people. The other question I would have is that if we have in our code something that fosters the creation of additional dwelling units and they're not to code and something happens, where is the county? And it's much simpler to me to say, here is your house. It is 1 dwelling unit. You rent it or you live there, and then that way you're not incentivizing the creation of these extra spaces. I still have your concern, because we have had multiple places that have had multiple units that are not above board, that have not been to code. And I do believe the fire department said something like, well, we'll knock on doors until we find them. I don't want people knocking on doors. You should know where the door is. And it's kind of the same thing you were saying. I do understand what you're saying as far as parking goes. Parking is a big issue, and when you have separate groups, so the owner, for the most part, probably does not know these people. They're not going to come in the same cars and the same vehicles. It just is one of those allowances that creates the cascade of additional problems and creates the issue where full-time residents are paying for these services, and then there's this incentivization of creating a below in the shadows dwelling. So
Lauren, can
yes.
I ask? When you're not talking about an ADU or a little casita or a little studio that's separate from the house. You're talking about the house itself where an owner is taking a room and locking it off or whatever they're doing, right?
So originally, and you know what, I didn't have time to do this, I wanted to do this because in the code, the task force was supposed to fix this issue. So I get a little I get a little confused. I have to admit it's not real clear in our code. So if you have an ADU, that ADU is somewhere on the books. But it is a single family. See, that's the thing, is there's some oddities in there. So my first concern is that planning has looked at it. It has been inspected. It is to code. I mean, you know, I would think that the county would be very concerned about renting out places that are not to code, and allowing owners to occupy and rent at the same time incentivizes that happening. So your question to me is, am I talking about a separate dwelling? Well, you know, there are people here who have an APN and 2 separate dwellings, but those are in Douglas County, and that's clear. And I don't know, maybe somebody from planning can explain it. You know, if you're on the books and you've gone through planning and you're to code, if you have a single family, then that's one group of people living together. They could be 17 different people from different families, but it's one group of people living together.
Not necessarily.
In a single family?
No, not necessarily. Sam Taylor, for the record, if I may, help.
Yeah,
with
you
this.
know.
You could conceivably, if you have an accessory dwelling unit that's permitted, you can rent that out to a person who is not a member of the family. So there is no prohibition, as long as the building itself is properly permitted. A total stranger could move in there and pay you rent.
Correct.
So it's not part of the same family. So the same thing is true conceptually with respect to a VHR owner who wishes to reside at the house, have a lock off, and then have the remainder of the house be used by strangers. So it's, the difference is, I don't know how you describe the difference, it's the same concept. Because you have attached accessory dwellings and you have detached, so.
Okay, and Lauren, remain for the record?
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't matter whether it's attached, detached, whatever it is, if planning has seen it. What we are seeing right now is people take one side of a duplex, go down the side of a mountain, put in a door, create stairs, make a whole living dwelling down there.
And we know who you're talking about.
No,
and
there's, no,
illegal.
and I'm not saying that there are multiple places.
Right, but
Okay.
that's illegal.
Unless
it's
it
permitted,
gone?
but you can't get a permit to do that.
Okay, and so what I'm saying is somewhere in there, the enforcement is not there, and the simplest thing to do is say, look, you want your property rights to rent, you rent.
And that's a fair point.
Okay, and you want, because there is a cascade of other issues that happens when you allow those other things, when you allow for that.
So my
thing.
question then
It
is.
incentivizes it.
We're talking about one home, not an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, Lauren Romaine, for the record, there are in Douglas County, and I'm not a county employee, and I don't know how all this stuff works, but as far as from my HOA, there are a multitude of things, and whether they're above board or not above board, I have no idea, and I'm trying to get clarification on that so I know. The point would be is, it doesn't matter whether it's a separate dwelling, an ADU dwelling, or whatever, but if you have a single family home, there should be one group of people in there. Now, if you have an ADU and that's above board, that's fine. There comes in that question about a 911 address, because if someone calls and you're not home in your ADU and they knock on that door and then they don't know there's a little, but that's a whole other thing. Then that's all right. There's going to be gray areas, but it just presents a cascade of issues, and it puts a drain on the people who live here and the resources that they pay for, or the services.
Keith?
I guess, you know, I got thinking, when Sam was talking, you know, I do have friends that rent a room long-term. Like, they take in guests to do. Maybe the answer is that you can live there, but you can't have a lock-off. You can't have a separate kitchen space. If someone wants to live with you, if you have 8 bedrooms and you want to rent 7 of them, but they're living with you, there's no lock off, there's you going into that kitchen, they're using that kitchen, maybe that's acceptable and that's the way you do it. But I see Lauren's point, and you know, we could make people voluntarily double pay their HOA fees if they have 2 kitchens. I think that's getting really cumbersome. And so I do sense that. I mean, having 2 kitchens uses more water, it uses more sewer, it uses more everything. And so, to me, maybe you can live there, but you can't live in a lock-off. You gotta live in one of the rooms and make that in your ad. In consistency, you've got to state in your ad, you do not have the whole house. I will live in one of the rooms while you're there, and we're gonna share a kitchen, and I sleepwalk.
Make it a requirement.
Patty?
I think that's opening up a whole thing. I think, my opinion is that, tier 1, the owners live on the property. So this would be tier 2 and tier 3. So I think that needs to be defined, that it is for, tier 1 is exempt because the owners have to live there. But I think that if you rent it and you're advertising it as a VHR, it has to be the whole house. If there's a separate ADU that's permitted, then the owner can live in that. But I think if you start adding more, you're micromanaging and just making this confused more. And I don't know how it would be enforceable. I would rather see it saying that you have the VHR permit. It's for the whole house, period.
Well, I think we should call for a vote for directing staff to redline. And I guess the question is that whether the owner, excuse me, the owner can live in the dwelling while he's got it contracted as a VHR. Something like that. And let's see where it goes, because we could do this for hours.
Sure.
Yeah.
Lauren?
I can make a motion.
Okay.
So I make a motion to direct staff to create the wording that you can rent or you can occupy, but you cannot do it at the same time.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any more discussion?
The only discussion I would have was if I can ask the board, I have written on what a tier 2 could be, and I'd like to just take 30 seconds. Tier 2, this is 10B in the ordinance. I don't know exactly the code, but it would say with up to 10 occupants. If owner plans to or does become a true host of a VHR rental, then occupancy is reduced by no less than 2 or by the number of owner occupants, whichever is greater. Advertising must state owner occupied. Guests of owners are not permitted during a VHR rental. Total VHR rental occupancy of owners and renters may not exceed total permitted occupants. Total parking remains the same as on permit. And that would be the same as tier 3 as well. So that was what I had to say. Whether it goes up or down, I'm good either way. I just wanted to throw it out that was my feelings at this point.
Lauren?
Lauren Remain for the record. So in the ordinance now under E, and I don't know what the other things are before that, I am on the ordinance and there's no page number. So, but the task force talked about this issue at length, and supposedly it was supposed to be fixed in the ordinance that was adopted. And I'll just read that a separate permit is required for each vacation home rental unit, and a permit may only be issued to an owner of the unit. Permits are limited to 1 permit per family. VHR permits are limited to the allowable uses per the property's zoning designation and the county building code requirements. So what that's saying, what it was supposed to say, what it was intended to be, and then the other thing is 2 is each VHR must be a permanent habitable dwelling.
Lauren, excuse me, are you on 030?
No, I'm on the regular ordinance itself.
That's where I am, that's what I'm looking
Okay,
at.
I'm sorry, it's an E, 030 permit process, E, the following are permit requirements.
Okay.
So what was happening?
You were reading different words than I had.
Oh.
I'm hoping I have the most current
I
ordinance.
have a 2021-1588.
Well, 1599 is the current ordinance.
I Well, then I don't have the current.
And I can
But
redo that sentence in the
Okay,
current
okay.
ordinance. A separate permit is required for each vacation home rental unit, and a permit may only be issued to the owners of the unit which is not transferable. Permits are limited to one permit per applicant unless more than one VHR permit was lawfully and individually or through a legal entity such as a corporation or family trust prior to June 4th, 2021. VHR permits are limited to allowable uses per the property zoning designation and the county's building code requirements.
So the task force I'm sorry, Lauren.
I was just
Thank you. I'll make sure I get an updated.
Yeah.
Well, it's
version.
also on page 28.
Yeah.
Okay. It was just, I could search it on that old one. But, so the point of it was when you have a single family residence or in a multifamily area, when you own half of a duplex, there's only supposed to be one group of people living in that area. If what you do is allow an owner to stay, now you're creating two residential units within that one side of the duplex, or you're creating two separate living groups within a single family, which exceeds the zoning designation of what that building was intended to do. Now, ADUs add a whole nother thing to it, but what I'm saying is we have a problem with people creating illegal units, living in those or renting those out, and I wish our fire representative was here, and I'm saying.
So I have a motion.
Yes.
I have a second to only allow, to have staff write the red line, to only allow the owner living in a house or a rented house, not both. And that's not verbatim, but that's close. Let's have a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, 4-1. And I do think we need to have the ADU and the guest house and the casita and all that stuff separate discussion. So let's go back over here to page 28. More than one permit per parcel is not allowed. Okay, that can be eliminated because that's been taken care of with the you can't have more than one permit after 2024. So there's no reason to discuss more than one permit per parcel.
Is that right?
I mean, well, they'd have two permits, right? So that would be not allowed in October 24.
Yeah,
So-
AJ Haynes for the record. If I owned a property and I had a unit out back, I couldn't get a permit for both because I can only get one permit.
Right.
Right, so that kind of resolves that question. And actually, that was something I had suggested at one point long before the settlement with the lawsuit, so it's sort of irrelevant. So with everybody's permission, I'll move on. This means that you cannot have a non-resident. Now,
Break for lunch?
oh,
This is a studio.
yes, well, this is one little thing and then it's done. Can we do that? I mean, I'm growling, I admit.
Well, certainly. You are the chair.
Discussion. This means that you cannot have a non-resident as a VHR, but this doesn't allow for studios. I don't even know what that means, so somebody will have to tell me what that last discussion item on page 28 means.
I think this is your studio issue.
Well, it's an ADU, basically. You have two units on one, so property zone 310. So I'm technically not living in the studio, I'm living in the main house. Right.
All right, then, you know what? Let's do this. Let's break for lunch and, you know, just like 20, 30 minutes, whatever everybody thinks they need. And we'll come back to that because it's going to get messy.
Give a specific time.
Okay. Let's meet back here at 1:30.
Okay.
I have a watch on my arm, but I keep looking up. Everybody is here and accounted for. Little housekeeping, because I missed something. I didn't vote on the agenda, on to approve the agenda.
Your legal counsel should have.
My legal counsels should have.
Which one?
Slackers.
So,
We're owed 2 here on legal counsel today.
So I will get my notes and read into the record. For possible action, approval of the proposed agenda. The Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to items on the agenda. Do I have any motion to approve the agenda?
I move we approve the agenda.
I second.
Okay, so I have a motion and I have a lot of seconds. I'll say a second by Patty. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. 5-0, that takes care of that. Moving on, we were on page 28. We were on the last line of discussion. I'm not sure what that line is about. I'm wondering if we should, if someone knows what it's about, I wish they'd speak up. Otherwise, let's ignore it and move on and have it deleted from our discussion.
Sure.
Okay. Nobody has it. So we're going to go down to page 29, which is the permit process. And looking at some of the proposed changes, these are not red lines, right? These are proposed. They haven't been voted on yet. Is that correct, Mr.
This is Ernie Strelo for the record. So this is my PowerPoint.
Okay.
So this is this comments from previous meetings that I just stuck in there. So folks on your board have added or asked to have lined out certain pieces of this stuff. So none of this has been talked about.
Okay, great. So the first thing is that shows some red lines is state the number of bedrooms that may be rented, the number of bedrooms, and the availability of on-site, or in the case of an HOA common area, parking will determine the maximum overnight occupants allowed by the permit. Lauren, I believe this is your, it's because of the parking part, the number of, well, it says parking in common area. I think this was where you were trying to clean up the parking in common area?
And it is cleaned up.
And this is cleaned up? Okay. Then moving on, a diagram and photograph.
It's interesting. Where did we see that on site?
Go to page, oh, somewhere else you mean?
Perhaps it's 2-6. Maybe it was back in that other.
Code numbers are right here.
Did somebody want
Yeah,
to
because
switch them in?
I'm confused as to where this is because, you know, we're gonna have to deal with this next Wednesday. You know, where you have an HOA who has a number of spots and it's first come, first served. And so I'm trying to figure out how to determine the parking spaces. I think there's 1,900 parking spaces, and I don't think we're gonna have a permit with 1,900 parking spaces. It might be something less. And so, I'm sorry, Keith Byer for the record, and I've been trying to figure this out, and I guess the best I could come up with, you know, unfortunately, it's not simple, but I think it's easy to understand. I think if you have deeded parking that you own, it's on your property, then the county measured it, and that's the number of spaces. You have different HOAs. Some HOAs have completely designated parking. You have the unilateral right to park a place. I think that's easy, that's in the permit. Some HOAs you have the right to park in a certain place, but there's overflow. And then there's other HOAs who have nothing. It is simply, this is the number of parking spaces. And so my belief would be that, you know, we do need to make sure that parking is adequate. And the adequacy of the HOA then, when you get these HOAs, is determined on what everybody else is doing. And I have this 4th of July phobia. And so I believe that if you have deeded parking on site, that's your parking. If you have a designated space where you can park somewhere and no one else can, that's your parking. Even if your HOA allows more overflow parking to make sure that we don't have street parking, I think if there's a mixture of a restricted designated spot and overflow that's only the designated spots. If it is completely open, I don't think you can say you can't have any parking. I would say it is your pro rata share of the parking. And if it's outside, probably reduced by 10% because of snow storage. But and again, I'm sorry that it's that complex, but I don't think we can have literally, because if we don't have something and you have 1,900 spaces in your HOA and it's first come first served, in theory you could have 1,900 parking permits. And I just don't think that's right. So to me, it is trying to separate this by what HOAs do, saying that we are the county, we have an obligation to keep parking in control. We got parking needs to be controlled because emergency vehicles, snow, everything else. And so that was my 3 tiers. I've got the first and second is I've got a designated place where I can park and no one else is. I've got a middle spot where I've got some of that, and then I have a potential for overflow as long as somebody else isn't there already. And then I don't have any place other than this overflow. And that's where I hit the 3 tiers.
Are those 3 tiers on our?
No.
No, okay.
So, if I
Okay.
could, Madam Chair?
Lauren,
Madam.
is this your file? Oh, that's, is this, Michael, is this yours?
Oh. May I?
Yes.
So I feel like you're dealing with two separate, Lauren Romaine for the record, I feel like you're dealing with 2 separate issues. One is, how do we in a tier 3 determine that there's proper parking? And my issue here where it is illegal in this ordinance right now to park in common area, because none of those parking spots are on site. So, I'm sorry, go ahead. You know.
No, on site being in the, I see.
On site means on your property.
Oh, on your property. Okay.
And common area is not on your property. So there are no on-site parking in HOAs.
Yeah, but you can have HOA properties which are designated parking to a specific person.
Correct, and then I will just add, because so I feel like there's 2 separate issues going on here. One is correcting the code so that it is legal for us to park in HOAs, common areas. Okay, not that it all had to be on site. And then your question, if I'm hearing you correctly, is how do we determine appropriate parking given all these things for like a tier 3 application? And I'm not sure we're there, but are you proposing that we actually put in some kind of wording within the permitting process to cover what you're talking about?
Yeah, because it's permitted parking, right? Or is that, so I'm okay to talk about this issue at a different
place.
I'm able to talk about a different place as long as it's today. And if that's what we're saying here is, that there's HOA common areas, but I guess what I'm saying is we're about to hit next week where an HOA is basically saying, we paved these parking spots, we removed the snow, first come, first serve, and in theory, we could say this person has 1,900 parking spots, right? And I'm saying, at some point in time, we've got to decide, because the code uses designated parking, and maybe it's not right here in the permitting process. If that is somewhere else, then I'll withdraw and we can move forward. But I want to get into parking, because I think we need to understand what happens when the HOA either has part designated and part overflow, or no designated whatsoever.
Can I say something? Most Patty Graff for the record, most HOAs, and especially the ones that I've dealt with, when they set up the HOA and build the community, they take into account how many bedrooms, if it's multiple units, and just a whole head count. And then they by the planning department with what they're building. They have to have so many parking spots.
Okay.
So I have my own, and then there's the, open area that anyone can use, and it's kind of first come.
Pardon me,
first
let's
served.
pause for a second, because I think Tom is standing there for a reason.
Okay.
Mr. Delaire.
Man on a mission.
Tom Delaire for the record, the Community Development Director. When all the developments up at Tahoe are created and planned for, there was a parking requirement. The parking requirement in Douglas County for decades has been 2 parking stalls per residential unit. And then if it's an attached, single-family, like a condo type situation or multifamily, then you add 1 parking spot per every 4 units, an additional one, which is the common area parking.
2.25 then per unit.
Right, yeah, 2.25 per unit then. That's the rule. So everybody technically has 2 parking stalls in each unit, whether it's in common area or not. And that's what we were going on with this code, is because in other places in the county code, in Title 20, the 2 is required. There are situations in program and housing developments like Beach Club. I think they came up with their own parking requirement where it's 1 for an individual or a unit, but they but that's the HOA made those own rules. They made their own rules. Sam's wanting to interrupt me.
No, whatever you've done.
No, so I don't, if there is any other questions,
I just had a clarification for you, Tom, that might help them, if I may. With respect to a particular unit, for example, Blue Diamond, right? Started out as 4 units, okay? So they would have ostensibly 2 per unit, so a total of 8. What happens if they consolidate units, from your perspective? In other words, they take the 4 units and convert it into 2. What then?
the 4 units and convert it, then they still have the 2 parking stalls per unit. That's what the code requires, is 2. So if they've already built out 4, they consolidated, and so technically, I guess he could have 4 if that were his originally for that structure when it was permitted, back when it was originally permitted.
So, keep fire for the record. I guess, Tom, it's just, it comes back to these VHRs do not look like their neighbors, right? So, they may have the same number of bedrooms, the occupancy is incredibly different. And you can have 2 spots per unit, but when you don't control the other units using more than 2, you have less than this. First come, first serve changes all that. And I understand that the code requires 2.25 per unit. On 4th of July, you got a bunch of people here, renters and non-renters, who might use 1 parking space day in, day out, and all of a sudden they've got 2 kids there, and so they're all of a sudden at 3. And so all of a sudden that parking gets capacity constrained. And now we're saying, and again, this is a permitting process, how many permitted parking spaces can a VHR have? Let's use the Beach Club as an example. I don't like to, but and not everybody has 1, some people have 2. So if you've got 1, and you say, well, they've got enough for everybody to have 2. We all know that all those other people are going to be 2 and 3 and 4. So if your HOA takes action to limit everyone else to 2, I'm perfectly okay by saying, of course, give them that second permit. Right. If your HOA does not do that, hands off, first come, first serve, I believe they ought to be limited to the 1 they have the unilateral right to park in. And I'm hoping that this results in the community getting together and saying, hey, Mr. HOA, who we own, we want you to either control parking by giving out 2 and I don't even care if it's a designated spot. If you'll limit us by controlling it with 2 parking passes per unit, I'm okay with that. But if it is, this is yours, and if unit B wants to bring 20 cars, then I don't want the VHR to have those 2 spots.
Tom.
If you, I don't follow my logic there.
Tom Delaire for the record. So I think the issue is what is in the advertisement of the VHR, and what are they advertising? Are they advertising they're up at Tahoe Village? Right, Tahoe Village is a ski resort, right? Because those guys don't care. They don't care how many parking places are put on their advertisement or the permit. But I think we gotta be a little more logical for it, and the only thing we had at the time when this code was developed was the prior code, which was 2 per unit. So however you wanna do that, that's fine. I think the July situation is in Tahoe Village specifically, which I don't know if is this the unit you guys are talking about? It's in Tahoe Village, is that correct? So I figured, so they do have a large parking area for a ski resort that's up there in the summertime with no snow, right? So the parking lot, every time I've driven by there in the summertime, it's empty. I've never been up to that section. I've always gone to Kirkwood, sorry, Emily, but
on the record.
I know, I apologize. But I assume that parking lot is totally full in the wintertime. You know, so winter becomes the problem where Tahoe Village is now having a parking problem. But most likely those folks are staying there close by in the timeshare or whatever those hotel or whatever it is up there. And so they do have a lot of availability in the summertime. Yeah, because of that.
One more point relative to parking, I think is sort of important. If I may, Sam Taylor for the record, Douglas County DAs. One of the things that Judge Jones in the Kaltoff case made very clear is that we couldn't tie occupancy to parking.
Right.
So that's something you have to keep in the back of your mind when you're addressing this, is that, you know, if you're looking at what you were talking about earlier, Keith, with respect to, oh, you only have X amount of parking spots on your site. Well, Judge Roberts basically made it clear, no, I'm sorry, you got off-street, on-street parking that people can also utilize. They can park down at casinos, they can park anywhere. So you can't use the limitation for the, you know, that to limit the number of occupants.
Oh, I'm not trying to, I'm trying to prevent parking problems.
I know, but I was just
Oh, okay,
trying
yes,
to
yes, I'm not
say, keep that in the back of
linking,
your head, please.
and therefore, if you have 2 spots, you can rent to this, or 1 spot, I'm talking about, I'm trying to prevent parking problems, and that's where I'm getting to.
Fair enough.
I do, yeah, Lauren Remain for the record. I just want to try and clarify though for you, because there is the word designated in here, which I need to make sure is not there either. And I want to kind of explain in my neighborhood, and I believe I've had this conversation before. We will never have designated parking in our neighborhood. And the reason why is, number one, if you paint it on the asphalt, it's gone by the time the first loader goes over it, and you can't see it in the winter. And number two, if we put up signs, which is the only other alternative, you can then not push the snow away. And unfortunately, when I had 100 inches in my driveway, you need a place to push it, and we cannot put signs up. So it's not, so I just want to make sure that designated is not something that is in that code, because we will never have designated parking. Oh, well, let me say this. Our designated is, here's the parking, you have 2 spots. So if that's your definition of designated, I'm good. And I just want you to know that we'll never have a sign saying, but we do enforce 2 for the people who live there.
And so, Lauren, what I'm trying to get to is that unilateral right to park, and if your 2 doesn't exceed your parking, I'm okay, or does it?
My 2.
So you have 2, your neighbor has 2, they have 2, they have 2. You add up all those 2s, is that more parking spaces than you have?
Lauren Remain for the record, I wish I could say that is good, but we have designated critical areas where there is not enough parking within that area. We have enough parking within the village for those, but there are critical areas where we don't, and we actually, at that point, enforce if there's only 1 person, you can only have 1 car. So it's even less.
Sorry, keep up for the record. I'm just trying to get to, there's not more parking placards than there are spaces. And so that's why I have this tier system. But so I'm starting off with, there's stuff on your property, obviously yours. There is designated where you have the unilateral park there, that's what you get. If there is not designated, what do we do? And then we go through a series of conversations. if your HOA is gonna issue parking permits that don't exceed the number of parking spaces, then I'm okay saying those are valid spaces. Even if you gotta walk for 100 yards, which seems long for someone on vacation. But if you're gonna not have any regulation, then I think it behooves this committee to have that regulation. And so what I'm saying, I think we're probably okay. The only problem I have is if you've got a mixture of designated and overflow, I don't think we give you the overflow. I think we give you the designated because the other people are gonna overflow it, and you're gonna have overflow of the VHR, and you're gonna have overflow. At the times you have overflow, be it winter or summer, one of those two, you're gonna have overflow at the VHR and overflow at the other ones, and that's my concern.
I'm just wondering if we're overthinking this a little bit, because it seems to me in an HOA where there's common area parking, I'll leave it like that, that perhaps the HOA puts in a letter with the permit that says there's 2 spots per unit or 3 spots, or in the case of Tahoe Village where they say it's a free-for-all and we don't really care how many people park.
And so what's your answer on we don't care how many people park? How many do they get? How many spaces do they get? 1,900?
Well, I guess it gets down to, it becomes an argument between the owner and the VHR renter, and leaves us out of it because we've got a letter from their HOA saying that we don't keep track of parking. And I might be simplifying it because I don't live in that kind of a unit, so I don't know for sure the frustrations you go through. Michael?
Well, I'm going to respectfully disagree. I think it's incumbent upon the board when we hear a Tier 3 applicant come in and they want to take every single spot in front of their house or their rental, that we have to think for the broad general good of the area. And I don't care what they say, it's for the good of our program, not to give away extra spots. I'm sure Sam's going to say something against that.
No, actually, no. I have to admit, and this is Sam Taylor for the record, Douglas County DA's office. I'm a little confused about what context we're talking about parking here. Are we talking about parking in context of Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, overall? And if you're talking about overall,
Our permits have a parking number on them. And I'm saying, how does that number determined? And sometimes it's easy because they park on my property, right? That's easy. More complicated, the other extreme is, I've got 1,900 park spots, bring as many cars as you want, park anywhere you want, and I hope a fire truck doesn't need to get by or an ambulance need to get by.
well, that's why you have staff examine, like the site plan and take a look at it. They're supposed to prepare and submit with the application, basically a drawing of their residence and also the available parking spaces, and then staff would evaluate that to determine whether or not the proposed number of parking spaces they propose is valid or not. And so they do that routinely.
I can add to that. This is Ernie Strelo for the record. So I've been in some neighborhoods where the roads are so narrow. We've talked about some of these. They're 9 feet wide or less, right? You can't get cars, and they park off to the side of the road, or they park in the dirt. And some of these permits were approved years ago, right? And these are Tier 2s, not Tier 3s we're talking about. It's not stagecoach, right? And so when you go up by the lake, when you go along the Lincoln Highway, there's a lot of these neighborhoods that have a lot of these very narrow areas. And so we did start a couple weeks ago on the renewals, remeasuring driveways. Every renewal is going through a remeasuring, right? But the problem is there's 500 of them. It's going to take a year to get through all that stuff, right? And in the meantime, there's problems happening now, right, that are occurring. And so, these are just a lot of this stuff is historical problems. And I think that's what we're trying to address here, is that it's very clear. So while you may not be using cars to determine occupancy, some of these driveways, some of these aren't even driveways, by the way. Some of these are just little cement pads that somebody stuck in at some point in the past. And they can't fit cars, or they park sideways and they obstruct the road, right? And so we're trying to figure out how to solve some of these problems, because the way it's written right now, it's very difficult for us to figure it out, because they were approved for a certain amount of cars in a previous plot plan because they were allowed to park on the dirt, which the TRP won't let you do, right? We're doing things that the TRP probably wouldn't approve of, and so we're trying to fix all that stuff.
So to follow up on what Ernie said, if I may, the question then becomes, I think, for this board, is to determine whether or not, if there's inadequate parking, in other words, the house has 0 parking spots available, would you grant a permit in that case? If there are, say, for example, around the corner, a really wide street where there's off-street parking. So that's something that, you know, needs to be taken into account possibly. So maybe they can't park on the street, and you say, no, in this permit, we're not gonna allow you to park on the street, but you gotta park around the corner. I'm telling them literally the closest place they can park or something like that.
Take an Uber to your house.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
that's what people will do.
But does
the
it
reason I'm bringing that
say
up
on
is
site?
because the people who have existing VHR permits are going to go nuts if you start pulling them based on lack of parking.
Well, Ernie's trailer, for the record, I actually have been going back to certain residents and having them resubmit plot plans for the renewal. So you can do that at the renewal. The code allows me to do that.
Sure.
But, you know, the problem is it's the ones that are already out there, right?
Lauren Romaine, for the record. Okay, still I'm seeing 2 separate things. One, we've got to fix the code as to where you can legally park. That's in that page, which will move that conversation forward. I understand you're facing, and so am I, Wednesday, that discussion. To me, the answers are kind of here. These neighborhoods are all strange. Every single one of them has to be looked at individually. I would like to ask to find out, because I do believe that Tahoe Village's CCNRs state 1.5 per unit. And I would like, it's one thing if the current administration of an HOA doesn't want to enforce their own rules, but I would like to know if there really are rules, and we've had so many places up there that I would like to just take a look at that, because moving forward, I don't want to do something that is against their CCNR, so it's just something I've heard, and I want to clarify that for Wednesday. But the other thing is, Mr. Delaire stated that in every unit, you were given 2 spots.
That's what we said.
You have to have 2 parking spaces for
Yes,
each unit.
but you are not given 2 spots. There is 2 spots. If I have 20 units, I have 40 spots. You are not given 2 spots to park in. That's a different statement.
You are given 2 spots, they're just 2 of those 40.
No, because they built 2, but guess what? My neighbor tomorrow has a party, and they invite 10 people, and they bring 10 cars. And all 10 of those cars, unless the HOA creates a permit system which limits the amount of people you can park there, there's nothing the county has to prevent 10 people from parking in a party, not a VHR whatsoever. 10 cars come in there, now everybody doesn't have 2 spots anymore.
I understand in Lauren Romaine, for the record, I understand what you're saying in practice, but what was predicated on for that neighborhood was 2 spots per unit, okay? And I disagree with you. In my HOA, we do not have stickers, although we're talking about it. And the only reason we're talking about starting to pay someone extra money to put a sticker on a car is not because we have a problem with the people who live there full time. It's because we have VHRs that come in with 5 cars when they only have 2. And when we call the sheriff, we say to the sheriff, these are our cars, those are their cars, we need you to go fix that issue. They go, well, how do we know? Well, we know because we live here. And so the only reason we're talking about now putting the infrastructure into our HOA and paying someone more money is because we need to be able to identify our cars from VHR cars, which really is something. But anyhow.
But again, that's why I'm doing
But
this.
but at the same time, I'm fighting against it. I really don't want to have to do that, and we do know whose cars are whose.
So
Now,
does
one
anyone
other
have a
last quick thing.
solution?
Yeah, one last. I want to move this on, but one last thing. The thing for Wednesday that's a problem is that he was given so many spots because he had so many units, and now those units are now put together, and then how do you identify what we have?
I don't believe that was the case. I believe, because I asked the question specifically.
Okay.
And I don't want to get, I don't want to start talking about future agenda items, but I believe it was, there are 8 spots very close to this unit.
Right.
But there's actually 2 units there, but he got all the spots. And so what I'm saying is, poor Ernie's gotta walk out like, of these 1,900 parking spaces, how many permit, what is the permitted parking for this person? And that is a bad position for Ernie to be in. And Lauren, I understand let me push back a little bit about the neighborhood by neighborhood by neighborhood. I can kind of understand that, but at some point in time, we also need to say, as we reviewed your neighborhoods, we use consistent, logical thought process. And so what I would not want to do is, we're going to create something for this neighborhood and something completely different for this neighborhood. That's why I think we need an overarching philosophy quickly, because next Wednesday, we've got to decide what is the permitted parking spot, and unfortunately it's Tahoe Village, but it could have been somewhere else. And it behooves us, even though street parking is legal, we have a conceptual thing that would rather it not happen. And that's why we need to make sure that a VHR has the parking, that it's not gonna wind up on the street when everyone else who isn't a VHR is over parking. So, and I will shut up, and if we wanna.
Yep. Mr. Delaire said that it's 2 parking spots per unit. So why would we not just go with that on any of these permits?
I can answer the question. Keep fire for the record. Because they're not your spaces right now, and I unfortunately I have a neighbor here. Right now, I have 5 cars. I wish I didn't, but I've got 5 cars in our parking lot. Sorry. Okay. Oops. I'm overusing it. Now, by the way, I'm completely with our regulation. I got a parking sticker in every single one of them. Okay? Every single one of them has a parking sticker, because I'm driving one to Miami next week. I'm selling one. It gets me down to 3, because we got 3 people, and I can't wait to get my son out of the house. So I'll go back down to 2. But for right now, I have 3 completely in accordance with our HOA. I am over parking, and somebody else does not have their 2 spaces to park in, because my cars are in their 2 on average.
But
2
you're
on average
not a
work.
VHR.
Sorry?
You're not a VHR.
But it's the same, so let's say there was a VHR, and the VHR thinks they got 2 spaces, but guess what? Keith Byer has one of theirs. Because I got 5, not 2, I got 5 right now. I'm taking up 3 units. Now luckily there's no VHR around me, but there could be.
But wouldn't
can
it
I
make...
interrupt for a second?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sure.
Patty Graff for the record. But that's for the HOA to enforce. That's not for the VHR board or the
Let me explain why it
advisory to enforce it, because we can just say that, okay, a VHR, you get your 2 parking spots per unit. And so if it's not available, the homeowner can go to the HOA, and the HOA will say like, well, they deal with that. It's not up for us to control the HOA and how they operate and how their parking is. It would be up to, your HOA to come and say, hey, you're taking over too many parking spaces. You need to do whatever. That's the HOA. That's not the VHR board to police the HOA.
I
and how
disagree with
many
you. Keep fire for the
cars you
record.
have.
I'll disagree with you because of this. Because Lauren said the same thing, and I said, you know what, I see your point, by the way, I do. The problem is, we have, ours is a little bit odd because we got a garage. But when I do take someone's space, they're gonna park on the street. And parking on the street in some neighborhoods creates, again, fire hazards and all those other things. So I think it absolutely is our purview to look at parking. When there are HOAs, I would love to tell Tahoe Village, we're sorry, you gotta issue permits. And if you want to do a VHR, you go tell your HOA to do A, B, and C, but the HOAs are not, and the fact that they are not regulating it doesn't mean that a homeowner doesn't have rights. The county, my HOA does not rule that I have to have a certain amount of insulation. The county told me how much insulation I have. And we are trying to prevent parking on the streets. And this is a way to do that. when the HO does not, I hope the HOA does, but by over parking, we're creating on the street parking, we're creating nuisance parking, we're creating, health parking problems. So I believe it is a part of our purview.
So can we,
What is the solution?
so we're still talking Lauren Romaine for the record, if I can. We're still talking two issues. One is to fix this in code and move on, which I'd really, but I understand what you're saying about Wednesday, but Wednesday, I don't think we can find a way to put that all in here. But what we're talking about is when something comes to us, then we need to create some kind of framework so that it's consistent throughout neighborhoods. And I'm with you on that, and I'm on your side that I don't care whether the HOA does it or not. We, as Douglas County, cannot permit so many parking spaces that are gonna create an issue. So I agree with you, it is our purview, but I'm just saying, let's work on this code, and then we'll have to talk about Wednesday on Wednesday.
Time out.
Yep,
Mr.
Yep.
Hames has something to add.
Just for purposes of today's discussion, we're discussing code revisions.
Yes.
And I think that conceptually, this came about during a discussion of the permitting process. It seems to have broadened to just general parking, which is fine. For next week, the only thing that will be on for review is a tier 3, well, multiple tier 3s specifically.
Yeah.
So there won't be any tier 2s addressed next week, and so there's just, it seems like the discussion is fluctuating between general parking requirements and then tier 3 specific requirements. For tier 3s, the code currently requires this board to determine that there is adequate parking.
Yep.
And that is a discretionary matter. This board decides that, even if there were no change to the code today, or even not that we could change the code today, but even if there was no agreement upon a recommended change today, this board can still exercise its discretion as it sees fit next week to determine adequate parking for any of the tier 3s that are on for review.
Okay, Keith Byer for the record. Unfortunately, I don't always speak clearly. To me, this issue is being evident, it's evident that it's an issue because of a tier 3. But my concern is not tier 3s, right? I didn't run my list, somebody submitted all their enforcement things. I bet you most of those are not tier 3s, they're tier 2s. And to me, this issue is a tier 3 issue, but it's also a tier 2 issue. And the only way for me to get that 2-tier issue is to discuss it today. And if this is the wrong section, if there's a parking section coming later, I'm willing to delay it today, but I can't say I'm not willing because obviously I'm one of 6. But if we're going to discuss parking somewhere else about tier 2s, and I'm not saying tier 2 versus tier 3, I'm just saying parking in general. If we're going to talk about it some other time today, then I'll be glad to do this, move on, everything else. But this is a tier 2 issue, not just a tier 3 issue. In fact, I'm less worried about tier 3s because I've got discretion.
Right.
What I don't have discretion is the churning out of tier 2 permits where I've got 1 assigned parking space, and because I've got 2 allocated, I get 2 spots. And guess what? Either ski season or, some properties in ski season, some properties in 4th of July, everybody has more than their 2. The HOA doesn't do it, and so that allows everyone, that encourages people to go on the street. And by the way, while we're talking about parking, just in case we do, I don't like tandem parking. Now, the county commission reached a settlement to allow tandem parking. But I will tell you, just common sense will tell you that people will, you better have really good enforcement or tandem parking. Or not allow tandem parking, because you will not force people to park tandemly. I've done it, I hate it, I rented VHRs, we did it, we ignored it, right? Because no one likes to be blocked in. It is, you're a trapped animal. Can you go move your car so I can get my car out? It's not a great conversation to have 15 times a day.
Mr. Taylor.
If I may, Madam Chair, Sam Taylor for the record, Douglas County DA's office. One of the things that's become apparent to me through the course of this discussion is that this board is searching for standards that it wishes to apply to a parking context, but it isn't coming up with those standards that meets those or that can be applied to the parking context. Perhaps a good starting point would be to decide amongst yourselves, so we can move this forward a little bit, It's to say, here are the parking standards that we like, here are the parking standards that are a little bit iffy, maybe we can discuss them, and here's the ones we'd reject. So you can actually literally say, we're gonna apply these parking standards, and we're not gonna apply these. You see what I'm saying? That's, because I don't hear the solution to it.
I gave the solution, people don't like it.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, I don't hear specifics related to resolution.
Mr. Delaire?
Is what I'm trying to say.
Tom Delaire for the record, Community Development Director. The judge on the tandem parking, I put tandem parking in this code when it was first presented to the county commission, because I don't like tandem parking either. I think it's, you either driving in and out of the garage, or you're driving in and out of your driveway. If there is an emergency, a fire, these guys are up on the ski slopes, a car in behind the garage, nobody else is gonna be able to get out. The judge, however, told us in the parking decision that we can't not only do occupancy by parking of the unit, but we can't tell them they can't have tandem parking either. That was part of the motion, and it was removed from the code. So I know we'd like to go there, but right now we've been told by a judge previously a year ago that we can't.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion that gets voted down. So here's my motion. I move that we create a process to determine the amount of permitted parking spaces under the following formula. So first bullet point. And if it's not this, don't worry about it. If parking is owned and deeded on site of the property, parking is based on measurements by the county. If parking is not owned, but the HOA has designated parking spots, designated means enforceable unilateral right for a specific property to park in a specific space, I think we know what that is, then the permit is those spots. And so now we're into Lauren's territory. If parking is not owned and the HOA does not designate spots, permitted parking shall be pro rata parking of the number of spaces divided by the number of units to determine the probable spaces. Okay, the probable spaces, and because we're at probable, greater than 75 of the space goes up, 74 will put it down. Now, two caveats. If parking is outdoors and uncovered, parking space in the formula above shall be reduced by 10% for snow removal. So bullet point 2, if HOA does not designate parking, but issues placards and permits in amounts less than or equal to the formula above, in other words, are pro rata, permitted parking shall be the number of placards issued.
What was that last one, Keith? I'm sorry.
Okay, so if the HOA doesn't designate parking, right, but they issue placards so they can enforce it, right? Unless they are issuing more than the parking spaces allowed, that is the permitted parking. So in other words, so let me reverse it. If your HOA doesn't want to designate, for whatever reason, they don't want to designate, but that they control parking through placards or some other way, that's your number of parking spaces on your permit, right? If they don't have a control, it's just, we hope you have these kind of parking spaces. If parking is not owned and the HOA does not designate it, then you get your pro rata, and that's determined probable. You're not ever going to come out with exactly 2 or exactly 2.1. So since we're probable, if you have 1.75 of a space, you get 2. If you get 1.74 of a space, you get 1. And so there's a motion. It is incredibly complex to do, but there you go. That is, to me, that makes perfect sense. What I'm trying to do is prevent street parking. That is my objective. And I'm not going to diminish it by what HOAs do. I hope HOAs have designated spots. You can park here, and by the way, I understand logical reasons why you don't, snow removal, whatever. I don't want my designated spot being used for that. If they don't designate, but they're going to enforce, give the enforceable way. If they're not going to designate and they're not going to enforce, you're going to you're going to have less parking.
Mr. Haynes would like.
Mr. Haynes, or AJ Haynes, Douglas County DA's office.
Mr. Barr listening.
Mr. Haynes, AJ.
Yes, Haynes. AJ. I just want to make sure, because I will probably end up writing the red lines. I just want to make sure that I can, if this were to pass, I understand if parking's on the property, like if I've got a huge driveway, parking's determined based on the size of the driveway.
Yep, Butler County, yep.
If parking has been allocated by the HOA in some form, whether that's a permitted spot or a placard, parking is equal to that number.
Yep,
What I
with no
think-
overflow, yeah.
Maybe I need an example on the third one where you've got an HOA with 100 spots and they don't care who uses them. What was your formula to allocate parking?
Yep, so you have 1,900 spots in Tahoe Village. And let's say there's, I don't have that number here, but let's say there's 1,900 spots, and let's say there's 1,850 850 units, right? So your number is 2, right? Minus 10% because it's outside. Okay, 2% because it's out, minus 10% because it's outside. So it gets you to 1.8. Then you'd round, because you're more than 1.7, you get 2. But you get 2, not 8. And not 1,900.
Well, so, sorry, Chris, roll up for the record. If that's what you're saying, you're essentially saying similar to what Tom had already said, which county code said there's 2 per unit, and then they did a 0.5, so they did 2.5. You could just say, I mean, that's what county, that's how planning and development made the areas when they approved the 760 units in Tahoe Summit. You want 760 units, fine, we need 1,900 parking spaces for those 760 units.
The difference being, the difference is, first of all, you're limiting that conundrum to only properties which have not designated any parking, right? So all the other ones aren't designated, right? So that is a big change. What we're dealing with now is 2 things. First of all, so now you're dealing, think about probability to park my car. I'm a VHR owner, I can't check in till 5, it's 11 o'clock at night. What is my probability to park a car on the 4th of July? Okay? If I've got a spot in front of my house, I'm gonna park there. If I've got a placard, and there's only 2 placards, and all that placard can tie, not to a spot, but tie the ability to have a spot, and I can tow anybody else, I got a probable right to park there. When I show up at 11 o'clock on 4th of July, and there's 1,900 spots and 2 per spot, but they don't enforce it, the chances are I'm not gonna be able to park there. So it's this thing by saying, you can limit if everybody was a VHR, and everybody had 2, it would work. My problem is when you're there, and other people aren't VHRs, or they're VHRs who are bringing too many cars, there's not 2 per spot, right?
Yeah, that's why I think in the long run, though, that's not gonna be enforceable, because you're not gonna get sheriffs to go up there and try to get a car towed. No one's gonna go up there and try to get a car towed. If it's in front of a fire hydrant and it's blocking our access, we're gonna break the windows of the car to get to the fire hydrant. I'm not gonna have time to get that car towed. So you're asking something that's gonna be unenforceable. I mean, we can't even get the casinos to move cars off their private property
Do you want me to take a pen and write out
the
everything that's
tow company
unenforceable
won't
here?
come.
Let me tell you something. If there is a difference, and let's say that we have an 8-bedroom and 2 parking spaces. I'm renting this, so it is absolutely unenforceable. I will grant you that. It is hard, if not impossible, to do. But it is better to advertise for 2 spaces than to advertise for 8. Right? So the advertisement, while unenforceable, it matters. And so my argument would be, yes, enforcement is a bigger issue, and I wish I had a better solution for it.
Voluntary.
But I'd rather the advertisement be correct and unenforceable than I would have the advertisement unachievable.
Yep, and if I may, Madam Chair, I mean, in conjunction with the drafting of the original code that basically is looking to be revised today, there were many provisions which we understood were difficult, if not impossible, to enforce. However, we made a conscious decision to include those specifically because most people, not all, most people are voluntarily compliant with our rules. So you're gonna get compliance, and for the bad apples, you're just, I mean, they're bad apples anyway. There's people renting VHRs right now without a permit. We know they're out there. So, I mean, that is one thing. But I'd also follow up, Keith, with respect to one item that isn't necessarily included here. What if you don't have an HOA? What if there's no HOA parking, designated parking, and there's no parking on property? What is the standard for no parking on property? Is there anything that you wish to add for that?
Is this a hypothetical or does this exist?
It's mostly a hypothetical, but it probably exists too. I don't know, Ernie might be able to tell you.
Well, we have one neighborhood that seems to have something similar to that, that renters can't park on the HOA property.
So in other words, that was forced, right? There was a place to park and they decided renters couldn't park on the HOA property.
Right.
But hopefully the county has not approved a place to live with no place to park. And if they have, we got a bigger issue than VHRs, right?
Well, some of the units.
Can you pass it down? It starts on the bottom of the first page, AJ, and it goes to second. Sorry, Mr. AJ. It goes.
Mr. AJ.
Thank you.
Hayes, he wrote it for AJ's.
That was that, right?
We have a motion.
We have a motion.
Do we have to second it, or does it die, or
Well, it needs a
can we
second.
amend it, or?
Or it could be, I guess, amended.
That's like a 5-minute motion.
Well,
I would like to make a second with revision to additionally direct staff.
Wait.
Okay.
No, you can't make a second with revision. You can second it and then ask for a friendly amendment.
Okay.
You can do that if you like.
I'd like to second it and ask for a friendly
Friendly.
amendment. Friendly? It might not be friendly. But
Well-
just to add that, and in addition, have staff from Douglas County come up with alternative ideas to parking.
Yep. I accept that amendment if it was friendly
Can you
enough.
repeat the amendment?
The friendly one?
Yeah, the friendly one.
To have Douglas County also,
Try to do better.
additionally come up with different ideas for parking.
Got it, okay.
I accept that friendly change, so I reversed it.
Okay.
So we have a motion. We have a second with a friendly amendment, so what happens
Do you want me
next?
to read the motion to you?
That would be nice.
Okay, the motion, as I understand it, and Keith, correct me if I'm wrong, is the motion was the standards that would be utilized for parking is, one, parking is, if the parking is on property, the measurements will be conducted by the county. I assume that would be according to county standards for determining parking spaces. Number two, parking not owned, but it's HOA specific space, then the permit is for those spots only that are specifically permitted. Number three, if parking is not owned and HOA does not dedicate spots, then parking shall be on a pro rata basis. In the event that parking is outdoors and uncovered, parking is reduced by 10%. In the event that you have 1.75 spaces or above, you round up. 1.74 and below, you round down. If HOA does not designate parking, and the HOA doesn't issue more than permitted parking, your placards are the number of parking spaces. The friendly amendment is finally have DC to try to identify other ideas for parking. That is the motion.
So-
correct?
It's to
Gentlemen?
present a red line of Keith's
Yes.
plus a
Yes.
red line from the county.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please do better.
Yeah.
So time out. This is Ernie for the record. What does that friendly amendment mean? What do you want the county to go do?
I want to see.
To build
if
a
we can
parking garage, or?
Make it simpler than what Keith's were.
So, Ernie,
I don't
for the
understand
record,
that.
Ernie, what we're saying is, I thought about this, I've been thinking about it for a while, because I understood Lauren's problem.
No, I understand your problem. I'm talking about the friendly one.
Okay, what I'm trying to achieve is that I thought that Keith's amendment was a cumbersome.
Yep.
And so I just want to see if the county can have any ideas that might shed some light to make it more simple.
Additional ideas.
And I agree with that amendment, because the only thing more cumbersome than my motion
Propose
is parking.
something
So,
simple. Basically.
but we do have a second, Madam Chair, and
Yes, so we have a motion, we have a second.
any discussion?
Any further discussion?
Yeah,
Oh,
I have
Lordy,
to.
Lauren, I mean, not Lordy.
Okay, so one of the things I just want for clarity on this, because they're gonna go back and kind of rework this, Lauren Romaine for the record, is I need to just have an understanding of enforcement. So my HOA does not have stickers, although we're considering it, but we do not have stickers. However, we do enforce 2 parking spots per unit. So I just want to make sure that, is that considered enforcement, or I have to have stickers?
So if you,
Oh, I'm sorry, let me try into this, maybe it's, we register people's cars, so that we don't have stickers, but we know whose is whose.
I was probably too flippant in saying placards were enforcement.
Okay.
If you can get to enforceable where you're knowing that you're only, if you have and maybe we change that, the county can change that to make this better. I was short-handing enforcement to be placards.
Right.
But if you are enforcing, if you have 2 and you're enforcing 2, through the use of placards or registration or something else.
Tracking system.
And you know who's parked there, and you can make them move if they can't, I'm okay with 2. If you're enforcing 2,
Yep.
you can only have 2, you can't have 3, then I'm okay. So it is an enforceable way, including but not limited to placards. So I amend the amendment to my amendment.
Okay, so I have,
But,
that's not really amendments.
No, I'm kidding, that's a
Oh,
suggestion
okay, I
for the county
wasn't
to
sure if you were
improve.
kidding.
Madam Chair. Here's what I propose. Go with the language of your motion, have a vote on the language for the motion, and then and consistent with the proposal, have Mr. Hames, AJ, come back with proposed revision, which is consistent with the additional comments that you made further into that, so that you can review it again, and you'll have some very specific language to glom on to vote on. Does that
That's a
work
good
for you?
question. What's the timing of all this? Because we're not gonna meet and talk about this before our 13th meeting, right?
No, but nothing's gonna be submitted to the board before then anyway,
It's okay.
We're on our
We'll
own.
get through it, because it's at our,
right?
it's at our,
Unless, are you gonna submit the,
So we're just gonna have
Take
a
the
conversation with the
before then?
board with no red line in front of them.
no, you can't, because there's no October meeting.
The 13th meeting, what are we gonna talk to the board about?
Yeah, so,
Who doesn't have an October
if I may,
Only Tier 3.
process-wise, folks,
Okay, we got it.
process-wise, folks,
Yep.
you need to understand this. You can't, in order for these amendments to be heard by the Board of County Commissioners, they must first go to the Planning Commission. And the reason for that is because 2622 is zoning. Zoning matters must be heard by the Planning Commission, okay, before submitted to the board. There is no October meeting of the Planning Commission, ergo, the first time that the Planning Commission will take this up will be November. So, the things that you have approved today will be submitted to the Planning Commission in ordinance form. The other items that you're saying, please bring back a red line, will be submitted at the next regular meeting that you talk about code changes.
I'm spending 16 hours on a plane to get to this 13th meeting. Is the 13th meeting, is the 13th meeting only about Tier 3?
no, our next meeting is.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Tier 3.
So this meeting on the 13th, seriously, I'm spending 16 hours on a plane to get here. So are we not gonna are we gonna start with a code that has not redlined? I mean, I'm not gonna spend 16 hours on a plane to get in here and start a conversation from pure scratch, so.
There will be no code submitted to the board
It'll just be
in
ideas.
red line form. That's
It
correct.
would be just broad ideas.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll still be here. Not happy, and a little little grumpy, but I'll be here.
I don't think any of us are happy.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's, dancing in the street over the 13th.
It's important.
Okay,
No,
so
it's
we
not.
have a motion, we have a second.
not.
Do we have any more discussion? Otherwise, let's take this to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No opposed, 5-0. Thank you.
Way to go,
Okay.
gang.
Sausage.
Okay, so
So let me see where we're at.
AJ, do you need me to send you that motion?
Responsibility for housing restrictions.
That doesn't include the friendly amendment though.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, so on page 29, SJ, I think it says, ultimate responsibility for knowing the HOA, CCNR restrictions of VHRs is the homeowner, not Douglas County. Permits shall be issued in these areas, shall not be issued in these areas if known to Douglas County.
Page 29.
That just sounds like little cleanup, really. Does anyone have any issues with that particular paragraph?
Paragraph for the record. I don't think we need to put in there not Douglas County. I think just eliminate that and just say ultimate responsibility for knowing the HOA CCR restrictions is of the VHR is the homeowner.
Good point.
Or their agent,
No,
since some of the
that-
tiers.
It's got to be the homeowner.
Homeowner, yeah.
No, that's good, that's good.
And just eliminate the rest.
Vote on that?
Well, this wasn't voted on at all yet, right?
No,
These are just
just-
ideas. But I thought I'd finish the whole paragraph, because there's, permits shall be issued in these areas, shall not be, I don't know why I can't see that not word, shall not be issued in these areas if known to Douglas County, maybe if I bring it closer. Does anyone have a problem with that? Because that sounds like a logical next sentence. Okay, so on 622030SJ, we need a motion that we accept these red verbiage, taking out the not Douglas County part.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Lauren Romaine for the record, 030SK.
And
not on that one yet.
SJ.
It's 5.
Oh, we're only on one?
I don't know, I'm
What
just
is it?
reading what it
It's
says.
I was just gonna adopt
5, not an S, right?
It's probably 5, yeah, because
No,
I
there's
couldn't
no
find an
objections
S.
To SJ.
But I couldn't find an S in the code.
She did, she made that change.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that's, do you want to make a motion, Patty?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that on 622.030.SJ that the dash not Douglas County be removed.
Second?
Okay, and the rest of it's adequate. Is there, did I hear a second?
Yes.
And Lauren, okay, so I have a motion, I have a second. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Who made the motion?
Lauren.
Patty, and then,
Or Patty, I'm sorry, Patty and Lauren.
And it's E5J.
B,
It's not SJ, it's E5J.
okay. So do we need to redo it?
no, that's just a technical.
Okay, technical error. Okay.
Was that, sorry, was
so
that an
then-
amendment voted upon?
Yes,
It's not a direction to staff.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, by the way, folks, if you could make it clear, if this is something you want definitive action on today, as opposed to having staff come back with something might help
Okay.
in your motion.
Okay. So SK, 030SK isn't SK, it's 5J.
It's E5J.
That was the one we just voted on.
Yep.
So then there's
Yes.
B5K? Is that what that would be? Acknowledgement that the owner
It's
agent?
E5K. Yes.
P5K, okay. We'll post the rental with the notice required. Does this happen? That must be somebody's question. Yes, it happens, right?
Does it happen?
Yeah, well, you mean on a tier 3?
This is the sign on the,
Yeah.
Ernie, for the record, it happens for tier 3s. There's a notice they're supposed to put on the dwelling, a 10-day notice.
No.
Is that what this is asking? I don't know what this means.
No, I'm thinking this.
Yeah.
Lauren Romaine for the record. I think what this is talking about is that there are requirements within this chapter to post certain things in your vacation home. And that during
Oh,
some
okay.
permitting process, you acknowledge as the owner, agent, or local contact person that you will post the requirements of this chapter in your unit.
Yeah, you're right, it's right here.
And so the question was, does this happen?
How would we know? How, is that would be require an inspection to see if the appropriate posted information is inside the unit.
Is that part of an inspection?
It's required in this chapter. Is that this one?
It's this one. So inside their house, they're supposed to put their permit, and it tells whatever it tells. They're supposed to put their little garbage flyer up, and maybe a couple of other things I don't have off the top of my head. So the question is, if they're required to do that, how do we make sure that they really do it?
Ernie Strelo, for the record, on a tier 3, we can, this doesn't indicate the tier, but for tier 3, we check the house. I walk through the house. So I look for everything. On a tier 2, we don't look for any of this stuff. What do you point out?
That may change.
You're talking
I mean, I guess Lauren Romaine, I'm sorry, go ahead, Michael, who was, Lauren Romaine for the record. So I'm just wondering if it's part of an inspection when they're inspected, because it is a requirement within the code.
Well, the only people that go into the house regularly would be the fire department.
Chris is
For every renewal. And that's probably not on your safety checklist.
Chris Willett, for the record, Tyler Douglas Fire. I do make sure that there's a permit posted and that the permit is current posting.
There you go.
Beyond that, I don't know all the required things that the county requires to be posted. So I know that a permit is supposed to be posted. If there's a spa, we do require that they post quiet hours out at the spa. And we are looking to make sure that they've updated their quiet hours to reflect the county code saying 9 o'clock, not 10 o'clock. But if it's not emergency signage beyond a permit and the spa, that's all we're looking for.
Madam Chair? We could propose something, and I'm not saying the fire department would check it. But, the county could create a standard posting of this chapter. And if there's something unique to it, they can fill it in, have leave it blank. But, let's try to do something for permit holders. You're expecting 600 people to all do something right? Come on. Couldn't we have the county create a standard placard that has all the things in this section to be posted with any other things from that the permit holder wants to? The permit holder might say, please don't pee in the hot tub, right? But couldn't the county create a standard thing for them to post?
Mr. DeLay.
For the record, let me take that a little bit further. Maybe take some of these things and have it posted along with the VHR permit.
Mr. DeLayer?
Thank you. Tom DeLay for the record, Community Development Director. It would be awesome to be able to have them have a standard. We have a document, actually. We provided it many months ago for you guys to review. The code's we've got to set the code. So once the code gets done, I'll be happy to create a standard, but I am really nervous about getting standards out there from July 1st, again in September, again in November, again in December, and now again in April. Was that the last time we revised the code? So every time we had another code revision for a lawsuit. So we have a document ready to go, and I would be happy to modify it again for the 5th time in order to get it out to these standards. But until we get the code done, I really don't. It's going to be difficult. I have the PIO office right now revising the parking permit because there is some standards and we need to change that in the code as well, because in the dashboard of a car isn't working for code enforcement because cars are flat dashboards nowadays, not like the old pickups where it was sticking up above the window. So that is a difficult thing. So we want a little mirror one. That's it, just a permit number and so we have to revise that in the code in order for this stuff to go out to the public. So we are hoping to do that packet once this process is done.
Thank you. Okay. I want to know where I was. So we were on the, so you want to make any changes then to the acknowledgement, or let that go for now then? So let's not,
Maybe we should let it go for now.
so let's move on. Okay, add a permit, this is 622030, which is, I don't know if it's S or 5, but a permit must be issued before the property may be advertised or rented. That's not in there already?
Pretty sure it is.
It's a big old
Close my mouth. And again, some of these suggestions were made almost a year ago, and there's been many revisions, as Mr. Delaire just told us about.
Madam Chair, are we, Lauren Romaine for the record, are we talking about tier 3s here?
No, we're just on a
No, I know where we are, but I guess what I'm
process.
saying is a permit must be issued before the property may be advertised or rented. It's .30S, which I don't know, maybe it's BE now or whatever, but wherever that is, are we talking tier 3s or are we really
We're
just saying?
talking code in general.
No, I know.
Yeah,
So-
just general.
So do we, okay, so there's not,
So I think, if I can interject, I think this comes from the current language of E5 is a permit must be issued before the property may be used as a vacation home rental. And I think the proposal was that we take out used and we just, to be consistent with other portions of the code, insert the words,
Issued.
you know, advertised
Advertised
or
or
rented.
Yes, and
Because used is sort of generic and implies you, it doesn't say you can advertise, but it sort of implies you could advertise. I think that's what this amendment is getting at.
And what's the little tag number on it?
It's E5.
E5.
030 E5.
Okay.
Just 5, not a subdivision of 5, just the first sentence of 5.
E5, okay.
So instead of used, it would say advertised or rented.
I make a motion that that change occurs.
Okay. Do you have a second? And is this a motion to actually change it, not to redline? Actually change it?
I'll
Yes.
second.
It should be redlined so that we see all the differences. I mean, are we, yeah,
Well,
it's all being redlined.
It'll be real.
Well, the
No,
previous
it's
one
not.
we
It'll be
did.
redlined.
Redline means you come back next time.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Okay.
There
Okay.
there are
Make the
some
change.
things that you have
Gotcha.
already approved.
Okay.
They're going into the form of an ordinance to be presented to the planning commission. There are other things which you are having
Gotcha. Okay.
AJ redline, which are coming back at another meeting, just like this one, to look at again.
Lauren Rain, for the record, I make a motion that we accept that language change not in a red line, that you make that change.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, 5-0. How do we do the parking? Oh, God, we don't want to go there. A Tier 3 application will be authorized as a Tier 2 until approved by the VHR Advisory Board. This has come up multiple times, I think. Discussion? I don't know exactly, AJ, where that would go, but you do.
Yeah, I mean,
Because in the past, the Tier 3 has been given a conditional permit before.
that might require small edits to multiple areas, so this one might be more appropriate for a motion to direct staff to come up with a red line.
Okay. Discussion?
If I may, I would like to add something on to what
Okay.
AJ said. In addition to that, there are expectations which may or may not have been already communicated to existing people who are in the pipeline who have applied for a Tier 3 permit, saying that they can have a Tier 3 until such time as the Tier 3 is either approved or denied. Ergo, we might be causing ourselves a lawsuit based on the fact that we've already disclosed this to people. So now, if you make it prospective and limit it solely to those people who have not yet applied, that would work.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I want to dig a little deeper on that. What I don't want, if you think about this, someone mentioned it about ski season versus beach season. If I can time, right under the current code right now, if I time it right, and I'm a ski person, I can renew my permit in October, rent all the ski season as tier 3, get rejected. The next year, I can reapply for my 9 bedrooms, I can work in, do my temporary tier 3 until I get denied, and I'm still doing it every year. So so to me, my understanding is if we've denied you as a tier 3, you could reapply as a tier 3 the next year.
No, I don't believe that's correct. The tier 3 extension approval was specifically for those people who had larger occupancy sizes prior to the changes of 1582, 1588, the ordinances, right? So the ordinances that were created last year, those people who were affected by that, in other words, prior to June 2021, there were some people that had like 20 occupancies, right? And there was a policy decision at that time to say, look, do we reduce those immediately down to a tier 2 and then require them to do a tier 3? Or do we just leave them where they were and then allow them to apply? And then once they get their decision one way or another, that's the outcome of that is what their new occupancy is. And that was the call. But it was only related to those people in 2021. It wasn't prospective forever that you can continue to operate at whatever permit level you had.
Okay, because my understanding when we were
180 days.
My understanding when we were rejecting one of them because of one of the bedrooms that we didn't think was a primary use of a bedroom was, well, you can fix it and you can reapply for tier 3 next year. I think that was.
But you're a tier 2. If you get denied as a tier 3, you go down to a tier 2, and you stay at tier 2 until you're granted a tier 3.
And so you don't automatically, when you renew your permit, you renew for more bedrooms?
Right. The extension of the higher occupancy was only for those people who had higher occupancy in 2021, and it only lasted for 180 days. Now, there's been a lag. I think some people have extended beyond the 180 days, but we're allowing them to continue. But still, it's my understanding we are not going to grant that.
So, Madam Chair, just to continue
prospectively.
on. So if I go out and buy a 9-bedroom house today, I'm a brand new permit holder, and I come in and apply for my 9 bedrooms, do I get, and let's say do it next year, do I get tier 3 or do I get tier 2?
I do.
Okay.
I don't know, do we? What is it?
That's tier 2.
That's not my understanding.
My understanding is the intent when the code was written was that you would be a tier 2 pending review, but in practice, I think there's been confusion on that issue, so I do think it's appropriate for this board to address that, because I believe in practice, staff have felt compelled to issue a tier 3 pending review instead of a tier 2.
Okay. That wasn't the intent.
No, it wasn't the intent.
No, the intent was to allow them to occupy or continue with their current occupancy on their existing permit
But we're
in
talking about new
2021.
permits.
New permits should be tier 2.
I know they should be, and I understand that that was the intent, but what I'm saying to the board is that in practice, I think it's been interpreted to be, you get a tier 3 until.
I don't think so. No, that's not true.
If a new applicant.
We haven't had new applicants. This is Ernie Strela for the record. Here are the facts, right? So the tier 3s that have been approved have been in the book since the middle of the year or sooner, or longer. These are left over from the old code, right? So we just had a queue of like 20 when I started here.
Right.
And I was required to work through those, right? And so you have 4 next week, and you have 4 next month, and then we're done, right? And so new tier 3s that apply get a tier 2 permit. They will not get a tier 3 permit anymore, right? Under the system. They don't get a tier 3 for 180 days or for 60 days.
They get them for no days until they're approved by your board, this board, and then we will issue to it.
That's exactly my understanding.
And that's consistent with the intent of the code, so that's good.
So do we need to move on this, Lauren? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine, that's exactly my
Do
question.
we need to make any change if in fact that is already in place? Or any clarity?
Yep, I guess my question reversing that would say, if someone showed up and said, I have a 9-bedroom house, show me in the code why you're denying me a tier 3 permit or not issuing me a tier 3, show me in the code why I can't do a tier 3 and then wait 180 days to see if they agree. Is that in the code? If someone walks in with a lawyer and makes that statement, is there something in this code that you're gonna point to and say, this is why you can only have a tier 2 until you go before the committee? You're different than the rest. Where in the code would you point to?
I have that answer. C, it's number, it's, there's too many ABCs.
So if I can, Madam Chair, tier 3, units above 10 occupants which require a VHR special use permit development application. Following the enactment of this ordinance, if a tier 3 unit fails to obtain a VHR special permit within 180 days, they shall only be authorized to operate as a tier 2. VHR special permit for tier 3 units may be granted, advisory board, so I'm not, well.
So I still have 180 days is the way I read it.
No.
I think
It says if I fail to do it within 180 days, it seems like it gives me 180 days to come before this board. I'm a tier 3 until I fail.
No, again, it was, the intent of that language was specifically to grant only those people in 2021 who had the occupancy of a tier 3, in other words, above 10. If you had a permit in 2021 before July or June, okay, you were a tier 3 without knowing you were a tier 3 because you weren't a tier 3 yet. All of a sudden we change the code. Suddenly you become a tier 3. Except guess what? There has to be a time frame to allow you to obtain the special use permit to do that. That was the 180 days. After the 180 days are over, too bad, too sad, you don't get to apply anymore as a tier 3.
Why not just take all that out then?
Then we need to direct staff to clean up this language and pull that 180 day.
Make it clear its perspective,
Yeah.
you're a tier 2.
Right. So do you know what section it is and all that, or do we have to vote on it?
It's.
You have a motion.
Oh, I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Hey,
Opposed?
Jay?
Got it.
Okay.
That'll be part of our rhythm.
Okay.
Next.
Right,
Break?
Yeah.
okay. What?
So, Madam Chair, are we still going to be discussing, permits for tier 3s and tier 2s and because I had specific language that I thought was going to be appropriate to that actual motion. And
Is that, what page is it in the
well,
packet?
it's not.
It's
on
not.
my
Okay.
list to add to the discussion as far as what I feel we need to do for tier 3 applications and approvals. So are we going to be talking about that later?
And that would be under the permit process, probably,
Yeah.
because tier 3?
Yeah.
How far do you think we're going to get today?
Well, we're not getting as far as density, I'll tell you that. We're done with that.
Can I just read of my one
I
line?
would like you to do that, because
Okay.
I know it's on your mind.
I know, and I'm not
And
going to shut
so,
up until.
and
I
we're
do.
at the end of a page, so
Okay, good, yeah.
let's.
We're not though.
So
What?
this is just one of several motions that I'd like to
Okay.
go through, but this one was more specific to what we just talked about. So all new tier 3 permit applications must be approved by the VHR board prior to renting as a tier 3 and at least 1 year in good standing as a tier 2. So that's something to mull about. In other words, you have to have a tier 2 for 1 year, and then you can apply, and then it's only approved by our board. So that's just,
AJ
would you like me to
Haynes.
read that again?
No, AJ Haynes for the record. The first part I think has been addressed.
Okay,
And so then what you're adding, just to clarify for the record, it's just the addition of a 1-year waiting period where you have to be a good tier 2.
That's right. I think that's a good idea. Let's take incremental steps.
Can I ask
Yes.
a question to the proponent of the motion?
Yes.
Is that from the date that they have applied, received the permit? Which is,
The date that they've received the permit, because that would be 1 year.
but here's the problem with that, and this is one of the things I was gonna point out to you. Normally, in order to get your next permit,
Yeah.
you have to start the process about a month in advance, so,
Longer.
or longer. So what I was maybe gonna propose is instead of a year, you have something like 10 months. Because in 2 months within which to file their new application, start that process for the tier 3.
Patty Graff for the record, I have a tier 2 and it took me 100 days to get my permit renewed last year.
But we're better now.
We're better now, that's right.
Sure now?
Oh, Ernie, for the record, we're not better, we're actually digging into everybody now, so it's taking longer. Sorry about that, but, yeah, so for the tier 3, you both are, I agree with what you said, and I agree with what you said. It may be that when you get issued your renewal for your tier 2, then you can apply for a tier 3 at that point.
Maybe
That might be a little simpler to track, right?
Come up with something like that. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion. With your permission, I'd like to make a motion that all tier 3s must be in 1 year good standing with a tier 2, and that I'll let Douglas County staff come up with the correct wording.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, further discussion?
Madam Chair, in good, man, thank you. And it proves open meeting law works, because I just never noodled on this before. So, I don't like the word good standing. I think it would just be, so we'd have a year of experience to look back. I wouldn't say they have to be in good standing. I would say they have to have it with the ulterior motive that we would have information based on their, and we could determine if they were in good standing or not. So I don't know. It's one of those things that I kind of like it, and I kind of don't. I mean, you got a new big house. You could act, I mean, I don't know, it's hard to.
So here's my response. I left it open that Douglas County staff is going to make real good suggestions on this one.
Yeah.
So let them redline it for us and see what they come up with. All I'm trying to do is, before somebody jumps into a tier 3, let's see if they can do a tier 2 for a year. Okay?
Yeah, okay, that's an excellent point, Mr. Sloan, that, I don't have to vote on this now, we're just redlining this. And then I can think about it. I just don't know if it's too onerous. Because let's say you've got a 15-bedroom house, I don't think we have any, but, the difference between 30 and 10. And by the way, the fact that you can run a 10 without an agent, maybe you have an agent at 30, in other words, it might be a different animal. So I need to think about it, but it gives me some, before they come back to red line, it gives me some time to think about it, so I'm okay redlining it.
So I have a motion.
And a second.
And a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 5-0.
We're not finished with the page.
No.
Okay.
Well, how could I not be finished?
Because
A
you
tier
skipped
3
over the one you didn't want to talk about.
application. Oh, well, I said that was by design.
I know, I think it was subconscious.
Good job, Nikki.
So do we address?
If I can, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
To me, the parking that we give and allow on the license is the parking that you have, and there can be no other discussion about other parking. If people want to make arrangements because they got their Aunt Sally down the street and she said you can park a car in your driveway, that's fine, but as far as officially how many spots you can have, it has to be on, see, I can't say on site because that goes back to.
No, but you're saying no alternate parking can be.
Correct.
Because
I
it
mean,
was.
wherever that came up or wherever it got added into the ordinance needs to go.
It was actually part of the settlements, is when it came in.
That's the problem.
But we can make recommendations that are different. We don't have to.
Okay, actually, you can't. And here's why. The settlement was agreed upon by the board. If the board, okay, or basically, and also Douglas County as a whole, starts to do something different than what we agreed upon in the settlement, then you're back to sort of a bad faith, effort to undermine the settlement.
And then I do not want to be accused, or the county be accused of negotiating in bad faith, because that's not the intent. But we are looking down through this ordinance. I mean, are you gonna like put an ordinance together and purple out the sections that can never be changed?
No, but there's certain portions which the judge opined upon.
Right.
Which
I understand
are
the
incorporated
tandem.
into the settlement, which also were incorporated in, prior changes, 1588. I'm sorry, Sam Taylor for the record, just in case.
Yep.
So to the extent that those have already been opined upon by the judge, I do not see the board being willing to forego those. So the question then becomes, well, yeah, can you propose something? Sure. But can the board hear it? Well, the problem is there might be a disconnect. Say, for example, it might get lost and then all of a sudden we approve it and then, oops, we approved something that shouldn't have been approved. And, my preference as a lawyer is to not avoid going there in the first place.
Okay, then I guess we're done with this page, Madam Chair, but I'll have discussions and.
Unless you got something else, AJ.
You're not, okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm gonna talk about it again, because it wasn't my understanding when it happened. My understanding was part of the settlement was they realized part of the settlement was driven by the rapid nature of all these changes coming through, and I thought the county commissioner said, but we have this advisory board who's gonna really sit there and talk for 12 months extensively about this thing, and we could absolutely change any of this.
Okay.
That was my understanding.
That, if I may, I'll address that specific issue. That specific issue relates to the ability for the board to recommend changes within a specified period of time. What they did was, and what the plaintiffs in the Kaltoff matter did, was agree to allow the VHR advisory board to make and engage in the process of examining the code and propose changes. But it precluded the Board of County Commissioner from making changes within a specified period of time. So in other words, this evaluation process could continue. And then you could submit it to the board, but the board can't do anything with it.
Okay.
Right.
But it related to all the changes. It wasn't related to a specific change. It was the ability to make any change.
So, Madam Chair, so given that, I want to provide more guidance, right? We have to allow parking at different locations. I'd like to provide some expanded guidance. I'd like to expand the guidance to say that you must, in your ad, talk specifically where it is and why, they have to apply for it. They have to understand why they have the unilateral right to use it. Just like my other parking thing, can they use it and nobody else can? Or did Sally say, by the way, if there's a spot in my driveway, you can use it. So let's create some regulations about it. Let's advertise it correctly, that it is the distance it is from the unit. So maybe I don't want to get rid of it. I would never want to have a lawsuit, but maybe I want to have a lot more regulations and clarity around it.
You can do that.
Okay.
020, I'm just looking for it in the code where it's exactly written.
So I propose that we say off-site parking must be greater than 700 miles away from Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
No, so, okay, facetious. But I propose that we table this for next year. Right, that we table this conversation of off-site parking. I don't think anybody's tried to do it.
I love that idea.
I would propose that we take up this issue. It is just not the biggest thing on my mind. I would propose we table that until next year, pick it up, because I'd like to think about what are the regulations, how is it advertised, how is it described, how is it enforced. So I would like not to do that today and spitball it. I'd like to propose that we push that to 2023.
Do we need to vote on that, or we just don't?
Can it
No
just die for a
action,
non-motion?
No action. Okay, so, page 30, I'm kind of watching the clock because I don't want anyone to have to work overtime. And there is going to be closing public comment. So page 30,
Can you figure out which one she wants?
In red, we're talking about a permit is valid for 1 calendar year after it is issued and may be reviewed by filling out renewal application, and payment of an annual fee. And it did say established by resolution of the board, blah, blah, blah. Should we delete it? I don't know why we wouldn't unless we need that in there for some legal reason. Is anybody on page 30 with me?
I am.
Okay.
Computer died, so.
So,
Mr. Hames?
AJ Haynes for the record, maybe Mr. Taylor can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is one of the few, I think it would be the only location within the code that states specifically that the fees are adopted by resolution of the board. And so I would be hesitant to remove that, as then there would no longer be a provision discussing how fees might be established.
Mr. Taylor?
Sam Taylor for the record. Just FYI, all fees for Douglas County are established by resolution of the board. But I'm with you. I prefer to have this language in there. It makes it abundantly clear that not only who has the authority to adopt the fees, but the process and mechanism.
Yeah.
My preference would also be to leave it in.
So if we leave it in, we don't have to act on it because it's already there. So is that, everybody's in concurrence with that? We're not going to argue with otherwise. Next line, but that would just be stupid. 0308, if there's been significant changes to the property, the owner must submit a new permit application with the accompanying new permit fee. And what's taken out is if the annual renewal fee is not paid when due, the permit will be canceled.
Yeah.
Why are we taking it?
yeah.
Maybe it's somewhere else.
What?
Madam Chair, I think, we can just delete that because if you don't pay your fee, your permit is canceled. Your permit expires, so it's kind of redundant.
Well,
So that's why that's marked out, because it's redundant.
if I may,
Mr. Taylor?
the reason I was in there is to make it clear for those people who think, oh gee, I don't have to pay my fee and I'll still wriggle my way into a new permit. This was specifically put in there to say, oh no, you won't.
Then why are we taking it out?
And AJ Hames, to add to that too, I think there's other portions of the code where you can reapply and still pay the renewal fee as long as you reapply within, what is it, a 60-day
60-day
window? So this, to me, clarifies that during that 60 days, you don't have a permit. You missed the deadline, your permit's gone. You have 60 days to jump in and pay the renewal fee, which is less than the initial fee, but you don't have a permit in the meantime. So.
Yeah.
It allows for enforcement action to occur and not allow people to have an ability to argue that, no, I'm still applying. Oh, I'm in the process of applying.
Right.
No, you don't have a permit, you're done.
Yeah.
We can engage in enforcement action immediately.
So-
It's to help code enforcement folks.
So are we recommending that line be removed or stay in?
Stay in.
Stay in, okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's just, we
Remo-
can, no action.
We
No
just do
action.
No action.
Oh, it's already in.
It's already in.
Because then it's
I thought it was just something that.
I just thought it clarified, but you're okay with the statement?
I'm saying, AJ Hames gives the record, I'm saying if it's in, it clarifies that during that 60-day period where you might be putting your paperwork together late, you don't have a permit.
Got it, thank you. I'm good.
So are we moving on? New provision requiring owner to submit copies of all current advertisements as part of their application or renewal package. Everybody good with that? No? Lauren?
Wow.
Speak up.
Lauren Romaine for the record, I think it's just better not to ask for it, because you can look it up. Versus an owner knowing that it's a requirement and changing things on their ad before, I don't know, I'm done.
Well, Madam Chair, I guess I was coming at it from a different way. For one thing, I don't know if you were trying to print these ads. I've tried to print some to bring with me, and they don't print well. I would prefer for them to say where they advertise, and if there's a property number, if there's some identifier on the rental website, to give us that.
That's a good idea.
Because I also may want to do that 6 months from now, just to see if people are complying with their permit. So I don't want them printing out the ads. I just like to say, where do you advertise? And if you advertise, if there's some way I can
Identify.
I think it's Airbnb or VRBO. If I know the property number, I can put it in, and it takes me right there. One of them, I can't remember one of the weeks I did that. And I found it.
Just send the links.
So if I may, you're asking for specific identifying information for each website that would allow you to identify the home is present?
If it exists, yes. Yeah. So the where they advertise, and if there's unique identifying information that would help us get there, that, but not the actual ad. Yes, ma'am.
Good. Lauren?
Could I amend your thoughts?
I will, yeah,
Because
please.
it's really painful to sit next to you when you're noodling. Go ahead. So, do you want to ask for links?
Yes.
And the identifying?
Yes.
Yes, because they can give you the links, you just cut and paste it and you find
Okay.
it. So,
I do, but I do
versus
know.
copies of current
So-
advertisements.
Is there,
Can I-
oh, go ahead.
This is Ernie for the record. I want to make sure it's for any tier, right? This is a tier 3.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because we need to check all tiers.
Yes.
But can I ask, so I don't know, your ability to cut and paste a link isn't always absolute. So in other words, if there was a link in here in a PowerPoint, I don't know if I can, sometimes you can copy.
You have to copy it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, in this document, I'm way on page 18, this is a PowerPoint. I can't cut and paste out of the PowerPoint. Right, so certain things you can actually cut and paste links out of the certain ones, and so this is up for tier 2, so Ernie, I would say that we would propose that. What's that?
I just cut and paste it out. But go ahead, you'll propose.
Well, my proposal is for Ernie to work with something that is easy to find, and it could be a copy, a cuttable, pasteable link, or a unique identifier number. Let Ernie work out the details.
Yes.
Because maybe I'm just not doing it right, but
Show you later.
Do we have a
Okay.
motion?
Well, Ernie for the record. Yeah, because I started looking at all the tier 2s a couple weeks ago. I've been walking through them, and that's why I'm the cause of making it longer. I'm holding everything up, right? But there's a lot of data that's available that right now I have to look for. I have to dig through everything, host compliance, rental scape, and what I'm trying to do is get those strings into the comments for HDL and then for ACA, right? So if they can provide information, we'll just have to revise the application process too to make sure that they supply that information. But it's helpful because it's also the same for insurance and other things.
And nothing on a tier 2 is public except, just tier 3 stuff goes public, right? Unless someone were to ask for it.
Ernie Strelo for the record. So tier 3 is they're all public. They're all public information if you ask for it.
Right. if you
Tier
ask
3s
for
are
it.
public as you see them in
Right.
your meeting, right? But tier 2s, the data's available.
Okay, that's what I was clarifying, thank you. So do I have a
So,
motion?
Yep, Lauren remain for the record. Can I make a motion that we add an amended change for a new provision requiring owners to submit all online ad links and the titles for their advertisement?
And this is to redline?
That is to add that is to redline.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0, thank you. 4, 6. Let me just see what we've got coming up, because that's my problem, I have that. And I'm on page 31 now, is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Michael, was there anything else, Michael? You said you had a few, was there something else and I just went away from you after you did your one?
Well, when we get to the number 6, I have about 4 other potential permit process.
Page 6? I mean,
No,
4
when
of
we
6?
When we get through with this,
Okay.
then I have
I'm on page 31 right now.
Okay, yeah.
And this is tiers, it appears, isn't it?
Who said it?
Of course,
So what you're looking at is you're striking the overnight capacity to 24 hours.
And that was already addressed through the red
50.
line that was approved. So
I'm
that
sorry.
portion of the slide has been addressed.
Madam Chair, I thought what we did before was only tier threes. So the 30-person, 50-person, whatever, that was all tiers. So a tier two can't have the 50 either. It's just everybody's the same. That was the first red line. I thought that was just tier threes.
AJ Haynes for the record. The red line that was approved today was throughout the code, thoroughly limiting occupancy to a single number, which is the same day or night.
Great, thank you.
For any tier.
okay. The owner, so this is just more clarification, right? That's what it kind of looks like, D1.
Yeah, that can be ignored. I think we've addressed both of the issues presented in that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're on the bottom now.
Okay, so, oh gosh, I see driveway, that makes me nervous. At the very bottom of that, this is back onto the parking passes, we've already addressed that. So we can move to page 32, right?
No,
I thought we already.
Nope, sorry.
Back.
Nikki, can I quickly?
You go right
Lauren
ahead.
Romaine for the record. Okay, so Mr. Haynes, or VHR program manager, we had a discussion about director, that's gonna
Yeah,
get
we
wiped out.
already
Okay, so everything else you're talking about, we basically already accepted. You don't need a motion on that.
Correct.
If we could talk about parking passes, we did have this, it came through the task force this way. I hear Mr. Delaire was saying he wants to change it up, which is really a bummer because, okay, let me just say that, I don't know that we need them in single-family units, and I don't know if we need them when you have a private driveway, but we do need them in common area parking. And we do need them large, because most of the time when you need to see them is when you have to clear off a foot of snow off the car, and then you need to be able to see through the windshield to be able to get the number to call that person. So, and I don't think we need a license plate.
Madam Chair, I think we need them all times, because the only time code enforcement can enforce street parking, they seem to be, is after 10 o'clock when they have that permit in there. And because we can't do anything about tandem parking, you are gonna have people park in the street. I can just tell you, if you make people park where they can't all get out anytime they want to, one of those cars is gonna park in the street, and some of them are stupid enough to display their parking permit, and when they're stupid enough, code enforcement can go out and see a parking sticker, parking permit, and know where they should be and issue a violation. So I think, I understand the admin, but I think we always need them for everyone, even in your driveway.
I agree, I think it should be one size fits all when it comes to parking passes. Michael, you're sneering at me.
I'm not sneering. We have somebody in the audience that has a lot of knowledge on parking passes. Would it be appropriate to have 2 minutes of their input on parking passes? I'd like to call up somebody.
That's whatever the hell you want it to be.
Yeah,
Well,
Say yes if you
Lauren,
want, and-
our
So
passes.
this would not be public comment, this would be expert testimony?
Ah,
Is that what that-
expert
Yeah.
testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Am I what?
You still want to be talking about parking passes,
Yes.
right? So, okay.
Just trying to.
I assume we're
Delaire.
talking about Heidi?
Yes.
That was me.
I'm a good guesser.
Heidi, would you be so inclined to talk about parking passes for just a couple minutes?
Briefly.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Heidi Gunter for the record. My husband and I own World Class Property Management. We manage 43 properties all over the Tahoe Township. I'm fully in agreement with parking passes in the HOA subdivisions, especially at the top of the hill. In Lake Village, they assign you your own parking pass when you check in at the front desk. I believe Pine Wild might also do the same thing. On private properties, for the management side, I've gone through so much paper reprinting those because people always take them home. I see your point where if code enforcement or the sheriff's office is out and they see somebody parked on the street. So I do agree with that. It's a lot of paperwork on our side. Everyone's losing them.
Can I ask a question to the expert witness? Would license plates be, I don't care, and I'm not trying to create paper, but the other solution would be to have a registered license plate that when someone picks up their keys or something else, you register, if you got 2 cars, what are your 2 license plates? And then into a database where code enforcement could puts that license plate in a database and say, that one ties to here. That way you don't lose permits, you don't lose anything else. And I'll use the analogy of Glenbrook. Glenbrook created a database that renters, that owners and renters could put information on so they could see who was renting what. And to me, you know, I can imagine all the paperwork, but to me then it gets down to how do we know what a car is doing? And I also think, you know, I don't know, Warren, if you agree with this, but maybe it's not worth the hassle because maybe people aren't going to put their permit up if they're parking in the street. But it would be nice if we knew whose cars were whose. And, you know, if there's a better way, by the way, if you know, if you're in your experience, you can think of a better solution to this, I'm all ears.
Mr. Hames?
I would note that in 040D5, there is a requirement that owners provide license plate information for all vehicles being utilized by tenants, but it's currently upon request by Douglas County Code Enforcement, that must be provided within 2 hours.
So if I may, Madam Chair, when we were doing this originally, the one thing that hit us was the awful realization that without these parking permits and obtaining license information, you have no way of knowing who is VHR, you know, Parker, and who isn't. So this at least gives you some information. If you take this away, you are literally moving from Ernie's toolbox a code enforcement mechanism. Now, is it worthwhile? Is it going to be used all the time? No, but it is still a tool. And they don't have a lot of them. So.
Okay, thank you. Lauren, do you have a question for Heidi, or?
Nope.
Does anyone else have questions for? Oh, go ahead.
Let's stick with the permits. The easier the better, because then that makes it easier for the management to use and enforce, and then they actually will use them. So big piece of paper with the rental address and the local contact number. That way, if a neighbor's walking by or you're trying to remove snow, you know that that car belongs to that address, and you can call the local contact right there standing in front of the car and have it taken care of.
So just
Make it
local
easy.
contact, not the, you know, the owner of the car, the property management or the owner.
Correct. Make it something that that renter can grab from the kitchen of the property, stick it in their car, and they're done. And they put it back in the property when they leave.
How about hangers versus on the dashboard?
Either one. I've got giant pieces of paper that they put on their dash that you can see.
Thank you, Heidi.
Okay,
Lauren?
that's all I have. Thanks.
I understand what she's saying. I mean, I print mine up and I laminate them, and then I leave a dry erase board for them to put their own contact information. And to me, the reason it's important to have the renter's number is because of how many times, like a fire alarm that went off for 24 hours, because the contact person, you know, it's so much easier. And when you're talking wintertime and a car and you need to remove snow, we need to get it moved right then and there. So to monkey around with owners, and you know, it's just much better to go directly to the owner. So right now we have it as the owner of the vehicle and their phone number, and I would leave it that way. I don't need their license plate. And the thing that comes up with, there was a discussion, if I remember right, in the task force where we were asking for the license plate of the car and stuff. The problem with that comes in is when you fly in and you rent a car, sometimes you got to give it to them, and then there's a big thing where you finally get there and it's a different car and it's a different license plate. So I don't think license plates are important. I think it needs the address and the contact number so you can get that car moved when you need to.
Mr. Taylor?
The license plate is primarily for the DCSO in their on-street, you know, enforcement of parking violations.
But it's gonna match the car it's in.
ostensibly, but not always.
Well, you can, I mean, my renters fill it out. I
It
don't
doesn't
fill
mean
it
they're
out.
filling it out accurately.
But what, I mean, that's what I mean, license plate's gonna be there in the car. I just don't, you know, I mean, if they don't put in the right phone number.
Well, they don't put it in the dash either. How is a DCSO officer supposed to know the car is VHR?
I know there's holes in trying to get this
So-
fixed, but it is, at least we're trying.
But if you have the information, you can also use the information on the backside for code enforcement activities as well.
If you want license plate, it's fine. I just don't see it.
Michael?
Well, you know, this is more technical.
Not married to it, it's just
off the,
DCSO.
Page, but if there was a place where owners or property management could log in and put in the license plate, when they check in, that would be pretty easy.
Is this an action
No.
item? Are we just talking?
It's up to you.
What are you doing? You're just
Sounds
talking.
good.
I
There's
mean,
not much
it-
change we want.
Right now, let me start over. Yes,
I make a motion that we leave everything as is.
thank
and move on.
you.
Second.
I second.
Oh, sorry, second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye, aye, aye. Thank you. Going to page 32, I don't want to talk about this common area parking again, so I want to go down here to 050C3, where it says 60 days. Let's see, a civil penalty may be issued to any person who had a valid permit, has not submitted a VHR renewal application after 60 days have elapsed. So the discussion is, do we want to shorten that to maybe 30 days?
0.
0 days. Oh, I like that too.
If I recall correctly, Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may,
Yes.
that provision was also part of the settlement in Kaltoff,
Oh.
so.
Can I get the name of this judge? I would like to not.
No,
talk with any of
this
the
was,
conversations whenever I choose to.
this one wasn't the judge, this was something that the Kaltoff plaintiffs insisted upon.
So we're not
They
changing.
I
wanted-
feel
they
like if we want to
They
make,
wanted to not be penalized for failing to remember on time to renew.
well,
When you don't renew your Netflix, you aren't watching movies.
Well, I get that, but that was part of the settlement.
Sam, sorry, just to go down a granularity level, do they have so after your permit expires, and there's a queue waiting on a permit, why do we give you, so maybe, defined to me as irrelevant.
Well, here's,
If you don't renew your permit on time, can you not be given a new permit? And forget the penalty, we're gonna give it to the next person in line.
fair enough, but here's the one thing I'd point out. This is another one of those things, you can propose a change, submit it to the board. Now, the board would have to make the decision whether or not to honor.
No, I guess my question was the
Settlement.
settlement. The settlement was, I don't want to get fined $20,000 for not renewing my permit, right?
That's
And that's
exactly
the
right.
settlement. We're not, can I say, you're not going to be fined for not renewing your permit. Your
Well,
permit's not going to be renewed.
No, but
And the next person gets it, and you're not going to have another permit. By the way, and if you rented, it's a different topic.
well, that's what AJ was trying to point out earlier, is that the language about that delay and also the expiration of your permit, failing to pay on time, you don't have a permit. So if you're renting during that period of time, oops, I forgot to renew, but you still have bookings during that time, you can be fined during that time. But the point that they were sort of trying to make is, we don't want to be fined during that time, we want a grace period, that's right. Well, that was the underlying basis of that provision.
Okay, so the grace period that you can just not know it, you get your letter from the county, so you get your letter from the county, oh crap, I forgot. That was all the settlement that, when someone doesn't review their permit, we're gonna send them a reminder, they're gonna have 60 days to do it, and still rent during that, and everything's okay. That's the settlement?
No, it's AJ Haynes for the record. It's a $5,000 fine.
Okay,
So the $20,000 fine can apply if you rent without a permit. But what was negotiated was a lesser fine if you,
Right.
because of some mistake on your end, you didn't calendar it correctly, you rented, your permit expired, but you kept renting, but you still are kind of within this grace period to renew, then the county will allow you to renew, but it will also fine you $5,000.
Right.
Instead of $20,000.
Oops clause.
Get a break.
Lauren
is what-
Romaine for the
what it
record.
was.
So are you then telling me that when a permit does not get renewed, and let's say it's just because they forgot,
Yeah.
that in a neighborhood is at capacity, that Douglas County waits 60 days on that permit to issue a new one to the next person?
So the permit is.
So you're allowed
expires.
20, yep, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The permit expires.
Mhm.
We've got Joe Smith who is applying. We say, well, this one expired. We have one available now. We'll go ahead and issue it to Joe.
Yeah.
He gets his permit, and then they come in and say, oh, we want to renew.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this provision just prevents them from being fined $20,000. I don't think it guarantees them a renewal. I think Ernie could probably speak to the practice there. I don't know that it's ever come up in practice.
But it says the permit will be renewed if all other conditions are met by the renewal.
This is Ernie Strelo for
Okay.
the record. So the way the process works is that the VHR owner gets a 90-day email, a 60-day email, and a 30-day email, reminding them to renew, right? So you're supposed to anyways. And so the way the code currently works is that if they don't renew when they're supposed to renew, there's some level of grace period for them to reapply, to get their application in to apply. We have to wait
After their expiration?
after their expiration date. That's been the interpretation, is that we have to wait.
And I think that goes to what you're saying.
And I don't wanna
It
wait.
does say the permit will be renewed. So if there was gonna be a revision, it might be to that last sentence. Because that sort of implies an automatic renewal within the 60-day period.
Right.
If you removed that, then they might still avoid the fine by renewing within the 60-day period, but they wouldn't necessarily renew. It wouldn't be an automatic renewal.
Can we take like maybe a 5-minute break and give me a chance to look up the settlement doc so I can get more clarity on this particular point?
Sure.
A break? Are we fighting against a break?
I kind of remember.
I mean, literally 5 minutes. Don't go far.
Really? You can't go far?
Don't go far. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on the conversation we were having and the research that I found, essentially the settlement document basically indicated that, and AJ was correct in terms of the $5,000 fine, says a civil penalty up to $5,000 may be issued to any person or property manager who had a valid VHR permit or represented a permit holder, but through inadvertence or mistake, failed to submit a completed VHR renewal application by the required deadline, but has filed a complete VHR renewal permit application within 60 days of the expiration of the VHR permit. The permit will be renewed if all other conditions are met by the renewal applicant. So in other words, they still get their permit if they file within the 60 days. So they don't lose their spot in line, they don't lose anything except for the $5,000, which may be instituted against them for renting during that period without a valid permit. So in addition, they talked about a civil penalty of $20,000 may be issued for anybody who files after the 60-day period. In other words, they allow their permit to expire, they rent during the 60 days, and thereafter, ostensibly, and then they can be issued a $20,000 fine. So there was a recognition of two different sorts of structures. So within 60 days, you're allowed a mistake. You're just going to pay $5,000 for it if you're renting during that period.
And we still can make a recommendation, even though it may not be recommended.
That's fair enough. That's true. You can do that. You can make the
Okay.
recommendation. The VHR advisory board was stopped from making changes within a specific period of time. So they can't do that. But they can once the VHR advisory board brings to them proposed changes. It has been quite a while, and I'm not sure what the time period is. I gotta go back and look at it again, but we may be within the time frame.
I think maybe it was while this current board was there or something?
Yeah.
Something about the current board. Anyway, Patty?
Just a quick question for Sam. Is it clear with that while they're in this transition period that they are not renting? Is it clear that when they forget to renew their application on time within that 60 days, and this kicks in, that they can only be fined $5,000, is it stipulated that they're not supposed to rent during that time?
No. The presumption is the person forgot. They forgot to renew, and they're still having rentals going on during the 60-day period.
But they're not
But they're
supposed to.
they're not supposed to, but they forgot. But they're limited or capped at a $5,000 fine for their failure to, or they're operating a VHR without a permit.
And they maintain the right to renew their permit as long as
they meet those conditions specified in the settlement agreement, yes.
All right, so is there any discussion on this? I mean, do we want to override, with the recommendation?
It is, Madam Chair, it is so egregious. I believe we should make a motion that's considered and denied by the Board of County Commissioners. And I would move that if a permit is not renewed on time, that it is canceled, and if there is someone waiting for a permit, it be issued to the next person. And they can consider that, and they can get legal counsel, and they can decide what to do it. But it is so egregious to be warned 3 times and not do it and continue renting. And honestly, I don't care about the fine. It is, if someone's waiting that permit, they should get the permit, not wait 60 days in case someone else decides to issue these things late. So again, I move that we change this to that once a permit expires, it is considered expired. Any subsequent permit application would be a new permit, not a renewal.
And is this a red line?
Red line.
Okay, and do I have a second? Okay, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Signify aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
4, 1. Okay, let's see, enforcement actions, and we're not going to find, oh, that's kind of interesting. 622050D, still on page 32, about enforcement. Enforcement actions may immediately be brought against occupants of a vacation home rental for violations of this chapter and/or any other provisions of the code. Notwithstanding that this chapter may also make the owner of the vacation home rental responsible for the conduct constituting the violation. Okay, we are going to fine occupants for not having, that is a little confusing, but I guess the questions down here is, do we fine the occupants?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Lauren, remain for the record. It does say in there that you have to say that you have to have a parking pass and that the occupants can be fined if you
Right.
don't have a
The
parking pass.
$500.
If you,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about there? Or are we talking
I'm
about?
not sure who wrote this paragraph, so
Well, it's right here. It's in the code.
yeah.
It's under
Right.
E, so somebody put it in here.
So,
Excuse me, Madam Chair. The
Ted?
way I read this is that the occupants get fined for the owner not having a current permit.
It's violations of the
does
chapter.
Parking.
Oh, parking
That's
permit?
what Ryan.
It's
So
D.
I don't think it's up to the,
622050D.
It's not in
I don't think it's up to the occupant to have the violation. I think it's up to the owner
yeah, agreed.
to do it, but then if the occupant doesn't put the, have the parking permit there, I can't see doing a fine to the occupant, because they could go back and say, oh, the homeowner never gave it to me.
Well, it seems to me that if there's a fine to the occupant, that should go through the owner and they should work it out. But again,
Yeah.
I'm not a permit holder, so
Yeah,
it just
but
seems logical to
it
me.
just seems very confusing.
Michael?
I don't know, is this like if, say, they park on the street in the middle of the winter and the snowplow couldn't get around it or something like that, then you would fine them? And is that what we're kind of talking about here?
He was there when I got here.
I just don't see other provisions where they would get fined.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
AJ Haynes from the DA's office for the record. If my recollection is correct, and gone through and watched all the county commission meetings where these ordinances were passed, I think the objective of the commissioner who put this forward was that this would serve as a deterrent to any occupant who might sit down and read the code and then rethink, after reading this, they would go, well, geez, I better act up. I don't know whether it is a deterrent, but my recollection is that's why it was included.
Can I, Madam Chair? To me, it would make as much sense to reverse this and to say, nothing in this code would prevent occupants of a vacation home rental for violations committed under their control. So in other words, parking, trash, noise. If someone is making noise, they are violating the law. The VHR permit holder may have another issue, but it is not legal for me anywhere to be a nuisance noise, right? Or to scatter trash. And so I don't have a problem. You're right. We're not gonna fine somebody for living in a VHR to have a permit. But there are things that they do which turn into violations. And I also think this helps owner managers. I know when I signed VHR contracts, they said if they got fined for something I did, I had to pay them. Plus double, I think. If I had like a $500 fine, I had to pay $1,000 fine to them. So again, I don't think it's about illegal VHRs, but I do think occupants can and should be fined when they break our laws.
So then number D should remain as is.
No, I think.
I think it needs to be clarified.
No, look.
I'm just looking at the code, yeah.
So I move that we have a red line to reword D to reflect that nothing in the code will prevent occupants of vacation home rentals from being fined for violations that they are responsible for. Under their control, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any more discussion?
This is a red line.
Red line.
Please.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Who was the second on that one?
Patty?
Thanks. Sorry, Patty, you're so silent.
Okay, so we're gonna go down to the next page. 6 of 6. Oh, I'm having such issues today.
Where are we at?
I'm going to page 33.
What about
Suggested amended changes?
Well, then, that's already been resolved, all that. I already went through it all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, yes we did.
I mean, it was resolved earlier.
Yeah, okay.
So let's go to 6 of 6, and, just a discussion above it says that one of the,
I can speak to this one, Madam Chair.
thank you, Mr. Haynes.
There's an inconsistency in the code regarding violations and when a permit can be revoked. In one provision, it says it can be revoked for any of the following violations. And then later it says the permit can be revoked for 3 violations. And so I haven't presented it here, but I have a red line that I could present at the next meeting already that would resolve that inconsistency if this board moves to view it.
May I have discussion?
Can we summarize it?
Certainly. You,
Now,
just-
Can you summarize?
yeah, yes.
My feeling is that,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
He was
He was
going
gonna
to summarize.
Oh, he's gonna summarize it, okay.
So I'll just, yeah, give me 1 second. All right, so in section 050, section I, it states the following conduct is a violation for which the permit shall be suspended or revoked. It then lists 9 grounds for revocation. Let's see, the other one, sorry, I'm kind of just going by memory here. Section O says, if any owner exceeds 3 substantiated violations, this may result in the possible revocation of the permit. So on the one hand, the permit shall be revoked for any of 9 items, and then later on, a permit may be revoked for 3 violations. And so the red line that I would propose is just to harmonize those such that a single violation may result in revocation.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was shooting for.
sorry, so what you'd be saying is, all these things may.
May.
There's no
May.
will.
Right, because it allows the department, the county to exercise their discretion if a violation seems to have been, isolated and possibly accidental. There's not a requirement that their permit be revoked, but it still allows the county to revoke after 1 violation if it is appropriate.
So 1 violation, if it's egregious, et cetera, and so we're basically removing the 3 strikes, and you can remove after 1 if it's determined.
Yeah, right. You need
And you believe that is a good position to be in, that somebody, so let me give you a hypothetical, right? So if Ernie wakes up in a really bad Keith Meyer mood tomorrow, and he went through all 600 ads, and he revoked all permits that didn't have the permit number in it. He had.
Then we wouldn't be here.
So, and I'm not saying he would, I'm saying he could. Is that a position? Quite honestly, I'm okay. I don't want to make it sound flippant because I actually agree with it. But I'm saying that is the potential that, some of these things are minor and some of them major. Do we want, so what we're saying is, earning, right? And so we could say, are there some things that will? So fraudulently producing papers, fraudulently producing an application will, right? Fraudulent activity to pass a fire inspection. I bring in fire extinguishers and you have a video of me taking them out the next day. Are there certain things that we should say will, or is everybody comfortable that it's may and Ernie decides that?
They can always do an appeal.
Yeah, and then on top of that, well, let me just say my little things that if this makes it simple and discretion, otherwise you would have to list every little thing that would be saying that, okay, if you do this, then it gets revoked. But you would have to list every little thing, and then if someone did something and it wasn't on that list, they could say, oh, it wasn't on that list, therefore you can't revoke it. This just kind of leaves it open
You can always
to
put a caveat.
discretion.
Lauren?
Lauren, for the record, you were saying Ernie, and it's left, that is all left to his discretion. I think maybe one step beyond that would be a little bit of teeth in things that are really bad. So you wouldn't have to list every little thing, you would list the things that are definitely egregious that we would say that permit goes. Because it's just, intentional things to do and, whatever, you wouldn't have to list everything, because it would just be that few, and I can't think in my head right now about which ones that would be, but it just gives a little bit more teeth.
As life comes up, everything changes. So do we want to make this more kind of like something that would encompass new things coming around the corner rather than specifying every little thing?
Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, if I may, the way this was written originally, Sam Taylor for the record, Douglas County DA's office, the way this was written originally was that the list that AJ referred to the first time with 9 items on it was meant to be, these are so severe that instant revocation can occur. And then the others were, these are actions that may or may not be proven that are a result of the VHR occupants being at the site and doing certain things. And so we're giving a chance for the owner to fight these or claim this didn't happen. And one-off sort of instance, you get that one person standing out on the balcony screaming and going crazy, and it's a substantiated complaint, but should that result in the revocation of the permit? So it was like a balancing action between these two lists and these two sorts of actions. But my recommendation, in order to clean this up and make it clearer, would be to come up with a list of saying, these things are so severe, the first time we catch you doing it, instant revocation. These things, you get X amount of times to violate or whatever.
Well, or you could have a 3-tier, Sam. You could say, these are so severe, your permit shall be removed.
Yeah.
Here's a list that your permit can be removed. Here's a thing that 3 strikes. These things are less severe than the ones, but at 3 times it shall be. So in other words, you have a 1 time it shall be, a 3 time it shall be, and then a 1 time it could be.
I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Yep. I mean,
it's harder because it's 3.
I was just trying to explain what we did originally,
Yeah, okay.
or what we were thinking originally.
Mr. Strelo?
Ernie Strela for the record. So we have some real life examples, right? So on Mary Ann, we had a noise complaint, or a parking complaint and noise complaint. And we weren't able to catch them because at the time we had to see it, we didn't see it. This went on for 2 weeks. I kept getting calls from the homeowners in that street. I got commissioner calls, you got calls. You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
And it was frustrating because I couldn't catch these guys, right? So I finally got fed up, and I got a picture of 15 cars sitting in a driveway at 5 o'clock at night. At a next door neighbor with these older couple living there, and they're surrounded by VHRs. And so I was getting ready to go home, and so I was kind of ticked off because this stuff kept happening, right? And so I found it very effective Then I called the owner of the property. I didn't call the property manager. I called the owner. He lived down in San Jose, and I told him, this is, I'm tired of getting calls from commissioners and et cetera about all these cars in here, and I see the picture from 10 minutes ago. If you don't move those cars in 30 minutes, I'm taking your permit. That's the kind of power I need, right? And this is, what's happening here is, it doesn't happen a lot. It happens sometimes. But there are certain owners that they don't live in the region. And we have to have the ability to have teeth, just making a phone call and just saying, we're gonna take this stuff if you don't do something about it. And if they don't do something about it, next morning we'll revoke it.
But Ernie, sometimes if all you have is a hammer, you don't want to use it.
Exactly.
So certain times you need other remedies less than the death penalty, right? If all we had was a death penalty, we could speed all day long because no one's going to put us to death for speeding, right? So I guess I would make a motion that we ask Ernie to prepare a red line along 3 areas. Areas so egregious it would result in immediate termination of their permit. Items where the continued repetition could be, shall be removed the permit, and then a discretionary violations with not only, you're subject to your decision, of revocation of permit or other remedies. So in other words, you might determine that a tier 2 or tier 3 needs a noise monitor. You might determine that a tier 3, we got to reduce occupancy. You start thinking of all the levers you can use to regulate. Only the death penalty of permit revocation, you may not feel good about doing that, but because you're limited to that, you don't have a toolbox. So I would propose that you go away and recommend a red line version of things in those categories, but including a toolbox greater than revocation of permits, other actions which you believe necessary. Sorry.
I just wanted to note that there is already another tool in section F where you can fine someone $1,000 for each violation. So there's currently the inconsistencies with the revocation, which we want to resolve. But there's always also been the $1,000 fine per violation, which is separate from the $5,000 and $20,000 fines for renting without a permit.
I would say that 1,000 is part of your toolbox.
But
The problem is, are these verified and are unsubstantiated or unfounded? Sorry, I cut you off, sorry about that.
That's all right. I just was gonna say, but what we're talking about is the word may, not shall. So, he doesn't have to choose the death penalty.
There's a fine.
That's an interesting analogy.
Well, I'm using his analogy. I know you understand.
Well, sorry, Madam Chair. So, let me make sure we represent VHR owners, we represent non-VHR permit holders, we represent everyone. And so I think there are things as a county that should result in the termination of your permit. And unfortunately, one of them is not paying your TOT. I know that sounds like I'm greedy, but that shall. No decision, it shall. There are things where multiple events happen, and it shall. If you have more than 3 verified noise complaints, your permit shall be removed. It's not Ernie's decision. Then you have another Ernie decision, and $1,000 is part of the tool. Permit revocation is part of the toolbox. $1,000 fine is part of the toolbox. Cameras monitoring your parking is part of the toolbox. And I would just say, it's at the discretion of and the remediation is at the discretion, including fines, including all these other things, because you need a toolbox to be an administrator, not a death penalty only.
Well, one other comment is, when they kind of put it in there that if you're going to list things, what can be the death penalty and everything else, and I think that it should be in there, but it's not limited to only this. So that if another situation comes up where you think it's substantial that it should be it's not limited to just those things. So that way when new issues come up or something like that, you would still have the option that you can,
I'm
you
just-
know,
I'm just
yeah,
trying to figure out
that
how
you
it
would
works.
have the option. It's not just limited to that.
Do you want to ask staff to write up something to look at in a future meeting? That would be probably most appropriate.
Madam Chair, I'm just a little concerned that the paper tomorrow will say that the advisory board is offering the death penalty for violations. You know how things get started. So let's definitely not include the death penalty as one of your toolboxes, okay?
Start killing people.
Okay, is there a motion?
I think, didn't you make one?
Let me restate it, because I move that the staff prepare a red line about possible actions for violations, which include items so egregious that, one, the permit would or shall be removed. Another section that 3 or more of the same violation, the permit shall be removed. And a third category, leaving the discretion to the director of various remedies for violations.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I don't like the 3.
I know, but red line.
We have the red line, so
Yeah.
we'll just wait for that.
Can I ask just why you don't like the red line? That might have been my,
No,
why you don't like the red?
Because I don't like
Discretion?
3 chances in 1 year.
Oh, I see.
I agree. I like that.
Anyhow, we'll talk about it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, Michael, I have time for one more of yours, and then I'm taking public comment.
Why don't we just do my other 3 next meeting?
That's fine too.
Yeah.
Except next meeting, next
Next
week,
meeting.
I'm not agendized for it, so it would have to be October.
October's fine.
Okay. So you're not,
I have more items for the permit process that I'd like for the board to consider for a red line. In next month would be
okay,
fine. Okay.
Madam Chair, just to get things agendized, because I don't hope you agendize that very broadly, because I also have these 2. I believe that local property managers, where the broker is a resident of Douglas County, work better. I don't know that, but I'm looking for the data on the violations. There's a lot more data. I would love to know what the occupancy was of the property, what the permitted occupancy was, what the actual occupancy was, and who was the manager. Because I believe that may show that local property management is better than afar property management. And so when you agendize, if you would talk about other things, because I got all these little different ideas that aren't in a big category. So if you would agenda that very narrowly,
if you could send
very
them to
broadly.
me, so I can get everything properly agendized for
Sounds good.
October, that would be great.
Are you talking to him and me at the same
Well, I'm
time,
just
Madam Chair?
talking that way
All of us?
because that's where my
Perfect.
head is going
Okay.
at the moment. I mean, to all of you, really.
Okay.
I mean, if you send them to me, I will get them agendized. Okay. Item 2 is pretty vague, and I think we sort of just discussed it. Discussion on the scope of the recommended changes to Chapter 20.622 and the timing thereof. This was written into the record prior to figuring out what we were going to be doing here today. So I wanted another clause in case we wanted to put some stuff off until next year. But I honestly think at this point we should just keep going forward the way we're going. And I think we made really good headway today. So I don't know how I ignore this. Do I just...
You said we've already dealt with it
Okay.
earlier.
Then item number 2 is been dealt with. So the last thing will be closing public comment. Let's see if I can read my time frame.
Okay.
Nancy Gilbert. Four items. I'm closing, I would ask that the commissioners, or the advisory board, when they look at their various issues, there's a Douglas County Development Code for which the VHRs is under. There's a section in zoning. Some of the questions that you have about parking and various other issues is already addressed in the zoning section. And if you look at the development code, it says that when you look at the VHRs, you're supposed to also look at the zoning. And so I gave Nikki a copy of certain provisions in the zoning codes that you probably want to look at. So I highlighted it, and I can send extra copies or it will be transferred, but please look at it. I spent a day going through all the different codes, so I want to figure it would be helpful. I think that the grandfathering clauses that you have for people that are needs to be changed. There's people that are grandfathering VHR owners that had permits before. Those need to be sunset because there's a lot of problems with the grandfathering. They shouldn't get any special treatment or whatever, and I want to point that out for safety purposes. I'd like for the members to also, I heard a lot about all the concerns about VHRs, but I really didn't hear any concerns about property owners. People that live in these neighborhoods. And the other thing in terms of density, and this goes to zoning too, when I bought into a residential community, I thought I was buying into that density and that zoning. And when you put in all this density and extra parking and fire safety issues, that impacts me. Now the other thing that you maybe haven't thought about, but if I ever try to sell my house, look at number 11 on your seller's real property disclosure in Nevada. I've sued a number of homeowners or people that have sold their homes on this. It asks, is there anything that impacts the value of your home you have to disclose on your seller's real property disclosure? What does that include? Yeah, I got VHRs across the street. Now think about it. If you got VHRs across the street, people aren't going to buy. So you're impacting our life, but also our property value. So when you talk about property rights about the VHRs, talk about my property rights. Because look at number 11, question number 11. The other thing is on violations, 3 in 1 year, that should be carrying over. I mean, it's like, come on, substantiated versus unsubstantiated. I have probably sent the VHR code enforcers hundreds and hundreds of pictures of parking violations. But you know what? On your code or on your site, it says it's unfounded. And it's like, you're kidding me. I got the pictures, and yet you're showing unfounded. So it's like nothing's going to happen. In essence, I listened the whole day, and I said to my friends here, almost nothing can be substantiated or enforced in this code that you're looking at. It's how do you enforce it unless you got Ernie full-time, 24 hours a day, running around, because that's the only thing I heard about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Kathy Oyster. I'm going to follow up a little bit on what Nancy said, that there are too many holes in your enforcement ability. We have a fire marshal here, or fire representative here, saying that he doesn't care about writing a citation for someone parked in front of a fire hydrant because he's just going to bust the windows and go through anyway. Wouldn't it be nice if someone actually wrote 364 tickets the other days of the year that there wasn't a fire? But they don't. They don't. So we have a problem with enforcement in Douglas County, whether that be the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, code enforcement, whatever. You guys talked a lot about fire risk. Well, not only is there house fire risk, we live in a hazardous wildfire condition. 23% of Airbnbs in California are in hazardous wildfire conditions. And there is no rules, there is no statement for how to egress from your site. The article was written on May 15th. It was an LA Times article. I suggest you read it. There's also a legal action that stopped a town in Northern California from building because of wildfire risk. And yet you're inviting tourists who don't know how to behave on our country roads. You know, they don't know where to escape to. We have lanes that are less wide than 20 feet, they're 10 feet. And we have people parking, and we don't have enforcement. And we have code enforcement officers saying, well, this is private property because it's a social club or an HOA or whatever. You guys enforce it. No, no, no. You gave the permit. You enforce it. I'm not sure if it's that there are too many VHRs. That might be the case. Because the alternative is there's too few inspectors. That might also be the case. But making rules and being really specific in the verbiage isn't helping. So please, remember your preamble. Our community has rules. If you're going to give permits within our community, you get to enforce our rules too. Because your preamble says the VHRs will behave the same as the community they're embedded in. Remember that.
30 seconds.
That's all I have.
Linda Daywood. So, about this enforcement thing, that really doesn't happen. I called the sheriff because there was a noise at the wedding house at 6502 Court. He called the code enforcement people, who called the emergency contact, and by the time he arrived at my house, there was no noise. And they're blaming me for an unfounded claim. My neighbor down the street, Bernie Hittner, came to my house to tell him, yeah, he heard it too. But I'm being blamed for an unfounded claim because they make sure that by the time the cops get there, there's no founded claim. How can there be when they're making sure no sound is there when they arrive? I turned in 3 time date stamp photographs of a house on Amy Court, time date stamped. It had 14 people that stayed overnight in an 8-bedroom house, 8-person house. It had 2 cars parked on the street overnight. It had cars parked in the driveway blocking the emergency egress. And I said, I'll swear to this for you. And here's the photographs. They didn't write one violation. Code enforcement didn't enforce one of those codes, and there were 3 major codes that were broken. So how can there be any violations so that we can get rid of these things when they won't do any of it? And every time I submit a violation, I submit photos, I submit the code. I don't just unfoundedly give you a code violation. I tell you exactly where it is, photograph it, and never, not one of my things has ever been violated. I go back and have to check public records to see that. And, you know, as far as your permit process, when I look at the few permits I can get a hold of, because 90% of them you can't get and see, they're submitting something from 2017 that they signed. They're submitting something from 2015 that they signed. They're not doing an application with current data signed today. So you're giving a permit in 2022 for something that they signed in 2017. How is it even valid? You guys don't even have permit processes that work. And I'd love you to, I've turned them in for construction violations because they're always building on their houses without permits or no permit. I turned that in, nothing was done. How about if you check that 4 years ago that was a 5-bedroom house and now it's an 8-bedroom house and not a single permit has happened.
30 seconds.
Building permit has happened. And you know, back to 6502 in court, back in 2021, they did not renew their permit for an entire year. And that permit should have expired. It was expired. That permit was renewed by Douglas County and given a tier 3 immediately. Without, really? That's what happens. They lose, I agree with what you said, they lose their permit immediately when they don't renew it. And they ran it as a VHR that whole time.
Hi everyone, Heidi Gunter again. I have comments on the proposed red line that was on page 32, that's 622.050D, and other proposed fines for renters. If you're going to find a renter, then the local contact needs to be contacted also. I need to know about a violation right when it's happening so that I can fix it. and so that I have the ability to pass on that fine to a renter. And I also like what Mr. Byer said about local management companies. Recently had a run-in with Vacasa, putting a lockbox on one of our properties. We found this out by the ring cam that we have on there. It took us forever to get a hold of anyone from Vacasa. They have nobody at their office here in State Line. We had to drive over to their office down at the Y. And the person at the desk said they don't like giving out their phone number to anybody because they don't want to be bothered with problems. Well, that does no good for the renter if there's a problem. It does no good for the neighbors if they need to get a hold of anybody. I would really like to see a crackdown on the management and who is managing and running these properties. If they're not local, then they have nothing vested in our community. They don't care about our community. They don't care about the local residents here. So I'd really like something to be done about that. There's a lot of other local management companies that owners have the opportunity to partner up with instead of these big national tech companies. And if Vacasa is listening, call me and I'd be happy to talk to you about it because I don't like those kind of people in our town. Thank you.
Closing public comment, anyone?
Okay, my name is Alan Miller. I talked earlier today. Couple things. I manage my own property, and I think I can do it much better than any management company, local or out of state. I'm on top of things. For a while, I even lived in China, but I managed it from there. I'm on top of everything. I communicate with the people, my neighbors, my customers. They are clear on what they have to do to comply with the rules. And I've had instances where people have paid me on Airbnb, but I start feeling uncomfortable with it. I just give them their money back. I've done that a number of times. I don't put up with any crap. And that's what's important about, being respectful. I talk to my neighbors. I talked to them yesterday. Okay? No problem. But I'm not heavy on renting. I don't rent to try to fill up the space. I try to just rent to pay my bills. I'm not trying to make a bundle of money. Okay, couple things. The number of square feet I would hope would be considered when you're talking about density, not just bedrooms, number of bedrooms. How much room? I've got space as an alcove where it's like a bedroom. I got 5 beds, and now I've been dropped from 8 to 6. Personally, I've been renting only to 7. I on my own volition, dropped it to 7 because I felt better. The space worked out really well, but I can live with 6, okay, which you have right now. But I don't see any reason for 1,392 square feet to be less than that. That's still a lot of space. What is the age of the violators? I brought this up to Keith a little bit. That's really important. I think 85% of the people that are causing problems are under 30. Almost 100 are under 40 years old. The rest of the people, for the most part, they have good manners, respect. If you talk to them, let them know the expectations that they need to have in the community, the rules. I always have a link to the rules for my HOA and other things. The last thing would be how to protect VHR owners. Can the group recommend a contract or something that we could use to protect ourselves? I want to follow the rules. Okay, I want to make all the people happy that are my neighbors. So I just ask maybe you consider something so that we can a sample contract of that matter that we can use to email our customers so they know what to do. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other closing public comment?
Tim Barabee, for the record. I wasn't going to say anything today, but first thing I would like to say is thank you guys for all of the work that you do. What can I say? I heard something today that I live in a condominium, and what I heard today was pleasing to me, and I hope that it gets through the BOCC. A condominium is more impacted by a VHR than a single residence is. And we have 20% density in our neighborhood, whereas the rest of the single residents have 15%. I think it's only fair that we should be treated the same way, and I hope that's where we end up. Thank you.
Any other closing public comment? Sam, do you?
Yeah, I have kind of an announcement to make. Today was my last meeting with you guys.
Oh.
So, sorry, I'm abandoning you.
There you go.
But you're in good hands. AJ's gonna be going in blank. So if you have any questions or concerns, or if you have anything, you know, I'm gonna be doing other things. I have other tasks that I do, which includes modifying Title 20.
Thank you.
Which is
Oh, thank you.
Hercules.
Efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm making my motion that if he's not here, I'm not here.
I'm gonna go with her.
Okay.
All right.
Damn, that.
It's just not as much fun as it used to be.
Okay, fair enough. Appreciate that.
Thank you,
So,
Sam, for everything.
Yes, thank you.
Sam. You really
thanks.
Walked us through a lot of situations and cabins and stuff we didn't know how to manage, and we really
You
appreciate
gotta
it.
bring the
Fair enough.
snacks then.
All right.
Are we adjourned? We adjourned?
Sam, they said that you do boring stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's right. Brother, sister's husband.